Yeah, I've got a feeling you're right. I've got a feeling it might be one of those. Yeah, I saw that the famous one was Essex North Washington, where both sides go out here and go on it. The All Blacks, I think, made 4th time on this. And right up there. That game didn't really settle down. I saw the quick info report, said that board of the LBW should be offended.
Sitting there, the share of a burn it's not absolutely.
Yeah, it wasn't a lot we certainly not making it very good.
But just when you think you...
He's brilliant person. And since I always
Down again, walk out, step up. Forearm open up. Forearm down, open up. Working back now. Duster. Bring the cat. Bring the cat. Contact side to side. Contact side to side. One leg. Left side, the leg back down. Side to side. Back. Alright, skip. Try to get 3 or 4 in this small gap. Nose up. Contact. Accelerate out hard in your line. Put the brakes on and pop to the side. Walk back. Three of these. Work down one side and pop yourself to the side, please. Work down the right, pop yourself to the left so you can't come through. Put the brakes on. Move to the side. Three of these. Last one a little bit faster. Put your brakes on later. A little bit faster, put your brakes on later. You want to hit some more contact. That's nice, good Raine. Accelerate, put your brakes on, re-accelerate through to the 10. Complete stop, and re-accelerate. Complete stop, re-accelerate. A slow walk back. Let's start there. Let's start here. Start in the middle. Start in the middle. Start in the middle. Start in the middle. Like that. Accelerate it. Turn. Do one off either side. To the front. Right leg turn. Accelerate to the 10. Accelerate to the 10. Come on. Just change your pace out the turn. One off either side. Go with the coaches. One off either side. Give me the coaches. Always get
Good morning and welcome to Emirates Riverside for day 2 of this LV Insurance County Championship match here against Essex. It's another lovely day here at Emirates Riverside, so of course there will be a full day of play to look forward to here with multi-camera live stream coverage and of course fans back in the ground for the first time, and it was great yesterday to welcome you all back. Of course yesterday it was an entertaining game, 16 wickets falling in the day. Before tea on day 1, Durham had Essex all out for 182. But after the tea break, Durham did struggle with the bat, and at close of play they were 58 for 6. Bedingham was bowled the last ball of the day, so this morning Carse and Eckersley will resume to get things underway for Durham. If you did miss any of yesterday's action, you can watch that now with yesterday's bite-sized highlights.
Before Nottinghamshire picked up their 3rd win in a row, Essex and Durham were the leading teams in Group 1 of the LV County Championship, so both were hunting wins if they were to keep within touching distance of the leaders. The hosts won the toss and took the decision to bowl, and it proved to be a good choice. Cook out early with the score in the 20s. Rushworth the man with the first breakthrough. It wasn't long before Brown followed him. The opener bowled via an inside edge off Potts, and Wesley didn't do much better. Out LBW for a duck to Raine. All the early momentum with Durham. Pepper and Walter put a stop to the Essex success. Their partnership was solid, and they put 50 runs up on the scoreboard. They enjoyed themselves, the visitors now batting their way to some fluency and accelerating towards lunch. They'd added 50 runs as a pairing in the overs before the break, and they reached the interval with the score 91 for 3. 2 runs from Walter whipped through the leg side was enough to take Essex to the 100. In his next over, Raine beat Walter's defences, off stump knocked back, and Durham once again had something to shout about. But despite the loss of his partner, Michael Pepper was a man on a mission, and with a delightful cut, he brought up his maiden first-class 50, reached off 102 balls. Tenduscarter couldn't get out of single digits, out LBW attempting to sweep Borthwick. Wheater and Pepper took the score to 150, but things were about to get difficult for Essex. Rushworth found Pepper's pads to deny him a century, out LBW for 92. Harmer wasn't far behind, out the same way, Raine the bowler this time. Then 2 in and over for Rushworth had them deep in the mire. Wheater was first, caught behind for 8. And then Sam Cook, LBW for a duck. And just 3 balls later, the innings was at an end. Siddle bowled by Raine for 1, Essex all out for 182. Pepper had been the star of the show for Essex. His 92 added some real flavour to what had been a bit of a bland performance from the champions. The Durham Seamers had done the damage, led by Rushworth, who finished with 4 for 32. But Essex found some joy of their own early in the Durham innings. Lees, with the potential to anchor an innings, was dealt with, out LBW for a duck with just 1 on the board. Borthwick and Bancroft held firm for a period, but they couldn't keep Essex at bay. A wicket maiden for Cook saw the captain out LBW for 8. Bancroft had to follow, out LBW to fellow Aussie Siddle for 20, the bulk of the total so far. Then Jones fell to Cook, another LBW, and Durham in hot water still shy of 50. Burnham made it 5, a second for Siddle, and the hosts' pads were taking a battering at the hands of the Essex attack. Eckersley and Bedingham shut up shop and looked to preserve their wickets before the day was done. Their approach got them past 50, but they'd stumble right at the end of the day. Bedingham, the leading run scorer in the LV County Championship, added just 10 to his season's tally. He was bowled by Cook in a dramatic close to the first day. Essex could very well see Durham skittle for under 100 if they replicate this form on day 2, but with both sides boasting potent attacks, it could be anyone's game.
That was yesterday's bite-sized highlights from day 1 here at Emirates Riverside. Well, after the game, Ben Raine spoke to BBC's Martin Emerson, and you can hear that now.
Hi Ben, you right?
Well, how are you?
Not bad. Right, well that was your archetypal reminder of what cricket can do to you in one day. The highs of bowling a team out 1 minute and the agony of wickets tumbling the next.
Yeah, it was an interesting day. We thought we bowled quite well there, but they bowled magnificently there for that last session, put us under a lot of pressure. So, hats off to them, to be fair, they bowled nicely.
Yeah, I can't recall, it probably happened, but I can't remember it. Durham's first 5 wickets all going LBW.
Yeah, well, I think it's just one of those, it's, there is a bit of nip out there. It's not the quickest wicket we've ever played on, so it takes out, you're caught behind, only 1 in the whole day, really. So, and, their bowlers do that, they attack stumps, so, they're a nice match for this wicket. Certainly does offer something for the bowler. So, we're still in it. We've got some work to do tomorrow, though. But that was a tough session.
Yeah, and the tail's going to have to deliver tomorrow, isn't it? If you're going to get yourselves back into this one, otherwise you're looking at quite a first innings deficit. Even though you only bowled Essex out for 182, you could still be quite a way behind. And we saw what happened in a low-scoring game at Chelmsford a few weeks ago. Yeah,
absolutely. I think they put us under great pressure there, but every run here we can get will be vital. Get as close as we can to their total, and hopefully we can bowl well setting in. So hopefully we've got some good weather coming up. The pitch can get a bit better and dry out a bit. So hopefully it gets better to bat on as the game progresses.
Yeah, do you think the fact it's been so wet in the last couple of weeks has had an impact on this wicket and the way it's playing? And it's clearly bowler friendly, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd imagine so. We've had we trained earlier in the week. And just the ground itself was just soaking. There's nothing that very little the groundsman can do when you have such a prolonged period of bad weather. So you got to feel for the groundsman as well. It's a bowler friendly wicket, but it's not it isn't a minefield. You saw one of their lads scored runs on it, so you can certainly make your runs if you apply yourself. But there is movement there for the bowler.
Yeah, and I mentioned the 5 LBWs in the Durham innings. There were 6 in the Essex innings, and I mean, you and Chris Rushworth cashed in. You both got 4 wickets each, so quite a nice surface for you two to be bowling on. Suits you both down to the ground.
Yeah, again, I think if you look at historically, we're both that would be a major dismissal for both of us. Both quite full in attack stumps. As I said, it's quite a slow wicket, so any trouble on the outside edges, it's difficult. You know, we saw a lot of balls either not carry or whatever. So it's going to lean more towards bowling LBs if the ball doesn't carry into the stiff cord. So yeah, but you know, certainly enjoy bowling on this. I think personally, it's probably the worst I think I've bowled all year. So it was, it's a funny game, cricket. Today was the day I got some wickets. That's how it goes, really.
And what was it like actually having supporters back here? I mean, the ovation Chris Rushworth got before the day's play after he broke the club record a couple of weeks ago, that was incredible to see. And everybody seemed so happy to be here. And it's, 20 months on, they're all still sitting in the same seats in their favourite corners of the ground and stuff.
It was brilliant, wasn't it? I mean, it was a bit strange. I think we went to Derby last week with the crowd, but there wasn't that many people in, so it didn't really feel much different last week. But just today during the warm up, it was strange. It was just to have the buzz. You have to have people there. I think once you start playing, you don't notice it as much. But it was just like, I remember, we were talking in the warm up between us, and everyone was just like, just to hear something in the crowd. Obviously, it's been strange playing in these stadiums with no one there. It was a bit strange, but it was great. It was a great crowd in the day. We had a lovely day of weather for it, but I don't know what the end tally was in the crowd, but it's unbelievable that many people turned up. Thank you to everyone that did, and it was amazing to see, to be honest.
That was your archetypal reminder of what cricket can do to you in one day. The highs of bowling a team out 1 minute and the agony of wicket stumbling.
3 times they've done it to other sides. So 1994 Essex at Stockton, that was Gooch, Pritchard, John Lewis, Hussain, Shahid. 1995 Hampshire at Stockton, Stevenson, Terry, Morris, Nicholas and White. And 2015 Warwickshire at the Riverside, Chopra, Westwood, Webb, Evans and Ambrose. Now he's also gone on to add that the last time the first 5 wickets fell to LBWs in the Championship was at Lords, Yorkshire 2015. Their first innings, Yorkshire's first innings, Live, Balance, Lees, Leaning and Bresnan. Now here's the one for you. He said, I'd been looking at some random LBW stats for Durham before this round of games. Rushwood had 152, he's taken another 3 I think, hasn't he now? I'm trying to remember how many LBWs he got yesterday. He took 4 wickets in all. 1, 2, 3, yeah, so he's got, what did I say, 155 now, is it? And he said his 152 LBWs going into this round of games was 28.3% of his Durham first-class wickets. Only 3 other players have a higher percentage of LBWs for Durham, and it's got in brackets 10 wickets minimum, so both of them took 17 out of 39 LBWs, that's 43.6%. Ryan Pringle 19 from 63, and Ben Raine 25 from 84, so he's got a 29.8%. Pringle 30, and then this one, maybe surprisingly, Steve Harmison took just 41 of his 458 LBWs, that's 8.95%. So the statistics there from Richard Isaacs, from Ramsbottom's finest statistician and cricket scorer, formerly with Sky Sports. Now I think he lives down in Southampton now, doesn't he? But Rammy's his hometown. Anyway, the players are coming out. It's a really warm day. It's nice. The sun's just gone in briefly. There's a little bit of a bank of cloud just to the west of us, but in the corner of the ground, just down towards the front of the County Durham stand. I was down there a few minutes ago, and it was really warm. Nick, alongside me. Good morning, Nick.
Yeah, morning. And it's interesting the WW stats because the game right at the top of the list is a very famous one, Essex and Northants at Luton, where 13 on the opening day, and Mark Hylett took 6 LBWs. It is 9 for 19. Northants bowled out for 46 but won the game. Here, well, interesting to see if your prediction that things will quieten down is going to prove right. Durham certainly would hope that's the case because that was such a huge loss, losing Bellingham right at the end yesterday. They need to find a way of getting close to Essex, even if they don't surpass that score, because if they can get close, it will then really give their bowlers something to work with.
Yes, and we just heard from Ben Raine in the interview there, and Bryden Course, it looks like, has come out ahead of him. So, Course has actually done quite well with bat this season. Durham need a partnership. Coming up to 11 o'clock, Course has had some canny knocks this year. Twain got 40 not out against Warwickshire. Got into the just trying to get up his stats for recent games. 25 at Derbyshire, 38 not out against Worcestershire, 40 against Warwickshire. Durham need some runs from him today. He's not on strike though. It's Peter Siddle bowling to start the day, bowling to Eckersley from the Finkel end. Siddle yesterday 2 for 15 from 9 overs, 4 maidens. First ball is a dot ball. Decent crowd in yesterday. It was lovely to see people just been catching up from a distance downstairs with 1 or 2 of the members who haven't seen for a good 20 months. Siddle again, actually turns that to mid-wicket, no run. He's fielded there by Paul Walter, who is quite an imposing character. He's about 6'7", towering above James Middlebrook, the square leg umpire. Got 2 slips in place, a mid off the mid on, short mid wicket. Mid wicket. Backward square leg on the boundary, because the boundary's only just over 50 metres on the castle side of the ground. A cover and a point. That one's played safely up towards the bowler's end over in there. Sides have met 17 times in the championship. This year's meeting in Chelmsford was the first in 12 seasons. Prior to that, they last played each other in a draw in September 2010. Durham hadn't had a bigger gap with regards to games between other sides than 12 years. Siddle is turned to Walter again at mid-wicket. Siddle up to the stumps. That's pushed off to point by Eckersley. Pepper fielding at point. Be an update shortly for BBC Radio Newcastle. Siddling again, defended by Eckersley, and that's a made it over to start the day. Durham remain on 58 for 6. Wickets taken yesterday, and his Durham innings 1 for Porter. He took 1 for 22. Cook 3 for 20, including Bellingham with the final ball of the day. And Siddle 2 for 15. Cook from the lovely end, bowling to Carl, stop ball. Update now. Well, it is sunny for those sitting outside. We're in the shadows indoors, and what a day we saw yesterday. 16 wickets falling, 11 of them LBW, including the first 5 Durham wickets. That's something that hasn't happened to Durham before. So having bowled Essex out yesterday for 182, Durham then found themselves in a bit of a pickle at 58 for 6 last night, including the wicket of the key batsman David Bellingham, bowled final ball of the day yesterday by Sam Cooke for 10. So it's the first time the first 5 Durham batsmen have all been out LBW. They've got to try and get a partnership going together today. It's Bryden Carse who is currently facing Sam Cooke and is yet to get off the mark. Ned Eckersley at the other end is on 9, and Durham remain on 58 for 6.
Yes, not a lot to do, Martin, but so no alarm so far on this second morning. Beautiful day, but Sam Cooke was really impressive yesterday with those 3 for 20.
Was it you two who sang that? Beautiful day, wasn't it?
58 for 6, and Cooke bowls and just played defensively back down the pitch by Bryden Carse. So Darrell will have to be with us another day. A day when you look at the overheads and you think this is a nice day for batting. It could really dearly have done with that wicket not going down right at the end. yesterday. They certainly feel they were a more comfortable position had Birmingham not got out, because he looked pretty good up to that point. So now it's down to this lower middle order to see what they can do. 58 for 6. Cook bowls with 2 slips, and Carr's looking for the first run of the morning, but it's not there. He just plays it up into the covers. We've got, it's a different sort of skyline today. The cloud that there is very high and wispy, and we've got much more blue sky. And although there is a possibility of showers later, the dominant forecast really for today and for the rest of the game is very good.
I'll be surprised if we see any rain here. It's going to be to the west of us across the Pennines, so I think we should be alright. Although, it's a possibility something might bubble up in the afternoon, but I think we should be okay.
Here's Cook again from a Lumley end, bowls to the right-handed cast. He plays it up towards cover. There's Nick Brown, and there's no run. So 2 overs, both maidens actually, at the start of his second morning. So Brighton Cast has just faced a full over from Sam Cook. Eckersley's faced an over from Peter Siddle without too much drama, and Durham 58 for 6 remain 124 behind.
If you want to email, it's weirdcricket@yahoo.co.uk,
and we're on BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com. Also at BBC Essex Sport on social media.
A sign of things to come in the next few weeks as Siddle comes in here. This is turned by Exley off towards the square leg boundary for 1, the first run of the day. The first stream details are arriving for the T20, which is not too far away. Durham's first match is June the 11th against...
It's not Northants away, is it, surely?
No.
Your favourite?
No, it's here against Yorkshire.
Yes, it's you might as well go to Chelmsford if you're going to Northampton a distance.
It's a long way. This is edged and down towards third man and away for 4 runs for Cars. What was the follow-on target? 132? No, what was it?
Well, the original follow-on in this game,
52.
33.
33.
So they managed that all right.
Yeah.
But it's just got a slightly different feel about it, hasn't it? I mean, it's too maybe quite early to make any sort of draw any conclusions, but I've just got to bat sensibly, minimise risk, realise that what the problem was yesterday was probably batsmen not getting forward on a pitch where the ball was nibbling around and keeping low.
Yeah. Siddle again, oh, that's a good ball, just beats the outside edge of Carter's bat and just misses the off stump.
Thanks to Ken for your email just in the evening yesterday. Nice to hear from you. And yes, you're hoping that Essex can polish Durham up before lunch, and hoping that the more senior batsmen will come to the fore, of course, in the second innings, because it was very much left to Michael Pepper with 50% of the runs.
Siddle to Cars. Cars plays that to point. It's a dot ball. It's funny how often that happens, isn't it? One person just gets their eye in and there's bedlam going on around them and they just disappear into their own little world and get runs on the board.
Yes, and that's certainly what happened yesterday. And Ken, you're thinking of an umpire, you think Frank Chester, who after giving 2 men out LBW said on the third ball of the hat-trick, as God is my judge, that is out LBW 2. Which I don't think they went that far yesterday.
Siddle in. Thought that came in off the bat, to be honest with you. It was, looked like an inside edge under the pad. It still looks like an inside edge under the pad.
Yes, and you mentioned, Ken, it was great to hear the crowd yesterday, and good numbers in again today. Expect more people might come to the gate in the next hour, realising it's such a nice morning. We know we've got a good contingent of Essex followers as well, so the theory being if you can't get in at Chelmsford, then come to Chester Street, I guess, at the moment.
Last ball of the over, Siddle to Cars. That's gone through to the keeper on a very tight line, and that is the end of the over. And Siddle having a little word with Cars there as he wanders away.
Yes, he thinks his man might have been a little bit unlucky to get through the over, but yeah, it's all about Durham getting close to Essex here. On this sort of pitch, you can't really afford to be surrendering a lead close to, well, 70 to 100. Any deficit needs to be something that is manageable, that if they can get a couple of early Essex wickets second time around, they'll feel they're right back in the game. But certainly Essex ending the day in a stronger position. So
they've only won one game when they've been bowled out for less than 100, and that was against Derbyshire here 2 years ago.
yes, it's something that Essex have had to deal with, as here is Cook bowling, and a push up towards mid-on, and actually quite a well-judged single that, because it was quite straight between the bowler and mid-on, and Eckersley realised that the run was on and called Bryden Cast through, and Durham go to 64 for 6, and at the moment every run is important. 118 is the deficit. Yes, Essex of course winning after being bowled out for less than 100 by Durham. Tried it again at Trent Bridge, didn't work. Not that they wanted to be bowled out for less than 100, but Nottinghamshire taking advantage of a pitch that suited their strong seam attack, having won the toss. Yeah, it's the sort of thing that will just come off every now and again, as proved to be the case at Chelmsford. Two slips very close to each other. Harmer just in front of Cook, and that one just played defensively back down the pitch by Bryden Cast, who's now at Cook's end.
Durham now 64 for 6, so they have avoided their lowest total, which was, well, they both came on the same afternoon, bowled out twice by Mohammed Bassett, Leicestershire, in 2018, bowled out for 61 in their first innings at Grace Road, and then 66 in the second. And they have been out 24 times for less than 100, and only won one of those.
It's quite a stat, isn't it? It's Cook bowls, that one just played defensively up towards mid-on, but square leg gets across first. That's Michael Pepper, getting in ahead of Ryan Tender-Scarter there as both men converged on the ball.
From a Durham point of view, hopefully the less than 100 stat can be consigned to history a little bit later on this morning. Otherwise they've got a monumental task on their hands.
So two slips, a backward point cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg and a fine leg. And this one is just run down off the open face, possibly for two, being chased back towards the third man boundary. Will be gathered in by Paul Walter. And just eased away off the open face for a couple of runs. Nicely played by Bryden Cast. Goes to 6. And it's all the sixes at the moment, because Durham are 66 for 6 in reply to the Essex 182 on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Essex on a lovely morning here at the Riverside. Not much of a breeze, if any, really. And temperatures warmer than yesterday. Wheater standing up to Cook, as he was yesterday evening, and this one is hit away off the back foot for 4. Good shot. Just a little bit short, and Cast spotted it. Cook was metronomic in his length yesterday, but that one gave him room to go onto the back foot and cut away for 4, down to one of the two scoreboards here. This one just away to the right with sort of orange figures.
The traditional scoreboard.
Yeah, more traditional of the two, if you like.
Nice shot, actually, the way he rolled his wrist through that one.
70 for 6. And Cook up to the wicket again, bowls, and this is displayed defensively up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. So 70 for 6 with Cast on 10 and Eckersley on 11. Cook 3 for 27 now in 16 overs, and Durham still 112 behind, but no early alarms for them on this second morning.
It's nice to catch up with some familiar faces yesterday, and interesting as well to just get comments about the online streaming of the matches this year and last year, and the amount of people who have been watching and listening. Siddle then coming into bowl to Eckersley, who's on 11 from 34 balls. Right arm over, Eckersley defends, steps out of his crease, and then throws his bat up into the air as if to say, whoa, don't go anywhere, Bryden.
Someone
The
suspects.
umpire looking at, yeah, he's looking down the line towards us, isn't he? Somebody
Yeah.
straight behind the line.
There's a pretty good crowd in.
Now there are people inside the line of the barrier.
Yes.
Just below us. They moved the barrier slightly to the left yesterday, but some people are sitting inside that line. Sidling again bowls. Ooh! And then Eccles is trying to drive. Just slightly short of length ball, which played and missed it.
It was a slightly loose, flat-footed shot, that one.
There's a couple of people down there who probably unaware of the barrier and why it's positioned where it is. 4 rows in front of them. We have to be careful because we're more or less in the line of sight as well. Looking slightly angular to Eckersley. That's the way for 4 down the leg side.
Five as well.
Yeah. I was wondering if there'd been any ban on that or not. So the umpire, David Milnes, signals byes.
And just a question for Essex of trying to get that pressure or go back to creating that pressure what they did yesterday evening. Slightly different situation, of course, because for much of the last half hour yesterday evening we had pretty overcast conditions as an area of cloud with the floodlights off came over the ground.
In comes the bowler. That's driven nicely. That's away for 4 through the covers. Just crosses the boundary road now, down to our left. How old's the ball? 38 overs old, so it's halfway through its life expectancy.
Looking at one or two of our tweets yesterday, Philly Hammer saying, I admit I had my doubts at Cushy being left out, but well played to Pepper. Yes, various players could have filled that berth of Dan Lawrence, but of course no one really on this pitch yesterday could have done much better than making 50% of the runs.
Fiddle to Eckersley, defended on the length and back to the bowler.
bbcsexcricket@gmail.com our email, and 78 for 6 or 20 added without too much fuss. Say just that frustration at the back of the Durham mind that if Bellingham was still out there you call this close to being a level game, and it is. Yes, it's still ahead, but perhaps sensing it might be harder work this morning.
Eckersley waits for Siddle balls, takes a couple of steps down the track and plays that out through deep mid wicket for 1. That was the thing, not enough foot movement from batsmen yesterday, wasn't it? All being trapped in their crease. And I was discussing on my way home on the phone with my dad the number of LBWs, and he said it's ruining cricket, but talking to the statisticians and stuff today, there was maybe 1 that they thought was possibly mildly questionable. The rest of them just were all, and I felt that at the time as well, they were all just run-of-the-mill LBWs really, weren't they? There was Wesley for Essex,
yes,
possibly Bancroft for Durham, maybe going down the leg side, but other than that,
height never an issue, of course, really on this pitch as Cook bowls, and that's just steered a little bit of foot movement from Eckersley, who came forward to it, just belying the fact it's a fairly slow surface. That's just run down towards backward point.
See, he's moving his crease, he's trying to meet the bounce of the ball, he's taking some of the negative bounce out of the situation. He's been batting well recently, Ned Eckersley. Got 82 against Derbyshire last week, 86 in the match before here against Worcestershire. He got to 50 and then hit 7 sixes.
So Cook again, up to the wicket from the Lumley end, bowls and displayed defensively, again coming forward to make sure he meets the ball.
Didn't do so well at Chelms for 4 and 13, but he has had a century this season as well. Got 113 in Nottingham, and put on a massive partnership with David Bedingham at Nottingham.
I think, yes, that partnership yesterday.
I think it was.
Not that they would have done that again today, but I mean, I say that was a big wicket Essex took right at the end yesterday. They need to try and consolidate that this morning as Cook bowls, and again just coming forward. This is played by Eckersley up towards mid-off, but no early alarms, and as I say, nice overhead conditions for the batsman this morning as well. There's another point. Some beautiful day, just a little bit of wispy high cloud. See another decent crowd building up, perhaps not quite as many people in just away in these the rows of blue, dark blue bucket seats away to the right, but potential for more people to come in. And this is, I guess, played from the crease here by Eckersley, comfortably up towards cover. And once again, there's no run.
Paul says greetings from a fairly sunny and warm Costa del Hartlepool. At last! 5 exclamation marks. Really poor start to Durham's first innings. Let's hope the tail can wag again. Should be with you all day. And he says it's better than watching daytime TV.
Oh, there's a backhanded compliment if ever there was one.
Oh, Dave's reporting sunburn.
6 men saving 1. Oh, it's an appeal for LBW here. He goes across his crease and he's out. It was a mistake that from Eckersley. He went too far across his crease, and Sam Cook has got his 4th wicket. Just went way across, looking to flick it away into the onside. And another LBW goes to the list. So Essex strike after 21 runs had been added this morning. 79 for 7 with Eckersley LBW to Sam Cook for 16. Cast is there on 10, and Durham 79 for 7, still 103 behind.
Yes, he just got too far across there, didn't he? That was another one. He didn't go forward, he stepped across, and the ball pitched and stayed low. If he'd gone forward, maybe he would have taken out that low bounce, but he went sideways rather than forward. So,
well, after a fairly gentle start, that's just what Essex wanted, getting that 7th wicket. Still hopeful of a pretty sizable lead. I say it's brought in Ben Raine, so they're still batting there. But Durham's starting to run short of options. Still over 100 behind.
103?
Yeah. So Michael Biswell sends our first email, and good afternoon, you say, from Spain, where it's after midday, listening to all the Essex games and visiting many others. One comment that I've heard on a regular basis is walking across his stumps. Well, literally, and that's just what we've seen. Is this something players are being coached to try and get an advantage with an LBW decision? A moving target makes the umpires think they're not in line, or is this a normal way of playing? Well, I guess, Michael, on this pitch is quite a dangerous tactic on a true pitch, where you can judge the bounce. It's probably more comfortable to do that with a view to playing the ball away through the leg side, but as Eckersley's just found, it is quite a dangerous thing to do on this one. Ben Raine is a new batsman, left-hander, still 2 slips, and he just steers this one down to backward point and there's no run. And the reason there are only 2 slips, when in a normal situation, in inverted commas, with a side 79 for 7, you'd expect to see more, is that the ball just simply isn't really going to the slip cordon, because it's all about bowling straight, looking to exploit variable bounce and a little bit of movement. It's not one of those pitches where the slips have really come into play, so Tom Wesley deciding that just keeping runs down is also important in the context of defending that 182, and so far you can't say he's got it wrong. Cast 10, Raine no score, and it's 79 for 7.
Ben Raine last week at Derby, and rainy, miserable week. Got a duck as a night watchman, didn't get a wicket. But so far this season, he has had a higher score of 59 not out, averaging 17, 106 runs in all. And that century came against Notts in Nottingham. This is bowled by Siddle to Cars, and it's played back towards the bowler's end, up towards mid-on, no run.
And thanks for your final comment, Michael, as well. But yes, Essex getting that first wicket, looking to see if they can bowl Durham out, and then hoping, of course, to take advantage of these what look to be good batting conditions. And I think the likes of Brown, Cook and Wesley were thinking, well, we can all perhaps do a bit better second time round.
Carse waits as Siddle bowls and looks to cut, and that more or less daisy cuts through to the keeper. He's played and missed, but again, feet planted firmly in the ground, no movement there. Flashing at the ball outside the off stump. Ryan says, let's get a good lead now and go on to win this. I live in Suffolk after spending all of my life in Durham, and the team I play for is full of Essex fans. It will be such a smug day on Sunday if we win. Well, good luck with that one, Ryan. That is optimism for you.
Not a bad day on Saturday as well.
79 for 7 here on the BBC. Siddle to Carse, and he's taken his off stump right out the ground. Carse did move his feet that time, but played completely the wrong line. And Durham look to be heading for a sub 100 score here. And it would be for the 25th time. Just totally played the wrong line there.
Yeah, nice delivery from Siddle. He's probably been a bit leg side this morning or on the pads, but that was a delivery that will really please him. Great sight for the Australian to see the off stump being removed from the ground. Comprehensively bowling Bryden Carse there. And, well, after a deceptively calm start for Durham this morning, 2 quick wickets have gone. Deficit still over 100. And, well, I think play on Sunday would be unlikely. And
could be one of those games where second innings are
sometimes you see them.
Merit of the first whatsoever.
Yeah.
Right,
although the problem for Durham is if you're 100 behind, even in that sort of game, you're leaving yourself an awful lot to do. So it's going to be Potts to come out, and somehow Durham have got to just extend this first innings a little bit further. Essex have got a really big advantage at the moment in the game.
If we aren't here on Sunday, then it means we get a slightly longer bank holiday weekend than the day that we normally get. Yeah. And it means I can go to the cricket coaching with the kids on Sunday morning.
That's nice. And probably the first time...
I'd still rather be here, I think.
Yeah, the first time that the youngsters have been able to enjoy cricketing weather, really, while being coached this year. So... still think a few more people coming in. So we've got plenty of people in the stand just away to our right with the cream bucket seats.
Matty Potts is a new man, playing in his first game of the season for the first team. And he comes forward and defends. He's got a half century to his name from memory.
Also,
I can't remember who it was against. I've got it written down.
Trend is these days.
53 against Derbyshire in 2017.
Well,
150 he's got.
Has to try and find a way of staying in here. Durham too far behind at the moment, you feel? Unless something exceptional happens when they're bowling.
Siddle in again. Potts forward with a bit of determination to block that one. Firm stride forward there, meeting the ball on the bounce.
So 79 for 8, 2 wickets going down. Quick succession. Sam Cook striking first with Eckersley going across his crease, and the judge LBW looked a fairly straightforward decision. And then Peter Siddle getting his 3rd wicket, 3 for 25 now with 1 ball left of his 13th over, having Carse bowled.
Siddle from the Finkel end, 2 Potts, that spits up at Potts, he fends it away, one-handed down towards 3rd man, and should get 2 runs here, and he is off the mark.
Michael Pepper completed the fielding. Had a chat to him at the end of yesterday. He's very pleased, obviously, with his innings. Disappointed not to get the remaining 8, but agreed that what happened in the evening session took away that disappointment in the context of the overall day for the team, which turned out to be quite a good one. BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Essex. Nick Leadhill and Martin Emerson here at the Riverside on a beautiful Friday morning. And during the day we're looking back at previous Durham Essex fixtures, and today we've moved on to the Riverside era, because the 3 we mentioned yesterday were 2 at Hartlepool and 1 at Stockton. The Stockton one actually we mentioned in passing earlier because all those LBWs in 1994. Here's Sam Cook bowling. Oh, it's a loose stroke this time from Raine. He was looking to play the most flamboyant cover drive when he played a miss and it went through to Wheater. That one did temporarily interest the slips, but could equally have flown over their heads. And gathered in by Alistair Cook, who returns to his place at first slip. So back in May 1998, Durham making 276. Michael Gough, he was falling, it was Yorkshire as well, wasn't he? I think.
No.
No. Well,
Darren was.
Yeah. Cuts back into the left-handed Raine, and it just rolls off the pad. Next week, 41. Remember?
Nick was a former captain. He came from Lancashire. Michael Gough packed in when he was only in his mid-20s. Decided he'd had enough and went to try his hand as a professional footballer, and then became the youngest first-class umpire. But he just fell out of love with being an opening batsman, didn't enjoy it anymore.
Martin Spate, 30. Paul Collingwood, 26. 81 for 8 here. That's just played away, just backward square on the offside, and there's no run. 4 wickets for Mark Hylett, who we mentioned this morning. Of course, taking that 9 for 19 at Northampton in the 13 LBWs in a day game in 95. So this is 3 years later. He's still leading the Essex attack, 4 for 49. And then Essex 185, so a good first innings lead for Durham. And there's Melvin Betts with 2, and Steve Harmison with 2, and John Wood with 3 wickets. Nobody getting that many runs at all, really, for Essex in that innings. So that's steered down off the open face for at least 2, going down towards the third man boundary. They've got the second run. The fielding completed by Pepper.
3.
And they're going to get 1 for the throw, because he had quite a lot of ground to cover there. And there was, long boundary out there. And the deficit's below 100, 84 for 8. Yes, it was just runs down the order, and 31 extras actually helped Essex get up to 185. And then Durham 247 with 42 to Collingwood, who top scored. John Wood made 37 down the list. And 3 for Neil Williams, and 5 for 46 for Danny Law,
who then had a spell here in 2001.
Yes. And then Essex 243 all out, Durham winning by 95 as Cook bowls, and that one's just played defensively up into the offside, and there's no run. 63 to Nasser Hussain. Robert Rollins made 41, so he was the keeper after Mike Garnham. And then Melvin Betts 6 for 83. So he had a very good match with 8 in the game. And a couple more for John Wood, 1 more for Steve Harmison. So the tide just starting to turn with that Durham victory in 1998, the first clash between the two sides in the championship at the Riverside. Just before, of course, we went into 2 divisions, 84 for 8 now.
Somebody's just put the bowler off there. Dave's email, he says, morning chaps, nice to catch up yesterday. As you mentioned, I'd gone full sunburn by the time I got back home, so I'm watching and listening from the relative safety of the house today.
Cook with 2 slips and 6 men saving 1. And this one just takes the pad of Potts, who actually went rather across his crease as Eckersley did, but that one was heading down the leg side. But Cook completing his over, 4 for 30 in 18. Raine has 3 and Potts has 2. And Durham 84 for 8 are still 98 behind.
He says, watching and listening from the relative safety of the front room today due to work commitments later in the day. Matty Potts playing here. I think he went to the same school as Jordan Pickford, St. Robert of Newminster School in Washington. Jordan Pickford, the former Sunderland goalkeeper, now with Everton. And is he still with England? I don't know. I never watch England matches.
So many keepers in the squad.
Siddle's coming round the wicket now to the left-handed Raine. Raine tries to drive. That was heavy on the bottom of the bat, and that will be stinging the fingers as the vibrations run up the bat handle.
So at Edgbaston, Dane Patterson, who got 3 wickets yesterday, has got a 4th this morning. Danny Briggs, who batted very well against Essex a few days ago, he's only got 7 today, and they're very much relying now, Warwickshire, on Matt Lamb, who's there on 60 not out. 276 for 7, Warwickshire against Notts in this group.
Siddle once more comes in and bowls. Oh, it's an edge, and it's driven out through the covers for 1.
So, yeah, little bit of a full shot, but
Ian Myers has been on and says the Ned decision was, what's he described as? I'm going to totally disagree with you. A new day, but the same hideous umpiring. Ned's triggering was missing leg all day long. I completely and utterly disagree. I've frozen it there.
Yeah.
That is hitting middle and leg,
Yeah,
and he's walking around in his crease.
Yeah, that's the problem. He just went too far across.
Defended this time by Potts. It's the top of the knee roll, but that's not missing leg all day. Definitely not. And it looked about right from here as well. There's only been twice in this match where there's been an appeal, and I've thought, no, this is not going to be out, and then it was. If you watch as much cricket as we have over the years, you just get a gut instinct as to when you think you're likely to see the finger of doom or not.
And certainly the batsmen weren't getting forward yesterday. It's something Essex will bear in mind, I'm sure, in the second innings.
Siddle to Potts. Oh, that's done a bit. Potts has played and missed, and it's swung in between bat and pad, gone past the off stump and along the floor. Keeper had to take it low across to his left.
Yeah, it's a really good piece of keeping that from Adam Wheater, because that was a very difficult one to anticipate as a keeper. Low and heading away to his left. Got across to it, took it well.
Wheater the keeper. He's quite a small lad, isn't he, when you see him from this distance compared to the two slips not alongside him. Siddle comes in past the umpire. Oh, and that's an inside edge that Potts didn't know much about. It's gone to square leg for one.
Dean Allen, in touch. Morning, Dean, on bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. When was the last time Harmer didn't bowl in a completed innings? And you're enjoying the feature of looking back at the old matches, and you'd like that to be done in future games. Well, the reason I picked Durham is because actually there's less games to look through. Obviously we'd have to have some sort of time limit with other counties, but I thought with Durham it actually sort of fits into a nice package of a couple of days.
Siddle round the wicket to the left-handed Raine. Raine forward, pushes the ball out towards mid-off.
We will try to. We just mentioned actually Northants earlier on, the fact that there's a real history of Northants Essex games, and who knows, there may be another Northants game at Wantage Road, probably in Division 2, if the two sides were to end up there, but Essex will have higher aspirations than that, and so will Durham at this stage. Really interesting group. Worcestershire are still in it, but you feel that although they may well go on to beat Derbyshire, they've got an awful lot to do with just a couple of games left. And as we were saying off air, there's still plenty of twists and turns. Even if Essex win this game, there's still a few things that could happen that would unsettle them. One of them actually would be Warwickshire beating Notts in this current round, so there's a lot to go. And it's what it's doing is it's providing this sort of almost end of season feel of the championship in late May, early June, when you normally get it in September. Here's Cook. As that one is driven away towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Of course, the reason for that, of course, is that there's only 2 red ball games between now and August Bank Holiday Monday. Martin, more between early June and then, just a couple of games in July, and Essex have only got one of those. So Essex actually about to play their last 4-day game at Chelmsford until probably, well, either August Bank Holiday Monday or the first full week of September.
Yeah. So when they have the split later in the year, you take your points with you, but you don't...
Half the points, yeah.
You don't take the points against the teams that are going to be in your group who you've already played, is that right, Simon?
I'll come back to that in a sec, as this is played defensively. Oh, actually, it's just almost missed the stumps there at the non-striker's end, but there was no touch from Cook, and it's gone to mid-on, there's no run. So you take... I think it's a slightly complicated way of doing it, because you end up with half points, but you take half the overall points that you had against the side that you're going through with, and you ignore the points in the other 4 against the other 4 counties. So, as Cook comes into bowl, and this is played up to mid-on, and there's no run. Were Essex to win this game, but Durham was still to find a way of qualifying, Essex would have quite a considerable points advantage over Durham going into the second phase, because they'll have beaten them twice. I think a slightly simpler way of doing it, you just take your better points total against the side from the 2 games, and you don't have half points to worry about. So if you take, say, 19 points from one game and 12 from the other, you carry through with 19. That might be a simpler way of doing it. 86 for 8. And Cook up to the wicket, bowls, and this is just played away to mid-wicket, just a little hop across the crease from Potts, playing it up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Ryan Tender-Scarter, who looked good for a brief period at the crease yesterday, looked good in his last innings as well. Might have a part to play with the bat later on in this game. And Essex, that was already certainly the top order batsman. We're thinking about how they're going to play on this pitch. They'll be analysing what's happening now, wondering how they can improve on last time. If Pepper does, he'll do really well. This is a stroke into the offside and fielded by Cook off the bat of Potts, who's looked quite good so far for his 3. But Durham at 86 for 8 need to try and find their way up to, well, 130-ish would leave them 50 adrift. That will give the bowlers something to work with. It's quite a long way from here, though. A couple of important wickets are gone this morning, particularly Eckersley. And here is Cook from the Lumley end. Straight approach up to the wicket. He bowls, and that's driven away to mid-on, and there's no run again. Didn't time that one. So the end of the over. Potts on 3. Another maiden for Cook, 4 for 30 and 19. And we've got Durham at 86 for 8. So it means that they're 96 runs behind. And Ben Raine is the other batsman. He's about to face. He's on 4. Yes, when did Simon Harmer last not bowl at all? I've got a feeling it might be more recently than perhaps we might think, or there will have been occasions where he'd have only bowled a couple of overs. I'll just have a little flick through games of this season, but this is a situation that's geared towards the seamers. But if Martin's prediction of perhaps the game not moving quite at the same pace today is borne out, then doubtless Simon Harmer will be required in the second innings. I'm sure Durham will think that they can learn from what's happened in the first innings and get more success second time round.
Porter's coming back into the attack. They've only used the 3 bowlers so far. Porter 1 for 22 from 10 overs, 4 of them maidens. Right arm round, bowling to Raine from the Finkel end. That's driven, and that's 4 runs. Nice shot. Slightly over pitched and met on the bounce there by Raine, and he's just steered that through the covers. There is a fielder close in on that offside who dived across to try and cut that out, which was Nick Brown, but he couldn't get across far enough.
No, that was a very nice shot, just indicating that it's possible to play strokes on this pitch.
Siddle's taken 3 for 29 from 14 overs, 5 maidens. He's now having a breather. Sam Cooke 4 for 30 from 19 overs, 11 maidens. Porter in again, and that's defended by Raine on off stump. Ball rolls back to the bowler.
Well, generally speaking, this is quite an unusual situation for Essex this season, because certainly in first innings away from home they've sometimes found it a bit difficult to bowl the opposition out. So Simon Harmer has certainly been required. Warwickshire made 284, Durham 259 at Chelmsford.
Porter to Raine. Oh, thick inside edge. He had no idea where that was. He was looking around in a panic there. It's gone off towards backward square leg for 1. Found the edge. There were some other low-scoring games yesterday, weren't there? I think the weather's probably impacted on quite a lot of games.
Yes, I think...
what was Yorkshire's eventual?
Well, I just honestly think it's more about them being outplayed, to be honest. I think Lancashire are a much better side, particularly with Yorkshire got various absentees, of course, including Joe Root and Johnny Bairstow in this game. Lancashire 116 for 1 in reply to Yorkshire's 159 at the moment. Just think they're the better side, to be honest, at the moment.
Porter right arm over now to the right-handed Potts, who defends, and the ball rolls back to the bowler.
They'd be on my list of 3 potential winners of this competition, Lancashire. I'm certain they'll get out of that group, and I think It's going to be
well, they've been
tough opponents.
Perennial underachievers in recent years.
Yeah.
Yo-yo club, up and down.
Ryan Tenderscarter paid them tribute in 2017 when Lancashire were the only side that lived with Essex in that season, and he said how well they'd done.
5th ball of the over from Porter. Potts up on top of that one, fends it away off towards the covers. It trickles across the square on the offside, no run.
But that was a year that Essex effectively won the title at Edgbaston. Didn't mathematically do it there, but all but.
Tenderscarter fielding in the covers. Took ages for the ball to roll to him there.
In 2019, as it turned out, they effectively won the title when Kyle Abbott took 17 wickets against Somerset at Southampton.
Porter in. And Potts plays just a short mid-wicket no run there. It's out who? Against who? Somerset?
Kyle Abbott, yeah. What the story there is, it's quite an interesting one because there's quite a lot of rivalry now. Hampshire and Somerset. It's a developing rivalry. And what happened was that the last sort of showpiece Lord's final was Hampshire and Somerset, but Hampshire could not play their 2 England stars, Vince and Dawson, and they had a bowling all-rounder batting at number 6. So basically Somerset won relatively comfortably. Somerset played well, but they over-celebrated in the view of the Hampshire players, and when Somerset came to Southampton in September, it was a nothing game for Hampshire, but they had something to prove, or they wanted to get one over on Somerset, and Kyle Abbott took 17 wickets on a pitch that was an interesting one, as Cook comes into bowl, and it's played defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run, and it was absolutely crucial, because what it meant was, with a very poor forecast at Taunton for the last game, Essex and Somerset, that Essex were ahead of Somerset in the table, so it meant that Somerset had to win. And Somerset, of course, produced that pitch, which was the one that had the points deduction. But even with the weather around, and
was that 2016?
That was 2019. That one, yeah. But it shows if you upset a side and they've got nothing to play for, they'll come back and bite you.
Wow.
There's Cook bowls, and that's driven up into the offside, and there's no run. I think that's.
Well, Hampshire did that at Notts the day that Durham won the title for the first time in 2008. And there'd been some bad blood between Hampshire and Notts at the time, and I remember Steve Harmison telling me that Hampshire were determined to beat Notts at Trent Bridge.
Oh, was that the televised game? Yeah, because I remember Hampshire just batted and batted, didn't they? Brilliant tactics, actually.
And then they beat Notts, didn't they? And
yes.
But Durham also beat
absolutely drove Notts to distraction, left themselves with an impossible 4th innings target, as that one's played defensively up into the offside, and there's no run.
I can't remember what the issue had been. It was something to do with relegation and a non-declaration a year or two earlier. I can't remember.
I think some sides have good relationships. I think Essex, generally, I can't think of a side where I'll doubtless put wrong on email, but I don't think. I don't think, obviously, apart from Somerset, in the sense that, particularly from Somerset's part, there is this rivalry at the moment, mainly because Essex, of course, have won titles in recent years, and Somerset have not been able to. They've clearly been the 2 best sides. That's just a delivery which is just run down off the open face, but it was a good one from Cook, and Raine's got it away for a single, and Durham inching towards 100, 92 for 8, 90 behind. But yes, I think Somerset and Essex is quite a rivalry at the moment. But Somerset have been unlucky not to win a 4-day competition in the last couple of years. On various occasions they've been close, but I think they've got a great chance this year, although they are a different side with Craig Overton in it. And I wonder if they find a place for Tom Banton in the middle order and he finds some form. They've got a better balance now. They've got Eddie Byron back at the top of the order. Here's Cook up to the wicket bowls, and that's hit away through Walter for 4.
I was going to say that looked like it was going to be an awkward one.
Yes.
And he didn't, to me, appear that he'd lined himself up properly behind that.
He'll be annoyed
through him.
In a low-scoring game. Paul Walter will be annoyed himself there because, just an awkward bounce. He was a backward point. He just went straight through him, and really with the short boundary on that side, that was 4 runs all the way. 96 for 8.
Well, Durham are now 4 runs away from scrubbing that talk of being out for less than 100 earlier on. I said maybe in half an hour's time that might be irrelevant, and here we are about half an hour on. So
just the one slip. Where's Sir Alistair gone? Let's see if we can find him. As this is clipped away around the corner out towards square leg, and there's no run. So we've got 6 men saving 1 at the moment. And just the one slip in. It was a third man and a fine leg there. 96 for 8 it is at the end of the over. Oh, there he is. He's in the outer. He's just walking across from, I think, deep backwards square leg. 96 for 8. Potts 7 and Raine 10. And he could yet play a big part in this game, Alistair Cook. I think he's just sort of waiting for that chance to make that really, really important contribution.
I think he's just been off the pitch.
Yeah.
And Snater's just come on as 12th man.
Yeah, you're right. Just walking back on. So they may do with just the one slip for a moment there. So it's 96 for 8. Deficit 86. Durham have got to, I think, reduce this below 50 if they can. And it's a tense morning here, and I say good to see another decent crowd in.
This is the 18th meeting between the two. Essex have beaten Durham 9 times. Durham have only beaten Essex 3 times, and only one of those was in the southeast during the first visit to Chelmsford in 1993. Porter around the wicket now to Raine. Raine drives at an over-pitched ball that goes out into the covers and is stopped by Nick Brown.
But one of those victories was probably the most, well, about as comprehensive a victory as you can possibly imagine, and we'll get to that game later on. It was one of the mid-2000s game as Durham were just starting to crank up towards being a title-winning side, and we'll come to that game a little bit later on. Durham had a first innings lead, I think, of 399.
Raine's on 10. Porter bowls. Raine drives again. Brown cuts it off once more.
So yeah, Essex have the two sides have barely played each other, of course, in recent seasons. But
12 years between matches.
Yes.
That's the longest gap Durham have had against anybody.
As Essex have,
Durham came up in 2000 at the end of the 2005 season. Essex were coming the other way, were they?
Yeah, we had this extraordinary stat when Essex and Sussex played each other in the Bob Willis Trophy last year.
Comes the bowler. It's played down into the ground. I think, actually, no, was it 2012 the last time they met?
2010,
2010.
Yeah.
So Essex went down that year, didn't they? And then then Durham were relegated 2016, and Essex came up that winter.
Yeah, the one that trumps that is Essex-Sussex. They played each other last year. It was only their 3rd first-class meeting of the 21st century. They played each other twice in 2004. It was quite remarkable.
Porter to Raine. It's pushed off towards Brown again in the covers.
Of course, they are quite frequent opponents in limited overs cricket because they tend to be in the same groups. But just no 4-day cricket between the sides for a very long time, and turned out to be an interesting game at home. It's nice to be back there, as indeed it's great to be back at the Riverside again, and lovely that the weather has turned out good for the return of the spectators as well.
In comes the bowler, and that's played back to him sharply, and he fills it back at the stumps at Raine's end.
Grumbler says, has it ever been proven that umpires who used to be bowlers give more LBWs? That's an interesting thought. I remember a study a few years ago that gave statistics saying umpires were much less likely to give a captain LBW. The reason was that the captain gave a mark to the ECB about the umpire's performance in each game. That is an interesting thought. Mills and Middlebrook are both ex-bowlers, but the former was a paceman.
In comes Porter, and that's gone off towards the covers again. Dot ball.
And you thought he was a little more trigger happy of the two against both sides yesterday. Yeah, I think we were saying that, having sort of analysed it, I think maybe our consensus is the umpires had a slightly better day yesterday than maybe there were 1 or 2 thoughts at the time as people were challenging LBWs, and I think you were saying, Martin, there were probably 2 that were marginal. So, and I think the problem for the batsmen yesterday, they weren't getting forward on a pitch with variable bounce, where just straight bowling was the order of the day. So, yeah, if they're there to be given, that's what needs to happen. But interesting thought about captains. I would have thought, hopefully that doesn't come into play at all. Although, of course, if we go way back, it didn't even need to be LBW. W.G. Grace allegedly, of course, replaced the bails when he was bowled, and said they've come to watch me bat and not you bowl. There's Cook bowls, and that's played defensively up into the onside, and there's no run. Of course, there have been issues with home side biased umpiring in the past, particularly in test matches. Thankfully, those days seem to have gone. Obviously, a couple of examples come to mind. There was a New Zealand West Indies series in New Zealand, which really, I think, were decisions that really upset Michael Holding, if I remember. And of course, a famous one was the Shaka Rana, Mike Gatting, Pakistan, England, 80s. That's just hitting the pad this time of Potts, and it rolls into the onside. 96 for 8 Durham, but thankfully those days seem to have gone, and of course the technology is responsible for that. Although I'm afraid even during the winter there were one or two examples in the India-England series of perhaps the technology not being used to the full extent, of not showing an entire incident where a different decision could have been reached had that happened. And this is clipped away off the pads past square leg and down to fine leg for a single. 97 for 2, and there's some thought that Mark Butcher, who drew attention to that as the sole, I think he was just about the sole English commentator in the commentary team that you would have heard on Channel 4, drew attention to that, and then didn't appear in the subsequent tests, and Graham Swan did. But yeah, it might have been that he was telling it like it was, but that's what you do as a commentator, and there should never ever be a situation where a commentator certainly is a concern about what they say, because they're going to offend the host board. 97 for 8. This is driven away up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run there for Raine. 10 for Raine and 8 to Potts. 2 wickets down this morning, and a wicket each to Cook and to Peter Siddle. And Cook, who bowled for a long spell from that Lumley end yesterday, is continuing this morning. 4 for 36 in 20 overs and 4 balls. Of course, one man who was part of that coverage of Channel 4 during the winter that's just played up into the offside, up towards Pepper cover, is the man right in front of us, Alistair Cook, who took up the summons to get up nice and early some February mornings, and I think made a very good impression, along with his former opening partner Andrew Strauss. Ebony Rain for Brent also involved, and of course it was very well received to see Test match cricket back on terrestrial television. When it will next happen, live Test match cricket, is a matter of conjecture. 97 for 8 as Cook bowls, and that's hit away for 2 out towards the deep cover boundary. They'll consider a third on the throw here because there's a lot of ground to cover, but they decide against it as Tenduskarta throws in to Sam Cook. And 99 for 8 is the score now, and with the exception of the 2 wickets, Martin, it's been relatively. Of course, that's the important point, isn't it? It's been relatively calm progress. It does suggest that, with nice overhead conditions, that it might be a slightly better batting day today. But Durham do need another 30 odd runs just to really feel they're in the contest. Potts 8, Raine 12, 99 for 8.
Yeah, they've put on 20, these two now, from 44 balls. It's time. You've got a 12 o'clock or not?
No.
Right.
Got a 1, but we'll be heading off for that.
My one's about 1:15. We'll have a 15-minute news show at 1 o'clock. Bit of cloud coming and going, some sunny spells. Isolated showers.
Yeah, those
hang on, I'm listening. 17 degrees.
That'll do.
Porter right arm over. 2 Potts. That's gone off towards the covers now and there. Misty on the coast, normal.
And there's your full forecast.
I think we're going to be alright for showers. I was looking at the satellite this morning. It looked like they would be to the west of us.
Yeah.
So. And it looks nice at the moment. Plenty of blue sky on show.
Interesting to see if we have any problems at Old Trafford today, but we'll keep an eye on
there's a lot of rain over the west, isn't there, today?
Yeah.
Certainly too far west.
Playing at the moment.
Durham need 1 run to get to 100. It's not going to be that ball though, because it's played straight back to the bowler by Potts. Potts on 8 from 24, and Raine's faced Is it 34? He finished on 24 as well.
Matt Lamb out for
24.
Matt Lamb out for 67 at Edgbaston, and it's a really good fight back by Nottinghamshire. First yesterday evening and then this morning, and Dane Patterson's taken 5 for 81, 293 for 9 Warwickshire in that one. So they may not get a third batting point. Notts have got their 3 bowling points.
Porter comes in and bowls. Oh, an attempted drive from Potts, and he's edged it behind, has he? He's gone.
Yep.
First rash shot from him. He got an inside edge earlier, but well, that's a bit of a blow from a Durham point of view. Could have done with him hanging around a lot longer than that. And he's being caught by the keeper, Adam Wheater, and Porter gets the wicket. How many is that for Porter now? 1 second.
Yeah, they're sort of been Cook and then Siddle and then Porter. I think 4-3-2 at the moment, isn't it? But it's just been a very good performance all round from the Essex seam attack. And I say, after a deceptively calm period at the start, they've taken 3 more wickets this morning. 99 for 9. I suppose if Durham don't make the 100, they'll consider that Essex got a score in the 90s and won the reverse fixture. And if Durham were to do something dramatic with the ball, it's still entirely possible that we could get the most extraordinary scenario of history repeating itself. But I think they'll want a few more runs, and they don't want to risk it. As Rushworth comes out to join Raine, who's got to try and take control of proceedings now. He's been in for 24 balls, and see what he can do. A few more emails, but we'll look at those after Martin's next update,
which will be in a minute or two.
Yeah, so we won't go into those. 99 for 9, but bbcessexcricket@gmail.com if you'd like to get in touch with us.
Well, they're trailing by 83.
It's still a lot, isn't it? So, Rushworth, a 22 and a 44 together now. Rushworth wearing number 22. And Jamie Porter getting a wicket off the third ball of the over, 2 for 27 in 12 overs and 3 balls. 4 for Cook, 3 for Siddle. And the Essex seam bowling attack, which certainly looks very good on paper, on this occasion bowling to its potential and bowling extremely well.
Porter to Rushworth, and he's out. And Durham don't make 100. It is the 25th time they've been bowled out for less than 100, and that really has not been good enough at all from a Durham point of view with the bat. Update for BBC Radio Newcastle. Well, not very good at all from a Durham point of view. Bowled out for just 99 after they restricted Essex yesterday to 182. They were desperate for a partnership to form this morning. It never happened. Ned Eckersley went for 16 LBW to Sam Cook, and then Bryden Castle was bowled by Peter Siddle. Matty Potts has just been caught behind off the bowling of Jamie Porter, and then Porter has bowled Chris Rushworth first ball, so Porter will be on a hat-trick in the second innings. But Durham 83 behind with a massive job now to get back into this one. A crucial game with so much riding on this, because the two of them are vying for second spot in this group. So Durham will be bowling again in a few minutes, and there's commentary on the BBC Cricket website.
Very comprehensive, that. Too good for Rushworth. Rushworth, of course, will be hoping to hand out something similar in a few minutes, but Essex will be delighted with that. I think they'll settle for that. 99 from 58 for 6. I think you're probably leaving the dressing room at the start of the day. If you're offered that, you probably take it. Given the overhead conditions, that's another key point. It looks a nice batting day, and that is Jamie Porter's 350th wicket, first-class wicket for Essex. Thank you very much indeed for that, Dean. And yeah, well done to Porter, who I think is just steadily getting into the groove this summer after a quietish start by his standards. And Durham 99 all out, and those final bowling figures: Porter 12 overs 4 maidens, 12.4 overs 5 maidens, 3 for 27. Cook 21 overs 11 maidens, 4 for 38. Siddle 14 overs 5 maidens, 3 for 29. And just like Viv Richards in the second West Indies innings at Lords in 1984, when Greenwich got a double hundred, when he was in the unlikely to be in the did not bat column with a chase of about 340 odd to win the game, Simon Harmer is not often in the did not bowled column, but he is on this occasion because the seamers have very much done the job.
Right, we'll be back with you in a few minutes.
Well, welcome back with for news. If you've just recently joined us, that Durham have been bowled out for 99 this morning. The last 4 wickets putting on another 41 runs. And now we have an important phase of the game as Durham tried to strike back, but Nick Brown and Alistair Cook look to try and build the sort of partnership which, if they were to come off well here, could almost put Durham out of the game, because the first innings lead is 83, and on a pitch that's offering help to the bowlers, that's probably more than Durham could afford to concede. Nick Little and Martin Emerson here on a lovely morning here at the Riverside. It's we've got plenty of blue sky, the cloud is high, it's wispy, and at the moment no threat at all from the weather. So it's going to be Brown and Cook to open up, and Rushworth is going to bowl the first over, with Durham needing to strike back. And I suppose if Durham can resume where they left off, 5 wickets and 17 deliveries for the cost of 3 runs, and that will be very satisfactory from their point of view. So Rushworth going to come in from the Lumley end with just the 2 slips again, bowls to Brown, who goes back into his crease and plays to square leg, and there's no run. And important for Durham to try and strike back as quickly as possible here, Martin.
Yeah, somebody in the crowd said yesterday, when Essex were out for 182, I wish Durham had 182 in this match. So 25th time they've been out for less than 100. They've only won 1 of the previous 24 against Derbyshire about 2-3 years ago.
So it would be extraordinary as Rushworth comes into bowl. Oh, that keeps low, and that could be a key thing for Rushworth here, and Brown digs it out and plays it up towards mid-wicket. But of course if Durham were to win the game, we'd have the extraordinary situation where the winning side had been bowled out for less than 100 in both games. Well, that's a long way away, and Durham would have to strike back quickly. That would be quite an extraordinary stat.
Yes, Durham's previous lowest score against Essex was this year in Chelmsford. 123 all out in the second innings.
As Rushworth goes round the wicket from a Lumley end, bowls again, just keeping a bit low, and Brown playing defensively. Obviously he'll be anticipating that.
Did you see which roller was used there? I wasn't paying attention.
I didn't, but I imagine that they probably would have used a heavier one. To be honest, it didn't catch my eye, but
there's
thought that it would be. I think they're looking to do more or less actually what Warwick did at Chelmsford, which is to try. They had basically Warwick batted for 1 over at the end of one day, and then obviously had a roller again, and use the heavy roller twice. 2 slips waiting as Rushworth bowls, and oh, that's a good one, and Brown is playing and missing at that outside the off stump. So we found a couple of games, thanks for the emails regarding Harmer not contributing with the ball, and it's tended to be, of course, when the opposition had been bowled out for less than 100. So a famous game at the end of 2018 where Surrey lost their only game of the season as champions. They lost the final game, bowled out for 67, and Harmer didn't bowl, and then when Essex batted, Harmer made an unbeaten 100. As this one is played defensively up into the offside. It was a game where Essex took a first innings lead of 410, but ended up winning by 1 wicket. Quite extraordinary match, that one. But in terms of being the most recent, it's not. I'm pretty certain it's going to be the Kent game in 2019, where Kent made 40 in their second innings. So in the context of a first innings, we think it's going to be that Surrey game, but in the context of either innings, it will be the Kent game in 2019 at Canterbury. This is played away into the onside, and there's no run for Brown. And that one looked to be quite a well-balanced contest until Sam Cook got to work with a remarkable spell. Yes, it was a match where Kent were going along okay in the game, and then suddenly the whole thing changed very, very quickly. August 2019, Kent 226, Essex only made 114, but then Kent bowled out for 40 with Cook 7 for 23. Mohammed Amir got 2, Jamie Porter got 1. Simon Harmer played in the game, and he bowled in the first innings, didn't take a wicket, and got 30 odd for Essex second time around.
Here's Potts, he took 1 for 45 in the Essex first innings. That swings in low, and Alistair Cook deals with it roundabout off stump. Durham, remember, had a 163 run lead at Essex in April and blew it. So this is technically perhaps not over, but they do have some work to do here. They're going to have to run through Essex and hopefully avoid any major partnerships developing. Potts in once more. Oh, that's right off the toe of the bat.
Needs to make the new ball count as well.
Yeah, and I mean, what we have seen here is, and actually we've seen a lot this season, really, the pitch is flattening out and settling this season. That's generally in cold conditions where the ball's not been doing much for the bowlers. This is probably the warmest day we've had of the season.
So Rose, thanks for suggesting Kent 2019.
Potts in, bowls, and that's played away safely to short mid-wicket by Alistair Cook. Was that a big B or something?
It's a fly, I think.
It's a big one, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a rat fly, it's that big.
Yeah, so you're also asking, has been an occasion where Harmer's not bowled in the first 45 overs. Well, be an innings. I'll be surprised if that were the case, but it's possible.
Potts bowls, turned off the legs, past square leg, and out down towards the long leg boundary by Cook. He's off the mark, cut off by Rushworth, right in the boundary in front of the Health Club.
So Dean, you suggested the Surrey game in terms of first innings. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Gary, you mentioned, I don't know if Michael Holding was playing, but you mentioned the test series I was talking about, New Zealand, West Indies, where it was Colin Croft who took exception to the umpiring, and he ended up barging into one particular umpire. I've got a feeling Holding was playing in that series as well.
Potts to Cook. It's gone to point, stopped by Jones. What was the highest score in that Durham innings then? It wasn't much, was it? 16, Eckersley, no 20 Bancroft. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 batsmen, never even got the double figures.
Yeah, tells a bit of a story. People not being able to get in on this pitch.
That is played to mid-wicket, and that is the end of the over 2 from it. And Essex are 2 for 0.
So, adding bonus points in as we go with Warwickshire 9 down. They've got 3 batting points. So, in fact, the 4 main contenders in this group have been taking 3 points apiece so far, because Notts have got 3 for bowling, Warwickshire have got 3 for batting, and Essex and Durham have both got 3 for bowling. So it's Notts on 100, still 12 points, still now 9 points clear of Essex. And here's Rushworth, and that's just steered down towards backward point, and there is no run. So everyone pretty much where they were at the start of proceedings, but of course Notts and Warwickshire still got a chance to add further first innings bonus points from the Nottinghamshire innings, which will doubtless start fairly soon, although Warwickshire's last wicket pair are hanging on nicely at 320 for 9. That's Oliver Hannon Dolby and Liam Norwell in that one at Edgbaston. So we'll keep an eye on that. till that fly in the box. It's not causing us any problems at the moment, so here's Rushworth round the wicket, bowls another good delivery which pitches round it off stump and leaves Brown. He had to be careful with that one, didn't play it in the end, so but certainly a few questions being asked with this new ball, as you'd expect. 2 for no wicket, but building on a first innings lead of 83. And Essex in a good position in this game. And our colleague Don Topley's been in touch. Hello Don. All very nice here on the Suffolk-Essex borders. I'm sure the weather's nice there today. It is here. Short mid wicket in 2 slips. And Brown just reaches forward and steers up into the covers, and there's no run for this next Rushworth delivery. And he's got his guarding out of the way early, so he goes to the commentary. So
big guard is back, isn't it? An acre at top of the hours.
Now Don says a few are concerned about Essex this season, but he's not. He still fancies them to get into Division 1. I mean, it could be down to fortune on which of the home and away venues of the 4. Yes, I could think that it'd be interesting if you end up with, say, Lancashire and Somerset away. Those would be 2 tough ties. As this is flicked away off the pads up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Of course, Essex with a good record at Chelmsford, although it's not been, of course, wins all the way this season by any stretch of the imagination. Warwickshire really were a match for them, as the final score in the game told. And impressed with Warwickshire's bowling, having the comparison with Derbyshire the previous week was chalk and cheese, but certainly they're still very much in contention. So this short mid wicket, which Wesley didn't really employ, is in. Oh, that one just comes down off the inside half of the bat, and Brown's not quite sure where it is, but Cook sees that there's a run there and calls Brown through. So it goes to 3 for no wicket, and the lead is 86. The home crowd obviously hoping that there are going to be more wickets either side of lunch here, and the Essex supporters who made their way to the Riverside will be hoping that it's going to be a nice afternoon's batting to steer Essex into calm waters in this game and set up the elusive first away win. As Rushworth bowls, and that's a very good delivery which is beating Cook outside the off stump. Just held that one back a bit, and it pitched and left the former England captain, and Rushworth as ever looking at danger here at the Riverside. 2 overs a maiden and none for 1, and Essex are 3 for no wicket. They've bowled Durham out for 99 on this second morning. Tom says, what a performance by the Essex bowlers he did yesterday. So, yeah, it's just when they needed it as well.
It's done yesterday, wasn't it? A bit like Durham's second innings at Chelmsford. You don't recover from being none for 2 after 2 overs. I think they were 18 for 3 or something, weren't they? Here's Potts bowling to the left-handed Brown. That's left alone. It's into the keeper's gloves. Durham have got to find a way of fighting back here.
Yeah. Nick Brown looked good for his 23, got to his that landmark 6,000 first-class runs for Essex.
Well, how many batsmen have gone into the 20s in this game? 1 for Durham.
Brown certainly did.
3
obviously Pepper.
Essex, Walter and Pepper.
Yeah.
And Pepper's 92, way ahead of anybody else in this match. Potts balls from the Finkel end, turned off towards mid-wicket, and it's missed by the diving Burnham, I think that is. So he chases it across the field. They run 2. Chases it up towards the mid-wicket boundary in front of the pavilion.
Ilicitano saying that it's better weather here than in southeast Spain, and great performance from the Essex Seamers, but do have to worry about that variable bounce with the pitch keeping, ball keeping low. Will there be question marks about a pitch with 20 wickets and 110 overs?
Potts bowls. This has gone off towards square leg, no run there. The match referee is Tim Boone, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, one
Not
answer
the one
is
from the in-spiral carpet.
the batsmen haven't been getting forward as they might have done on a pitch like this, and a few wickets would have gone down. But no, it's certainly a pitch offering help to the bowlers, but I think we're in agreement that the batting technique might have been better just on a pitch with a variable bounce. And Pepper made 92.
Just pushed towards mid-wicket. Burnham comes round from square leg to cut it off. 1 run. So that's the first time Durham have been out for 99.
Well, Essex have recent history. And we got, of course, a couple of scores in the 90s this season. '99 against Notts at Trent Bridge, having been sent in on a green seamer. Didn't win the game though, Notts won by innings and 30. Very comprehensive. Interesting. This is interesting because Wesley didn't employ a short mid-wicket and here we've got 2.
Yes. That's left, past the off stump.
Thought that he tended to, might have done occasionally, but more often it was a ring of 6 saving 1 and 2 slip. But certainly it is perhaps a more valuable field. If you're going to have further attacking fielders rather than having a gully, have the short mid-wicket for the ball that's stopping. And it's just a hit in the air to 2 fielders, literally just a few yards apart. Short mid-wicket.
Post-innings. That swings down the leg side. Good one-handed stop by the diving Eckersley.
That's a nice piece of keeping. Second one we've seen this today actually was a good one from Wheater earlier on. 6 for no wicket, Essex. They were 83 ahead after bowling Durham out for 99. Durham resuming at 58 for 6. And a deceptively calm start, but then a couple of wickets went down. Eckersley was a really key one, but perhaps when you look back, the really big one was for the last ball of yesterday evening. Durham making their lowest score against Essex. As here Rushworth bowls, this is hit in the air, but safe to a square leg. It would have been a short square leg in, that would have been a bit of a problem for Brown, looking to flick that off his pads. So, very much Essex in the box seat at the moment, and they'll be happy with a period of play here where nothing much happens. Just to see if shine off the ball. I'll note that when we did get to the older ball, Michael Pepper particularly found that it became a bit more comfortable. Short mid-wicket in, and here's one that leaves Brown and doesn't play a shot. Plays it pretty well. So Warwickshire's last wicket pair still to go. That'll be annoying Notts now. 3:30 for 9, and they put on 41. Norwell and Helen Dolby. After Patterson's 5 for 90, so 3:30 for 9. Warwickshire building again after losing wickets yesterday evening and this morning. Worcestershire 394 for 9 against Derbyshire with Ed Barnard 79 not out, but Worcestershire got an awful lot to do in this group, probably too much. This is heading down the leg side and gathered in nicely by Eckersley. And there's no run. Rushworth just looking to see if he can get that line that was causing Brown a problem in the previous over. But Essex will be delighted, having been in a lot of trouble at tea, and a bit of a shock dressing room, I would imagine, with 5 wickets and 17 balls for the addition of 3 runs. They've been a dominant side ever since. And here Brown clips one nicely off his pads for a single to fine leg down to Potts. That was a nice stroke. So now Durham will feel they've got to take wickets quickly, otherwise they'll fear, particularly with Alistair Cook spending any time at the crease, There's a chance that Essex could effectively back Durham out of the game. I think Durham will be hoping at the very least that they can bowl Essex out for something like 182 for a second time. That's probably their minimum requirement. This is Cook just getting a delivery which he just traps into the onside. A little bit of hint of movement from Rushworth, but he got forward to it, Cook, which is interesting. And doubtless Essex will be looking to do that where possible. It might have been a general batting fault in the first innings with players not doing that on this pitch, which is certainly offering help to the bowlers, but as Pepper proved, it's not impossible to bat on it for a while, as this is outside the off stump and Cook leaves it alone. So Alistair Cook, averaging 31, he'll be just a touch disappointed with that. He's got a century, but he's got a couple of 50s there that hasn't converted. Got a 40 when he was really flying at Edgbaston. Just found a way of getting out when set, perhaps a little bit too often for his liking. But perhaps he's due a big one here. 7 for no wicket, building on that first innings lead of 83. Interestingly, Nick Brown and Alistair Cook both averaging 31. Brown slightly ahead. 4 50s to him.
Potts round the wicket now to Brown. Brown plays that to Beddingham at mid-wicket, no run.
So Potts impressive. I thought he looked at his best actually bowling from the Lumley end in a spell after lunch yesterday. But Rushworth obviously with choice of ends. But Potts impressive from what we saw yesterday. Tougher situation now with that big first innings deficit.
Round the wicket again he comes. Brown goes back into his crease there. Plays the ball away from off stump back to the bowler.
But certainly showing considerable promise, and like Rushworth, we're very keen to certainly separate this pair before lunch, which is just over 25 minutes away. A little bit more cloud cover building up over the pavilion, hint of showers this afternoon.
Brown waits as Potts bowls, and that's right on the spot, played up to Carse at mid-on. So the lead's 90 at 7 for none in the second innings. Essex, this game has gone along at a rapid rate of shillings and pence.
And
that fly's annoying though, isn't it?
Yes, Essex will be hoping that that all slows down today from this point onwards.
Potts to Brown. Played back to the bowler again. Tight over this one. 4 dots so far.
Just looking for a nice afternoon's batting, really. And set something Durham going to find difficult to get. I would have thought that anything approaching 300 and over will be tough in the fourth innings here.
This one's wide of off stump and is taken low by the keeper.
But these two, of course, noted occupiers of the crease, particularly Cook. But it's a situation that's ready-made for Brown. But Essex are just looking to. I mean, they can bat for 4 sessions here if they wanted to, and it's a situation that's ready-made for either of these two to play an anchor role, play a long innings, and allow others to bat round them. And if either of these two are able to do that, that would certainly be just what Essex want. There's no time pressure.
Potts in. Ooh, that stays low. And that's through to the keeper, and that's the end of the over. It was a maiden.
Yep, so key thing, no breakthroughs yet as far as Essex are concerned. And a similar story for Yorkshire, where Lancashire are right in control at Old Trafford. And one thing that might halt their progress today is the weather, which is certainly worse to the west of the Pennines. But 142 for 1, just 17 behind, and Keaton Jennings is 49 not out. Yes, Yorkshire certainly folding up with the bat yesterday. One or two names missing from their side, and it looks like they might find it a bit of a problem to get anything out of that game, and might be relying on, well, Northants in particular not beating Sussex, which is the result that would cause them problems in the context of the battle for second place. And that's a very tight game actually. Northants have just taken the lead but have only got 2 wickets left. 176 for 8 in reply to the Sussex 175. And here's Rushworth. That one pitches and leaves the left-handed Cook, and there's no run.
Talking of Rushworth, Richard Lange has emailed. He says, great day yesterday at the Riverside. On a very busy day, everything worked well. Not certain whether it was a case of Essex batting well or just down to Durham's management of the game. Watching Rushworth yesterday and his performance this season and the past years, he must be the unluckiest bowler not to get an international call-up. Looking at his performances in terms of wickets this season and last, he must compare extremely well to the other bowlers likely to get an international call-up. Are there any stats?
Here's Rushworth bowling, and Cook just comes forward and plays up into the covers, and there's no run.
Well, he's up in about, I think he was going into this match, he was in the top 4 in the championship this season, I think. Let's have a quick look. Where's the most wickets? Simon Harmer was top, was he? Craig Overton's top 36.
Yeah,
Chris Rushworth 36. So he's second now. Harmer hasn't bowled, so he's 34.
Yeah.
So I think Harmer did start the week top. I've got that.
Well, of course, Overton would have started this round of games top. That's taken the pad of Cook and run down towards long leg, and they're going to get a single. Just look to see if there's any bat on that. There was a little bit. So bat onto pad and down towards backward square leg. A little bit of movement, but Cook dealing with it perfectly well. He's gone to 3. Brown has 5, 8 for no wicket.
Right, well, what's happened there? Have I done that?
Overton, of course, not. Well, Somerset aren't playing either, but he's in the England bubble now. But he's done terrifically well for Somerset in the last couple of games. Rushworth with 2 slips and a short mid-wicket. Up to the wicket now, bowls, and it's an appeal for LBW, but I think it's an inside edge, and it's going to be gathered in by Burnham coming from the slips. By Bancroft rather, but in the end they've score remains at 9 for no wicket. There was just a half shout there.
Well, Overton at Somerset's got 36, Rushworth's got 36, Harmer, who can't play for England's 34, Abbott's 33, he can't, Fletcher can, but he's at Notts 32, Ryan Higgins at Gloucestershire 31.
Yeah, so the only one who's added in the top 3 is Rushworth in this round. This is played defensively up towards mid-wicket by Cook, again testing over from Rushworth, but still hasn't made the breakthrough. Essex at 9 for no wicket.
There's a young up-and-coming bowler at Middlesex called Timmy Murtagh. He's taking 26. I wonder if he could play for England.
If he had the batting line up to support him, he'd be much more pleased with things. I know he did quite well against Surrey in that second innings at the Oval, but Middlesex's batting has really let them down this season.
Sam Cooke's on this list as well at 29 now.
This one is just played defensively up into the offside, and there's no run. So just a question of negotiation of the bowling before lunch. No real aggressive intent from these two, but it's just about seeing it through to lunch and then starting to build afterwards. And they're doing fine at the moment. 83 ahead on first innings. Now Essex are 9 for no wicket. Durham having made 99 earlier on.
Sam Cooke's 4 for 38 in this match was his best of the season so far. For Essex with the ball. Ben Raine coming into the attack. Took 4 in the first innings. 4 for 45 I think it was, and said he didn't feel he bowled very well. So he felt it was the worst bowling he'd put in this year. What Durham need from him is a performance with the ball like they had a few weeks ago here, where he took something like 5 for 9 I think it was. Here he is, right arm round to Brown, Brown turns that off towards long leg for 1.
Notes in that.
5 for 9 in 13 overs, 8 maidens against Warwickshire.
I noted in that Northampton innings where they lead Sussex by 6 with 2 wickets left. Saif Zabe is 56 not out, and at the age of 50 he actually made his debut for Northampton at the age of 15. I think it was in a second 11 game. It was back in 2013, 15 years and 90 days. That is young.
Raine comes in and bowls. Played to one of 2 men around the mid-wicket area. Bedingham gets it, no run. There was, wasn't it Hamidullah Kadri who played for Derbyshire about 2017, was the first player to play in the county championship who'd been born in the 2000s.
Yeah, I suppose it was inevitably going to happen at some point, wasn't it? Making everybody feel older.
But he was only about 15 or something when he did it. Raine comes in and bowls. It's gone down the leg side. Another good take, one-handed from Ned Eckersley. If you want to email, it's weircricket@yahoo.co.uk. You can tweet at Marty Cricket.
And BBC Essex Cricket@gmail.com or at BBC Essex Sport if you'd like to get hold of us. And nice to hear from you.
Ten for none. The lead is 93 for Essex as Raine bowls. And that's too far down the leg side and flicked off towards deep square leg by Cook. Stopped by Rushworth right in the boundary. They'll run 3. Essex used the heavy roller before this innings, and as yet there's not been any sign of anything untoward from a bowling point of view. It looks all fairly straightforward at the moment.
No, it certainly not much happening at this stage.
Raine to Brown. Stays low. Sure, that's going down the leg side. It's not. It's been given out. Well, there you are. Just as I say, there's been nothing untoward. The next delivery brings a wicket.
I must admit,
I tell you what, that looked from here like it was going down the leg side.
Yeah, my first thought was it was quite a good shout, so it would be interesting to see the replay on that.
Hit him quite low.
Yeah. So Brown will be disappointed, and Essex have not got through to lunch without losing a wicket. Yes, it's...
how many LBWs is that now? There was 6 for Durham. 12, that's a 13th LBW in the match.
It's a lot, isn't it? Well, it's given Durham some heart. The first thing that's gone right for them for a while. And Tom Westley, of course, who's got this strange record this season of getting a lot of runs in favourable conditions, but has not really come off in pressure situations. If we wouldn't call this a pressure situation, but he'd like to actually get a useful score here, certainly. Yeah, that Essex-Sussex record, there actually have been 4 games since the year 2000. I remember there was one at Colchester actually in 2016, but they're very, very rare opponents in 4-day cricket, Sussex for Essex. And there was one at actually Castle Park in Colchester, I think it was the last game played there, where one Jofra Archer made 73 and Danny Briggs was in that game as well, playing for Sussex and got runs, and Chris Jordan made 131. Very entertaining, high-scoring, drawn match. Yeah, they played each other twice in 2003 and twice in 2016, and then a Bob Willis Trophy, but very, very rare. So there's an example of another opponent that Essex have rarely seen. Of course, should be a fitting send-off for Colchester, although not, of course, what the Essex fans would want, losing that venue. So thanks for that, John. Yeah, that's right. He got runs, and also his bowling certainly surprised. The pace he generated indicated great things to come. Of course, made an appearance for Sussex in the Championship, but sadly we're not going to see a lot of him, I think, in Test cricket this year.
Tom Westley is on a pair, and it was Raine who got him in the last one. Now it's left alone outside the off stump. He got a 21-ball duck LBW to Raine in the previous innings. First ball he faces on that one is left wide of off stump. So the lead is 96 at 13 for 1.
Well, a question you've probably been asked before, Martin, but so apologies if you have been asked, but it's worth asking, I think. From Dean, do you think that Rushworth is the best pace bowler not to play for England in recent years? Certainly, let's say the last decade. Certainly in English conditions, consistently year in, year out.
Yeah, I'm just trying to, probably, yeah. I mean, Darren Stevens is still taking wickets fun. Luke Fletcher's getting a few knots, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, and I think, you know, Sam Cook in English conditions wouldn't be that far away. This is Rushworth bowling and played back down the pitch, and there's no run. Whereas I don't think there's any future for county tour games. I do think that there is something, and I know it means taking players away from county games at times, but the England A set-up where you can see the likes of the next cabs on the rank or the next best bowlers in county cricket playing against touring sides, I think is something that should be maintained. But there's just no real room for county tour games now with the 100 arriving. Rushworth bowls, and this is played by Cook off the back foot. A little bit of movement he's negotiated. So 13 for 1, building on a first innings lead of 83. So 96 ahead with Nick Brown the man out, and Ben Raine, I think he struck in the first inning, the first over in the first innings as well. Memory serves me right. Certainly another very early intervention from him, and of course it was this combination that caused all the chaos yesterday afternoon, Rushworth and Raine. So we've got this short cover in for Cook. So interesting field placings. The two slips as used by Wesley, but Durham going for men in front of square, and depending on who's on strike, with the left-hander Cook on strike, it's a short cover plus 5 saving 1, and Cook gets a delivery that again just jags into him slightly, and he plays it off the back foot, and there is no run. Warwickshire been bowled out for 341 at Edgbaston. Lamb made 67, and in the end Patterson 5 for 90. So 3 batting points for Warwickshire, 3 bowling points for Nottinghamshire, and here 3 each for the two counties with the ball. So in terms of bonus points, not win points, but in terms of bonus points, Warwickshire and Notts have power to add over the rest of the day. 13 for 1, and here is Cook taking a delivery away off his pads down towards deep backward square leg for a single. Again, just a bit of movement. It was off the inner half of the bat, and he rolls along to 7. Wesley no score. Now I suppose if he could set a record of the longest pair with balls faced him, he wouldn't want to do that. So he'd be keen to get off the mark after never quite managing to do so in the first innings.
Paul Chubb's been on, and he says yet another LBW. Both umpires have exercised their out digit with prolific regularity.
Yeah. 14 for 1, and here's a nice stroke from Wesley, and he will get a run on the misfield. He was probably thinking, when I'm ever going to get a run here, because that was a beautiful stroke, but straight to the man, the only fielder anywhere near the ball at mid-wicket, and it was worth 4 that from Wesley. It was a lovely stroke, but he did get a single because there was a slight misfield, and it's 15 for 1, so maybe that'll make him feel a bit better. Wesley 1 and Cook 7, 15 for 1, and Nick Brown the man to go to Ben Raine.
Paul says, what's the greatest number of LBWs in a championship match at the Riverside? I don't know. I've looked through the stats, but there isn't a list for them. I've looked at ground records as well.
And thanks to Stephen for pointing out the 2003 game, the gap of 13 years between fixtures against Sussex. That was also at Colchester. Oh, bowled him! What a breakthrough that is! Goodness me, Rushworth has just bowled Alistair Cook for 7. Now, we've seen a lot of deliveries that Cook has been playing that have just come back into him. Generally, he's played them pretty well. We mentioned one that went off the inside edge earlier in the over, but that one, I think, was a misjudgment from Cook, and he's been comprehensively bowled. Very interesting to see the replay of that. A great breakthrough from Rushworth, and Durham really had to get 2 wickets before lunch, and they've done it. 15 for 2.
Well, they lead by 98, 96, what's that say? 98.
Well, it'll be interesting if we get a chance to see the replay
I was
of that.
expecting this to all calm down today.
Well, it hasn't, but it's what that's done, that wicket in particular, is, I think, given Durham some self-belief. They'll be thinking, now we're going to have one of those games where there's 2 scores of 100 odd and 2 scores of 180, and each side has to make one of each. We're going to have to make the biggest, the 180 again, but they'll now be thinking, can they bowl Essex out cheaply and get a real momentum shift on, like they did yesterday afternoon. It's fascinating stuff. 15 for 2, but that's a big moment potentially in the game.
Well, what can you say? Rushworth, how many wickets has he got now?
He's taken the lead, hasn't he, for the season?
Yeah.
I think he was level with Craig Overton, who is a... Craig's
7 this season.
Craig's probably going to struggle to maintain the momentum, being in the England bubble probably for quite a lot of the rest of the summer. So
547 first-class wickets, 542 for Durham.
Yeah, I mean, but that was the way he was going to get Cook, getting the ball back into the left-hander, and in the end, that's one that Cook will be wanting to look at on the replay as well. Terrific delivery. Now it's Wesley and Pepper, and a big ask for Pepper to do the same thing twice. Tell you what, it'd be some story if he did.
So last ball of the over. Here's Raine to start a new one. That's left alone. So that was 8.6 overs when that wicket came. Michael Pepper back to the crease in his 5th match, is it? Did we say?
4th. I think it was 4th, yeah. So here he is again. Again, probably coming out a little bit earlier than he would have liked. Still the wickets fall here at Riverside.
Leaders 98. Raine, right arm over to bowl to Wesley. Played up towards short mid-wicket.
Well, I suppose that'll be the Durham thinking, isn't it? We've got a score of 180 odd and a score around 100, and Durham will be thinking, if we can get a second score of around 100 here, we'll have a lot of momentum in our favour going out to chase something near 200 to win the game. And it's a long ask, but if they can get another wicket either before lunch or shortly afterwards, no Dan Lawrence, of course, Essex will be on the back foot.
He's just clipped the outside of the off stump on its way through to the keeper, that ball.
Yeah.
Raine in. Oh, that's worth a shout. That's out. Wesley's gone, LBW. There was a bit of a noise, but I think that was more the bat hitting the boot or the pad. Essex at 15 for 3. Will we even be hearing tea? This is ridiculous.
Well, Tom Wesley, poor Tom Wesley, it's the trend of the season for him that he's benefited when the conditions have been good for batting, but he has found it a struggle when the pressure's been on, and certainly coming out and with Alistair Cook going, the pressure was right on. That was a terrific delivery. All credit to Ben Raine, 2 for 4 in 9 deliveries. Wow. And
that's 14 LBWs now.
Yeah, and I think no surprise actually that was given. The only thing I was thinking was inside edge, looking at the way that ball was going, but clearly nothing of that sort to worry about. So Walter and Pepper, who shared a significant partnership first time round, 15 for 3. So the first innings lead was 83, so it's now 98. As I say, this is what I think Durham will be thinking here. We've just had a score of 99. If they can bowl Essex out for something around about that and leave themselves with something maybe just short of 200 and make a decent start, that's the crucial thing. But they've got the players there that can do that at the top of the order. We could still have another turnaround. We've already had one great turnaround in this game from Essex yesterday afternoon Are we on the verge of seeing another? 15 for 3, the lead is 98. And I'm going to have to go and regale in a moment our BBC Essex listeners with news that's not as good as they might have been anticipating 20 minutes ago. You almost need hourly updates with this. Just one of those situations where there's a lot to fit into a 30-second update.
Raine's got Wesley twice in this innings. First innings 21 ball duck, LBW, and then today for 1.
Still Michael Pepper's 92 stands out. Tell you what, if he can just make 40 here in the second innings, it would be another very valuable contribution. There is someone somewhere who's probably betted on Michael Pepper to top score, to make the 2 high scores in the match, and is probably sitting there very nervously at the moment. Anyway, I shall see you after lunch, Martin.
Yeah, Rushworth's got Cook 3 times this season. I wonder if Cook's ever played against him before. Raine comes round the wicket then to Paul Walter, the tall Paul Walter. Tall Paul. There's a lad who used to see at Sunderland away games called Big Paul, but not Tall Paul. It's defended on the off stump. Just angles right in on Wesley's back pad, I think, there. As Raine comes in again, round the wicket to Walter. He's appealing. I can't see where the batsman's standing in line with the stumps. It's not given. Oh, it's hit right round the knee roll of the previous one, Wesley. I can't see the line of attack there from Raine because the non-striking batsman's completely obscuring my view there. But Raine was absolutely convinced he had his man there. James Middlebrook, the umpire, said no. Raine round the wicket, he bowls, and the batsman takes a couple of steps down the track and plays that into the offside. That is the end of the over. A wicket maiden from Ben Raine. Now, what did Raine start this match with? Did he need 7 wickets or something to get to, where was he? 7 wickets to get to 300. So he's now got 6, so the next wicket is 300 in first class cricket. And I think I was about to say that they looked like they were going to try and start another over before lunch, but I looked at the clock, it's already 1 o'clock. Not a hope. That is lunch then. What a fight back from Durham there. They'll not want to go off their danders up. There we go then, lunch. So we'll be back with you in 40 minutes time.
Cameron, welcome back to Durham. How pleased are you to be back at the club?
Yeah, really
yeah, really excited. Obviously I had a great time here in 2019, and yeah, just really grateful for the opportunity and for the club to welcome me back. So yeah, it's nice to be out of quarantine, to be socialising, seeing the boys again. So yeah, looking forward to it, really excited.
The Derbyshire game, it'll be the first time you put the Durham shirt back on. Just how exciting will that be?
Yeah, really exciting. I think you know, everyone up in the northeast is very proud of the Durham County Cricket Club, and you know, I know for all the guys it means a lot for them to put the shirt on to represent the county. So yeah, like last time, I look forward to doing the exact same thing. So yeah, really exciting, great opportunity, can't wait.
Looking back over the past few months, 3 centuries, 3 half centuries in the Sheffield Shield. You joined in Durham in very good form. You must be pleased where your cricket's at the moment. Yeah, it's nice to play some good cricket back home for WA. Yeah, hopefully I can take the lessons that I learnt there and keep learning and developing as a player, and you know, hopefully contribute for the team and get some runs here for Durham. So yeah, hopefully take that confidence and do well. Looking back at 2019, just how much did you enjoy your time with Durham last time out?
Yeah, enjoyed it thoroughly. You know, obviously the cricket was really enjoyable for, you know, meeting all the boys, playing some games, being able to win some games as well. Yeah, it was really really exciting, but it's a nice part of the world to be in, the northeast of England. So yeah, look forward just to enjoying everything and enjoying you know, playing with the guys, playing well, and I guess enjoying the festivities of being in the northeast. It's yeah, looking forward to it.
782 runs, 2 centuries last time here in the county championship and the Royal London Cup. Why was it about the northeast that you wanted to come back for a second spell?
I felt like, you know, in 2019, you know, the club went through a lot of change, and you know, new coach, you know, a lot of, you know, a few players retired and things like that as well, and it was just a time of change, and you know, even in just a short space of time, a couple of years, you know, to see from afar how the group's grown and how they've started the season this year has been really exciting. So you know, there's a good feeling amongst the group, everyone's improved, and you know, there's a good culture brewing here, and it's just nice to be a part of it again. So yeah, hopefully I can contribute and you know, really enjoy the direction that the club are going in.
Back in action next week. What have you got planned for the next few days ahead of the Derbyshire game?
Yeah, for me, just I think really enjoy watching the boys play this game. You know, hopefully they can put on a good show against Worcestershire, and for me, I'll just be enjoying that, getting a bit of training in myself, you know, acclimatising into the wickets and just socialising with the boys again. So yeah, a bit of everything, a bit of preparation, and hopefully build to play that game against Derbyshire next week. So yeah, can't wait.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was, if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so, but we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers, so that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
underlining the point that the captains don't think there's going to be a lot sort of flying in the third or fourth or slip region or gully. And here is Raine bowling, and that's miscued rather, goes out towards backward point, and there's no run. So a mix from Paul Walter in that over. One lovely drive, and a couple of slight miscues, but he's still there on 4. Pepper has no score, and well, Essex losing those, well, particularly the wicket of Hook, but also Brown and Wesley before lunch. It's 19 for 3, and the lead is 102.
I think on mute and suddenly decided to start blaring out. Mike Boorman's emailed. He says, Martin, I'm thoroughly enjoying your commentary and can confirm the action from the Riverside is never better served than when one is sitting on a balcony overlooking the Mediterranean. Now, the headline of this email is called Tall Paul. That was a reference I made to Paul Walter a little bit earlier on. There's Rushworth's about it, coming to bowl to the right-handed Pepper. Right arm over from the Lumley end. He bowls, and that's played to short mid-wicket. He says, I'm somewhat surprised that, as a man who has previously declared his irritation at not receiving a pair of DJ decks as a present, you did not mention the existence of Tall Paul, a luminary of trance from the 90s, who had a couple of chart hits. The story is that I asked for a computer for Christmas in 1984 and got a twin turntable, and ended up being a mobile DJ when I was 13, rather than being annoyed that I didn't get the twin turntable that I never asked for. I got one that I didn't ask for. As Rushworth bowls, chopped into the ground here by Pepper and down towards the gully area. He goes on to say, rocked a house, and his mashup of In Excess, Precious Heart would not have won any awards for musical composition, but they nevertheless reached the dizzying heights of numbers 12 and 14 in the UK charts. Other notable Tall Paul information. His real name is Paul Newman, and at the height of his fame it was impossible to book him to DJ on a Saturday night if you were a northern club promoter, because he was an Arsenal season ticket holder. That's the excuse his agent gave anyway. Maybe I would have had better luck if I'd tried to book him during the cricket season. In comes Rushworth, Pepper forward to this one, and it goes off towards the covers, no run there. He says, warm regards, Mike, brackets, Graimbridge superfan, now exiled in Ibiza. A Graimbridge superfan. An incredible thing to be. Where's Graimbridge these days? Plays for Burnmoor in the North East Premier League. Former Durham spinner. One of the few spinners I've ever come across who suffered a hairline fracture of the back. It's a common injury among fast bowlers, but you don't normally hear of it among spinners. 19 for 3. Pepper has faced 9 balls and is still to get off the mark as Rushworth comes in here and bowls. Oh, that's pulled into the leg side furiously and away for 4. They really cracked that hard out towards the TV scoreboard. Nice shot.
Yeah, it was. It was a bit short from Rushworth and put it away, so we've seen 2 good boundaries from these two as a scoring shot since lunch. Just trying to settle things down here, and I say their job is to repeat what they did in the first innings, and if they can do that, Essex will be in a strong position. Lead's gone up to 106. Situation where Durham need to keep taking wickets.
Some of these DJs, the fees they charge for a night is absolutely astounding. As Rushworth here is coming in again to bowl to Pepper. That's left alone, goes through to the keeper. I remember I'd been down to London possibly to cover a Sunderland Arsenal game, and we were on the train coming back up, and there was a lad sitting there, and he had these 2 record boxes on the table next to us, and he was meeting a chauffeur-driven car at Newcastle Station to be then driven all the way across to Workington or somewhere like that. And this is going back to about 2002, 2003, and he was getting a lot of money for a 2-hour DJ set in a nightclub in Workington or Whitehaven or wherever it was. Put up in a hotel, and then was flying home the next day. All expenses paid. Rushworth in, driven by Pepper up to mid-off, no run there. Maybe I should have stuck in with the twin turntables and the Wild Whippet Roadshow. Could have been a millionaire DJ by now. 23 for 3. The lead is 106. You're listening to BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Essex.
And Stephen, an email you sent earlier, but it's worth mentioning now because we were just talking about the fact that Essex at one point had lost 8 wickets for 18 in both innings, and you mentioned the occasion when Essex were bowled out for 20 by Lancashire, and I think Jake Mickleborough, who of course got that famous score on this ground, made I think 10 of those. And you say it was about the first decent day's weather of that season. You brought along some nice beer that you bought on holiday in Fountains Abbey in North Yorkshire a week before. But
Very nice.
Yeah, your pal and yourself never got to finish it. It was Essex's lowest ever score as Raine bowls, and here comes Walter pushing forward, and it goes up into the covers, and there's no run. And in 1983, you've been present when Foster and Phillip, Sir Norbert Phillip, Neil Foster, bundled Surrey out for 14 in the last hour of the day on a spring bank holiday Monday, and you felt sorry for the guy you saw that drove out of the car park when Surrey were 4 for 4. That's probably Henry Blofeld, I think, who missed out the lowest score against Essex. As Henry Blofeld was famously left early covering the game for newspaper, and that is flicked away off the pad, I think, down towards fine leg for 4. I'd like to see the umpire's signal. It is 4 off the bat, so Paul Walter gets a second boundary, so 3 boundaries for Essex since lunch, and they'll be pleased with that, and maybe things are about to settle down a little bit.
One of my favourite pictures of my youngest daughter Astrid is her in a big waterproof outfit with a hood on. It's polka dots and it's in black and white, and she's walking past the ruins of Fountains Abbey.
Ah, well there you go.
And I've always thought that could be an album cover for Joy Division or something like that.
Yes. 27 for 3.
Or half man, half biscuit, whoever wants it.
Raine comes into bowl to Walter, and that's just cut away. Oh, nice little stroke down towards third man. He's playing well here, Walter, and that's going to be at least 2. It's just going to be drawn in short of the rope with 3 fielders chasing it, and they get back for a second run. So a little bit of counter punching here from Essex. Walter goes to 10, 29 for 3, and the lead 112.
Stuart says, I can imagine you DJing at various student unions across the country, blaring out Half Man, Half Biscuit, Pitbull remix. Did the odd student disco here and there. They were always good.
Did you like it? Did you like Joy Division? You mentioned them.
Yeah.
Yes, I'll mention them in a moment. It's Raine bowls, and it's a nice little push stroke into the onside. So you tend to, during the lockdown, you tend to discover things on various sites online, and probably my favourite discovery was listening to John Peel's Festive 50 from 1981, where Joy Division had 6 of the top 14, and I worked out that my favourite songs by a number of groups, Joy Division, The Clash, the Sex Pistols, The Cure, albeit from they were fairly early on, as his Raine again bowls, and that's driven away down the ground. Another good-looking shot from Walter for 4 more. My word, this is good stuff. And another boundary for Paul Walter, a slightly over-pitched delivery, and he's put it away down the ground, and goes along to 14 from as many deliveries, as if there's no crisis at all. 33 for 3.
Imagine if that finger of doom had gone up when he was on none before lunch.
Adding to that list the Jam, and found my favourite songs from all those groups were the same as the John Peel audience.
Well, a lot of us were brought up listening to John Peel, weren't we?
That's right. Who I once met actually at a University Roadshow in the early 80s. And that's cut away off the back foot down towards backward point, and there's no run. And an absolutely quirky fact, the number 1 song on that year, which was Atmosphere by Joy Division, was number 1 in New Zealand 40 years ago. Actually, it was a number 1 single in New Zealand. So that's something they got right. But
I did go to see New Order at Wembley Arena probably about 2005, something like that, and that was a cracking night. All the years I'd followed them, that was the only time I've seen them.
But were they as good as Joy Division? Because of course they were the same.
They did a few Joy Division songs,
yeah. So we're talking about the man who left early in Stephen's email. We'll come back to that after this ball.
Durham could do with another wicket here. This lead is 116 as Pepper faces Rushworth. Again, he cuts down into the ground near the off stump. Dot ball.
And it could have been Henry Blofeld because of the famous story of a famous journalist, and we think it was him, who left early because he was going to the theatre and was just asking the sub-editor to put in the close of play Surrey score. And the danger almost was that big write-up on Essex's 250 odd. I think Keith Fletcher had made 100. And then at the close, Surrey were 14 all out. Almost happened, but not quite.
Gibbo's just been on, Richard Gibson. I'll read this in a sec as Rushworth comes in here from the Lumley end to bowl. Good ball, straight through to the keeper, playing a miss. He says, I've just switched on to watch the Durham Essex live stream and heard you talk about it being rare for spinners to have hairline fractures in their backs. Both Matt Parkinson and Mason Crane have suffered stress fractures in the back, or of the back, in recent times. Yeah. I think it's the only time I've come across it with a Durham player, Graham Bridge. Can't think of any other spinners. Mind you, Durham haven't had that many spinners over the years, to be honest with you, so... Rushworth to Pepper. He's just fending off one-handed towards short mid-wicket to Beddingham.
And Stephen also mentions a game at Garran Park, Southend, where Leicestershire made 32 in 2011, and you actually left as the second wicket fell, but you were taking your son to cricket training down the road at Rochford. And yes, some unkind comments made about Garran Park, in the sense that you didn't pay to get in, you paid to get out. It wasn't a very popular ground among the members. But Stephen managed to leave early on that occasion.
Rushworth bowls. Pepper just gets the toe of the bat on that one. Plays it up to mid-off.
You rightly said, Stephen, you don't think Durham are out of the game. The third innings, as ever in low-scoring games, will be critical.
Is that the ground in Luton? No? Where's Garran Park?
Garran Park was Southend. There was a much-loved ground called Southchurch Park, where the Australians famously made 721 in a day in 1948, and then that ground was no longer used, and they moved to Garran Park, which is sort of basically on the outskirts, and was often very, very chilly when it was warm elsewhere.
Rushworth playing a miss there from Pepper. My wife's just said the foghorn's on in the Roca Riviera, so there must be a bit of a sea fret hanging around. Davey Fenwick says, yesterday I decided to pause the afternoon and the last session on the YouTube channel with your commentary because I was busy. So I paused it so I could watch the action later on. It was like that episode of The Likely Lads where they do everything they can to avoid getting to know the football result. So I had to stay off social media all afternoon. So I watched all of the action last night after my tea, as if it was live. Great viewing instead of the usual drivel on TV. Well, it was a horror show from a Durham point of view. Another attempted cut there from Pepper. He's been beaten for pace 2 or 3 times in that over from Rushworth. That's the end of it. 33 for 3. The lead's 116. There'll be an update for BBC Radio Newcastle in a few minutes, and that was another Rushworth maiden. It's his 3rd out of 8 in this innings. He's taken 1 for 9.
Well, these two have doubled the score. Paul Walter particularly impressive. One nice stroke from Michael Pepper through mid-wicket. The two having a chat. 116 the lead. And it needs a partnership. And this is what those two managed to provide in the first innings.
Yeah. Bernard says, having taken 3 Essex wickets this morning, my dread is perhaps only getting 1 more by tea. This session is very likely to decide the game.
So here comes Raine with 2 slips and a short mid-wicket and 5 saving 1, and he just clips this round the corner just towards square leg, but with no pace, so it's got the chance of just moving through for a quick single. That'll rotate the strike, and it'll mean that Pepper will now face Raine. 2 for 19 in 4 overs and 1 ball. 34 for 3, the lead 117, and Warwickshire finally all out for 341, and Notts are now batting in that one at 21 for no wicket. So those two sides will accrue more bonus points as we go along. Bit of rain at New Road actually, but only briefly, suggesting that rain belt coming in from the west has arrived, and 421 all out against Derbyshire. 90s for Haynes and Barnard. That's a nice looking drive. Oh, good shot from Pepper for 4 through the covers, and just getting to the pitch of that, and suddenly rain becoming quite expensive. 4 between mid-off and cover. Lovely shot, and it's been a fine start from these two since the interval. It's now 38 for 3, lead 121.
He's gone for 23 in 4.2 overs, taking 2 wickets, but said yesterday he took 4 for 45. He felt it was the worst he'd bowled all season.
Interesting.
Just needs to be a bit more in mind of his line and length here.
So BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com or at BBC Essex Sport on social media. And 2 slips and a short mid-wicket as Raine bowls, and Pepper comes forward and looks for a single on the move here, but it's straight to cover, and there's no chance of that as Beddingham completes the fielding. Of course, Beddingham, if from our correspondent who was watching the coverage as live yesterday evening. Of course, that was a twist right at the end, which who knows how important that moment may yet prove to be. 38 for 3. And a partial recovery from Essex. In fact, these two are now getting back to the starting point of their partnership yesterday, which I think was 40. It's just a bit more overcast, and I say that there is a possibility of showers this afternoon. The clear blue sky is now mainly over the castle, way to our right. And here's one which is just played defensively, head over the ball, into the offside, and there is no run. So 38 for 3, Pepper 8 and Walter 15. All this after the very quick loss of Brown for 6, Cook for 7, and Wesley for 1. 2 wickets to Raine and 1 to Rushworth, as they threaten to repeat what they did yesterday afternoon. But Raine's been a bit expensive since lunch. He comes into bowl to Pepper, who goes on the drive and sends it out to cover. There's actually 4 men in the offside there, one at a sort of short, quite straight cover, as a mid-off, a sort of deeper square cover and a backward point. Those two fielders not too far away from each other, and there's a mid-on, a sort of wide mid-wicket who's just moving a bit further away from the square leg, just to show he is mid-wicket rather than square leg, and a long leg on the boundary. A little bit more overcast, still pleasantly warm. On BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Essex, here comes Ben Raine over the wicket, bowls, and just played defensively back down the pitch by Pepper, and Raine fields in his follow through, but just a hint of calmness to proceedings from an Essex perspective in the period since lunch, where Walters played particularly well, 15 from 16 balls, Pepper with 8 from 23, and it's 38 for 3, and the lead is 121.
Got to do an update for Radio Newcastle in a few minutes, and then we bring Ash Thorpe in. Interesting to know Ash wandered in around about sandwich time. That's a Dave Townsend trick there. I was used to turn up at Lord's just as the sandwiches were being rolled out. You can come on and defend yourself in a few minutes. Brian Coss is coming into the attack. Bit of extra pace as he replaces Rushworth. Coss took none for 30 yesterday from 11 overs. These two have so far put on 23. Coss in to Walter, and that's turned off down towards third man for 2. He's glanced off the face of the bat. Leads 123. Oh, that's a cut off the back foot through the covers and away for 4. And this is again another partnership developing between these two, which Durham could well do without, and this just puts a little bit of daylight between Essex and Durham here. 44 for 3 doesn't sound that much, but in a low scoring game with an 83 run lead, and that lead now up to 127.
Yeah, and maybe that LBW decision that benefited Walter.
Durham bowled out earlier for just 99 by Essex. It's the first time they've been bowled out for 99 in a championship match, and it's the 25th time they've failed to get to 100. So the lead was 83. Durham then fought back with the ball, removing Brown for 6, Alistair Cook for 7, and Wesley for 1 in the run-up to lunch. Paul Walter survived a big shout for LBW 3 balls before lunch when he was on none. Given not out, it looked a good appeal from Ben Raine. He's now moved on to 21 though. Michael Pepper at the other end is on 8, and at 44 for 3, Essex have a 127 run lead, and that's quite sizable in the scheme of things in this game.
So here's a little stroke up into the offside from Walter for a quick single, and this is a promising partnership again from these two. So Cast has come on for Rushworth, and I wonder if Raine might be replaced. He's been a little bit expensive of late, and Essex just calming things down after being 15 for 3 at lunch, and could easily have been 15 for 4. 45 for 3 now, a lead of 126. So it's a good position if you just look at it on paper. A lead of 126 with 7 wickets in hand on a pitch offering plenty to the bowlers. And here is Cast bowling, and a lovely cut shot by Pepper for 4 more. Goodness me, he's looked accomplished in this game. That was a bit wide, and Durham have been a bit loose. They've offered a few boundary opportunities since lunch, and first Walker and now Pepper starting to take advantage, and suddenly these two put on 34. And Ash, hello to you for the first time today, and this has been a good little period for Essex since lunch.
Yeah, they've really accelerated, haven't they? Counter-punched it, being 3 down early. These two batted beautifully yesterday and are putting Essex in a strong position.
Just the one slip in as Cast bowls, and that's a leg glance and a good shot as well. He got across the crease and saw the ball was heading down the leg side, and goodness me, that's an expensive opening over from Cast. So Durham have got a few problems here because they're leaking runs far too quickly on this pitch, and Essex have got their 50 up, and this has been a terrific little fight back from Pepper and Walter since lunch. They've taken the score from 15 for 3 to 53 for 3, Walter 22 and Pepper 16, both leading mainly in boundaries, and that was a very expensive start from Bryden Cast. 1 over for 15, and Raine will continue, but Durham have got a few problems here. 53 for 3.
Yeah, this lead is escalating very, very quickly now, and Essex will be really comfortable after a slow start and a few wickets as Raine comes into ball to the left-handed Walter, who's been very aggressive, scoring in a run of ball. He pushes that one to mid-off for no run.
Peter on the email is just asking whether the 48 game was played at Westcliff. In fact, it was South Church Park, Peter. In fact, Essex played all the tour matches against Australia at South Church Park from 1938 until 1968, and I think there were 7 of those in total, with the 48 being the most famous. One at Ilford actually in 72, and then Chelmsford.
There's Raine around the wicket to Walter, and that's chopped on. He's gone, important breakthrough. Is it chopped on?
I think so. Well,
might be caught behind, to be fair. I'm not sure. They've been obstructed by the non-striker. But Durham get an important breakthrough there as Walter goes for 22, and he was caught behind. Yeah, apologies there, as he's tried a little late cut where he's just been successful in scoring some runs, and Pepper, and that is a huge wicket for Durham as Essex just started to stretch away.
Well, it is, and actually I wonder if Cast hadn't been so expensive, if there might have been a bit of thought on the part of Borthwick of taking Raine off because of the number of boundaries he conceded, but he then probably thought, well, got a problem here because Cast has gone for 15 in 1 over, and I'm not going to take him off, so I better keep Raine on. And that has done the trick. They've taken that wicket just really in the nick of time because there were some worrying signs there for Durham. Now they've got Tender-Scarter to deal with. Now this is a big partnership because Tender-Scarter looked in good form in the last game. Obviously Pepper is looking absolutely terrific out there.
Yeah.
But if Durham can separate these two, then they'll see a little avenue similar to the one that was open to them yesterday, given that Wheat has not been in the best of form. So at a critical junction now, lead of 136. I was saying, Ash, I thought that Durham's objective here was to turn this into a sort of game where you had 4 similar scores, and Essex have made 180 or Durham have made 100, so now they've got to flip the reverse of that. They've got to try and bowl Essex out for something near to what they got and hope to be chasing less than 200 and make a good start.
Yeah, absolutely. This wicket will have little bits in it for the bowlers all the way through.
300th wicket for
Ben Raine.
Ben Raine.
Yeah,
so well done to him.
Ben. Splitting his time between Durham and Leicestershire.
Yeah, remember him for
So outstanding for him. Good to have him home, playing for his home club. But yeah, in the context of this game, they don't want to be chasing anything over 200. And Essex in that partnership were just starting to edge ever so close to that. Durham will always have that hope of what happened last night and losing those, I think it was 3 runs, the last 5 wickets, wasn't it, when they eventually broke through the partnership. So Tenderscart, a very important wicket here because he does score very, very quickly. And he'll face his first ball from Ben Raine, who bowls a horrible bouncer. He'd love to have that one again, I'm not sure. It was short and down the leg side and didn't really get up.
Typically, Tenderscart is a quick scorer when he gets in, but he actually likes to play himself in a normal situation. So you won't see him playing anything rash early on. He will get himself in. He'll know that Pepper is playing very well at the other end. These two had a little mini partnership in the first innings, but Tenderscart actually never got beyond 8, and he'll want to do better this time.
Yeah, he was out LBW to Borthwick, wasn't he? Very soft dismissal as Raine comes in, and that one's full, and maybe an inside edge onto pad out into the leg side for no run.
Lucas on the email says, thanks for your comments. Lucas, could you give a shout out to the University of Leeds cricket team? We finished our degrees this week and this makes for great viewing. So hello to you. A question we'd like you to discuss: how would Rushworth get on in an England shirt? My initial answer to that: on this pitch, very well.
Yeah, I mean, he's always been that unlucky one that he's never been quite quick enough from a Durham point of view. They went through the phase probably when he was at his pomp of wanting everybody to bowl 85 mile an hour plus, and everybody was kind of 6'3" plus.
Now, does Sam Cook have the same problem in terms of, bowling in Australia? You see, I think Sam Cook could do quite well in English pitches. Yeah,
I'm surprised he hasn't had a crack at home. He nearly got a game at Nottingham as Ben Raine comes in, Eckersley standing up to the stumps, and I think that was the game that Mark Wood played. It might have been the game that England knocked Australia over for not very many, and that was probably the closest that he came, and never really had another sniff since, which is a shame for him.
One of the reasons, of course, for the Essex success in the last few years is that they've been largely ignored by the England selectors, although, of course, Dan Lawrence is in the frame to play in the Test match at Leeds, and, of course, maybe away for much of the rest of the summer, because he's a pretty handy one-day player as well.
Yeah, he's an excellent cricketer. As Raine comes in and Tenderscart pushes that one out into the offside for no run.
For Essex's point of view, it has really fallen into place, the fact that Pepper, who wasn't an automatic pick as his replacement, has done so well and looking good again. A wicket maiden from Raine. That's pulled things around after a couple of loose overs, 3 for 23 and 6.
Absolutely.
And they were 53 for 4 with... it's still Essex. It's Essex's game with a lead of 136 on this pitch, but Durham need to keep taking wickets.
Yeah, runs on the board are crucial here. You always feel that there's a ball with the batsman's name on it at some stage, so Durham will be looking to try and take these last 6 wickets as quickly as they can, and Essex will be looking to bat as long as they can, and especially with the way Pepper's going, he's looked the best batter in the whole game. It's been very positive, played beautifully in the first innings, unlucky not to get to his 100.
Right, so here is Cass getting another go. Oh, beautiful delivery, and he's caught behind. Now that's a big wicket. He's bowled 1 over for 15. Wow. He's come back on and he's produced an absolute perler with the 7th delivery of this spell, having been hit round the park in his previous over. He's pitched one perfectly. Pepper's had to play at it and he's edged it through to Eckersley, and Durham have got 2 quickly here. What a match this is. 53 for 5, and Pepper, the hero of the first innings, played pretty well this time round as well, but he's gone for 16 and 2 new men at the crease.
Yeah, what a serious ball that was. Pace, bounce, little bit of movement away, and Pepper hasn't done a lot wrong there and has nicked that one through the keeper, and the double breakthrough that Durham were looking for. Maybe a bit of anger in that delivery after that first over that he bowled, but that sailed through beautifully to the keeper.
Well, what a situation this is now. 53 for 5, the lead 136. Wheater, who's struggling for runs, what a time this would be for him to come off. But Durham, we mentioned the importance of breaking that partnership quickly. They've done it. Durham, there's a pretty flat few overs from Durham actually after lunch, but now suddenly the 2 wickets have gone down, and we have seen wickets really fall in clusters. We've had deceptive little periods of calm, haven't we? Just at the start of a day there was one actually for the Durham 7th wicket pair, and then the wickets start to fall again, and invariably when one goes, another one goes almost straight away. So 53 for 5, a lead of 136, and I think Durham's target here is that Essex don't get more than another 50.
Yeah, things do happen in a hurry here, don't they, as we've talked about.
Mind you, They might also be a bit more optimistic in their target, thinking they're 5 down, that's 17 deliveries and 3 runs, what we're chasing 140 to win.
With the Port Elizabeth Express bowling from the Lumley end, Pride and Cast, he'll have his tail up there. He'll be disappointed with his first over.
It was a really bad over in the context of the game, when you can't afford to concede 15 in an over. But that was a terrific delivery, and Pepper, who has done so well, had little that he could do with on that occasion. Wheater is on strike, and he gets one which he just plays defensively back down the pitch, and the sun comes out. There's a bit of cloud cover around. It's still, you look away to the right over the Lumley Castle, it's lovely, but actually there's a bit of cloud build up over the pavilion. We mentioned there's been a bit of rain at New Road. I think they're still alright in the Roses match, although Yorkshire aren't, because Lancashire are 178 for 1, 19 ahead, with Jennings 79 and Luke Wells 37. They're just the better side, Lancashire.
Watched some highlights last night and of that game, and that was an interesting day's cricket from a Yorkshire point of view.
Yeah. Here's Cast again, comes into bowl, and there's a lovely shot from Wheater off the back. Classic Adam Wheater, off the back foot. It's crashed into the boundary boards just a few seconds after he struck it. Maybe that's a good sign for him, because he's not had much time at the crease recently. That was classic Adam Wheater on the attack, off the back foot, crashed away, just a bit short. Beautiful stroke. He goes to 457 for 5.
Absolutely nailed that, didn't he? Absolutely nailed that, short and wide, and crunched away to the short boundary. Marty reckons,
Marty reckons they've got enough.
Get the game moving forward.
Yes, that's right. Keep the game moving forward. That's the key thing. Here's a slightly ambitious shot. There's going to be possibly 2 to the total, maybe just the 1. I'm waiting for the umpire's signal as to whether that's byes or off the bat. It is off the bat. Goodness me, Wheater is lucky. It was a loose pull shot, and he's obviously got a bit of a top edge there, and it sailed over the keeper. Wow, that could easily have been a very, very tame dismissal in the context of this match, and I suspect Tender Scarter might just be saying that to him, because he's just gone up the pitch to have a word, played a lovely shot, and then a very rash pull shot, and he's just got, I think, a slight edge, which has taken it clear of the keeper for a single. 58 for 5, a lead 141.
It's been very aggressive batting, hasn't it, from Essex in the last few
Well,
overs?
I can see the thinking, but
absolutely.
Tender Scarter knows you've got to get yourself in, and he might just have said that to Wheater, and quite rightly, as here's a delivery which Tender Scarter plays a typical shot of his, actually, going across the crease and flicking it round the corner down to fine leg for a single. There's Potts doing the fielding, nice throw into the keeper, and Essex are 59 for 5, eerily similar to Durham's position, 1 ball short of the close last night, of course, when Bellingham was out. This could yet prove a critical moment in the game. Or could perhaps Alistair Cook's dismissal to Rushworth be significant just before lunch, as all sorts of wickets you view as really key ones? And will Adam Wheater pick the right moment to come good, as here he plays a much more safe shot just past the square leg umpire. Certainly Essex looking busy and trying to keep the scoreboard moving. Having said that, apart from that one great delivery, Cast has been a little bit loose, and that was rather on the pads, and a bit of a gift too for Wheater, who goes to 7. Tender Scarter has 1. Essex are 61 for 5. They lead by 144. And by the way, it's 40 minutes after lunch on day 2.
The game has accelerated, hasn't it? We normally talk about day 3 being the moving day, but I think every session's been a moving session in this game.
Absolutely.
There's always a ball there, you feel, at the Riverside with your name on it, and wickets do fall in clusters, and I like Wheater's approach here. He's come out, he's been aggressive, he's trying to get this lead up to something that Durham will feel very uncomfortable chasing, as Ben Raine is going to continue the bowling with Tender Scarter on strike. Tender Scarter's on 1, Wheater's already on 7 as Raine comes in. That's nice and straight and defended there by Tender Scarter, down to mid-on for no run.
In the Conference 2, Surrey in a game they need to win, 396 for 7. Hashim Amla 151 not out. Only 3 batting points though there against Gloucestershire. Could be one of those flat oval pitches, we'll soon find out. Gloucestershire would definitely take a high scoring draw in that one. How will Surrey's bowlers get on?
Ben Raine again comes into Tender Scarter, and this one's full and wide and is driven out into the fairly protected cover region. We've got a point a cover point, the man on the drive at extra cover under mid-off, so there's lots of protection there. There's 2 slips in place. Captain Borthwick there just a little bit concerned about the runs hemorrhaging so far after lunch. I'm sure he'd love another catcher in there, but at the moment, the way that Essex are scoring, he's having to be a little bit more conservative. There's Raine, runs away from us here, and that is full and wide, and there's no stopping that one, as that is absolutely belted through the covers. Lovely drive from Tendescata, and it got exactly what it deserved, and Essex move on to 65 for 5, and that takes Tendescata under 5.
Definitely trying to be positive. Just a question of, that was a fairly safe shot because it was over pitched and put it away by Tendescata. He certainly isn't going to play any risky ones at this stage, but that was a fairly safe one and played beautifully.
Yeah, it was. It was a lovely shot.
Raine just a little bit expensive.
As he comes in again, Tendescata on strike, and that one's much better delivery at the top of off stump and defended out into the offside. He was a little bit expensive in the first innings, Ben Raine. He probably didn't have the rhythm that he was looking for, despite I think he took 4 wickets in the end, didn't he? But,
Northants' useful first innings lead at Hove, 233 for 9, again with fluctuating fortunes. Northants right on top early on, Sussex fought back, but now Northants doing well. They win that and Yorkshire lose. They're right in the frame actually, contending for a place in the top 6.
Raine bowls, and that's defended back down the pitch by Tendescata.
Or Super 6, whichever you like to call it. I wonder if they've still got to play Yorkshire again, having lost to by 1 run earlier in the season. But Saib, who we mentioned a while ago, 64, and Gareth Burke, who we actually also mentioned in passing when we were talking about that Hampshire Somerset final a few years ago, formerly Hampshire, formerly Middlesex, 40 not out. Actually a very useful man coming in at number 10, I have to say.
Is he batting 10? Wow.
Yeah, so that's very impressive. Yeah, they have Parnell at 9, so it's quite a strong low order there for Northants. 236 for 9, building a useful lead there at Hove.
That is a long batting lineup. There's just a little bit of halt in play here. Not sure what's happening. One of the fielders, I think, has gone off.
It's actually Paul Walter's birthday. Thanks, Greg, for mentioning that. So shame he couldn't stay a bit longer, because he was certainly playing very well after lunch. Hopefully a few beers for him to celebrate an Essex win in Durham tonight or tomorrow lunchtime. And his previous birthday innings in club cricket, he scored 0 in 2011 and 9 in 2016. Well, he was threatening to score a few more than that today.
Just another helmet coming out actually onto the ground as Burnham looks like he's going to go into bat pad for Ben Raine, who's trying to bowl straight.
And a message, please say hi to Dave Houghton and Phil Reynolds from Greg. So thank you, Greg. .65 for 5.
149, the most important number on that scoreboard, which is the lead that Essex hold at the moment. 5 wickets in hand. We're looking to build on that as Raine comes into bowl. That's nicely defended out into the cover region by Tendescata with just a 1 slip now in place and a bat pad. That ends the over. Essex 65 for 5, and as we said, lead by 149.
Yeah, still very absorbing. Nick talking about the Australia 700 in a day, 7:21 at South Church Park, and you recall a story you were told and wonder whether the two events are related. What you've been told was that Australia were racking up a huge score against the county, and Keith Miller kept employing Don Bradman to declare, but Bradman would not, and eventually Miller went into bat, and as a protest against the one-sided nature of proceedings, took guard well outside leg stump and was promptly bowled, I think by Trevor Bailey from memory. When he got back to the pavilion, his captain was furious, and the story then went that because of this, as the first ball of a new over comes in and it's cast bowling up to Wheater, who plays out to mid-off, and there's no run, Bradman ensured Miller would never captain Australia. Miller would later be described by Richie Benno as the best captain Australia never had. Yes, I was trying to think if there was a captain between Bradman and Benno. They probably just have to sort of look that up. But do you know if this story was accurate? Indeed, the South Church Park match you referred to. Yeah, we believe it is. I think Keith was just thought it was all too one-sided and wasn't enjoying it, and therefore didn't want to take part. I believe that is true, as that's played off the back foot by Wheater for a single out towards deep backward point, and there's a single. Bradman certainly very ruthless, as he showed in Test matches, of course. Famously, he got 300 in a day, I think, once at Headingley. 66 for 5, Tendescarter 5, and Wheater 8. But certainly, that one of the features of the day, that rare moment of respite for Essex when they got Keith Miller out. Thanks for that, Nick.
Excellent stuff. You can see Durham now really on the defensive there with a deep point in place for Cast. 2 slips in place. A third man at deep point. Cover and a mid-off.
Here's the next delivery, which is just flicked away wide of mid-on by Tendescarter, and he gets through for a single. So still the scoreboard ticking over, and it's just the one partnership Essex need. Well, of course, the longer they go on, then the less options they've got. But this is a good option. Tendescarter and Wheater. Wheater looking to have made a pretty good start here.
Yeah, very positive, even just in the running between the wickets, and that's put Durham right on the back foot. Gets that lead up to 150.
So, here is the next one from Carson. Again, another run. Wheater just playing gently off the back foot down towards deep backward point, and if you haven't been watching this game, you think, oh, quite nice for batting here. It's plenty of scoring opportunities. It's just the fact that so many wickets are falling. It's the one thing that Durham will be looking at, thinking here now, is if we play positively in the second innings and rotate the ball around, we can make some progress. They don't want to be chasing too many, and the lead has just got over 150. 68 for 5.
Looking at the field, you wouldn't think it was 68 for 5, would you? But that just shows the value of that 83. Was it 83 in the first innings lead?
Yeah.
Absolutely crucial.
So here is a pull shot, and it just goes over the head of mid-wicket, and it's 4 runs. Tendescarter got one that was short, and Durham are proving expensive here. And he's hit it over mid-wicket, lovely clean strike, and he goes to 10. And Essex not fazed by the loss of those 2 wickets. They're carrying on the attack at the moment, and we've seen 3 singles and a 4 in this over. So Cast bowling his second expensive over. Just that, of course, that great wicket-taking ball that got rid of Pepper, but his figures look a bit rough at the moment. 2 overs and 5 balls, 1 for 30. And of course, these are runs that Durham are going to have to get.
Huge in the context of the game, isn't it? 30 runs right now.
Yeah, the Australian cricket captain I was really forgetting there was Lindsay Hassett. It was late 40s and early 50s. And Ian Johnson, perhaps not quite so well remembered. And also various other captains for relatively brief periods of time. Arthur Morris and Ray Lindwall and Ian Craig, and then Richie Benno for several years from 58, 59 onwards. So, yeah, certainly Don Bradman was at the helm in 48, and he didn't like Keith Miller's approach in that one. And whether there's a bit about him saying he'd never be captain, I guess the thing about Bradman was he continued to have a very big influence even after his career ended.
He sure did, and known as a genius as a batsman, but also known as a very stubborn and bitter man when it came to cricket politics.
He was almost the reverse of, in terms of, Bill Laurie's a good example. Bill Laurie as a batsman was obdurate, dull. You wouldn't want to sit and watch him bat, but absolutely loved him in the commentary box.
Yeah, he was a genius.
I was a big fan of the Channel 9 commentary team at its peak, with Tony Gregg and Richie Benno, and of course Mark Nicholas was part of it, and of course Ian Chappell. And this is driven away by Tendescarter, and more defensive now Durham. They've got a sweeper out on the cover boundary, realising they've got to save runs and try and keep taking wickets. But this is a threatening little partnership building up, and it's just rescuing Essex a little bit from a tough position at 58. What was it, 53 for 5? They've added 20, and they've done it pretty quick time. Tendescarter on 11 and Wheater on 9.
They've rattled on these two. 11 off 14, Tendescarter, and Wheater's 9 off 7. Really transferring the pressure back onto the Durham side.
John says, enjoying the commentary. I'm an Essex supporter and member. You mentioned South Church Park as one of the old Essex grounds. And during the 60s and 70s, you played hockey there during the winter months.
There you go, as Ben Raine comes in over the wicket, nice and straight, and defended by Tendescarter. Just getting his feet out of the way there. as that one was arrowing towards the stumps.
And you say of this, of course, this is when hockey was played on grass, and the pitches were on the outfield of the cricket field used by Essex, and that probably explained why the outfield was a little below par for first-class cricket. And may have been mentioned by the players at the time, but still a lovely ground, certainly fondly remembered. And he also used to play cricket during that period at Chalkwell Park, which was also used by the county. And both those grounds much nicer than Garans Park.
That's Raine, bowls that again straight. This one defended nicely by Tenduscarter down the pitch. Again for no run.
Steve saying we just tuned to the commentary, and the first words you heard were rain coming in. Well, it's certainly, we may get a shower. In fact, there's the slightly threatening cloud over the pavilion, but yeah. And you're saying you're talking about a scorecard that might read burger court, mustard, boiled onions.
There's Raine. Again, nice and straight. Looks like he's found his line and length, Ben Raine, but this has been quite a long spell. Him a couple of overs before, and now into his 8th over.
And we're not going to have any more Pepper pots for a few minutes. That's out of the way for a while after Michael Pepper's brief second innings, which was very good actually. A nice little cameo knock.
He's been impressive in both innings, hasn't he? Got a good ball from Carse amongst some interesting delivery, shall we say, as Raine comes into the ball. Tenduscarter again pushes that one back down the pitch. Again we see a sweeper employed out on the offside. Keeper standing up to the stumps. We've got a slipper bat pad, a point, deep cover, a cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a square leg and a fine leg. So very, very defensive at the moment, Durham, as Essex look to continue to build on this lead.
Peter, no need to apologise about thinking that the Australia game was at Westcliff, but thanks for getting back to us.
Raine, this one's on the pads of Tenduscarter, who tickles that fine, and that will run away for another boundary. It's a poor ball from Raine, full and straight at the leg stump, square leg, sorry, fine leg is very square, and unable to get around and cut that one off.
Well, Dean says on the emails, and he said it a little while ago, time to take the attack to the bowlers before your name's on it, a ball with a name on it. To get the 200 lead.
It looks that way, doesn't it?
Yeah, I tell you the difference between the two sides here. Essex basically offered Durham nothing in terms of freebies.
Yep.
There have been quite a few on offer this afternoon. This could be a difference between the two sides.
Yeah, they haven't bowled particularly well after lunch here. They've got the 2 wickets, but the runs have certainly flowed.
Essex, thanks Dean. Yorkshire have to go to Northampton in the penultimate round of games in July when Essex aren't playing. Yes, that could be a very interesting one in that section.
Raine again comes into Tenduscarter, and again that's straight down the leg side. This one might be off the thigh pad and trickles down to fine leg. Yep, it's a leg by, and that ends the over, and Essex are on 78 for 5 and a lead of 181? No.
161.
Sorry.
Yeah.
161.
Once that goes beyond 200, it starts to get difficult for Durham. All too late, I think, for Middlesex. Middlesex 295 all out. Leicestershire 45 for 6 at Grace Road. And Martin Anderson has got 3 for 3 in 3 overs. Just looking to see if he's actually got, I think, wickets with the 4th and 5th ball of his of his 3rd over, and he's not managed to get. He's got 3 for 4 now in 3 overs and 2 balls, so he didn't get his hat trick. But
took some wickets in a hurry in the last game. I think it was against Surrey actually at the Oval.
Yep.
And they collapsed. I think they lost about 7 for 3 or something ridiculous like that.
So here now is Rushworth back on to try and sort of restore some equilibrium a little bit after the glut of scoring. Of course, this trick worked for Durham yesterday. This is played up towards mid-wicket and there's no run. Tenduscarter settling in on 15. Wheater 1 loose stroke, otherwise good, 9 from 7 balls. Essex having lost Brown, Cook and Wesley before lunch, and Pepper for an attractive 16 from 26 balls, all boundaries, and Walter 22 with 4 boundaries, as they try to take the attack to Durham after lunch, and these two have continued in that vein, as here Tenduscarter treats a delivery from Rushworth with due respect, playing it back down the pitch, and there is no run. Yeah, that Northampton last wicket pair still together, so yeah, interesting in that conference, which is Conference 3, Lancashire, I think the best side by a distance in that conference, and you would have thought are going to win it. But Northampton started 22 points behind Yorkshire, and Northampton still with that last wicket pair going at Hove, 256 for 9, Garrisburg 43 not out. This is played off the back foot by Tenduscarter for a single, just wide of cover. Goes along to 16 and scored to 79 for 5. So they've just been brought out for 256, so they lead Sussex by 81. So Northampton's at the moment nicely placed in that game. If they win it, they'll pick up 21 points. Whereas Yorkshire, and all sorts of bother. Lancashire 198 for 1, Keaton Jennings 86 not out, and they're already 39 ahead of Yorkshire with 9 wickets in hand. Lancashire 2 slips waiting, and here is that delivery which is played by Wheater off the back foot for 4 down to the third man boundary with a late adjustment. Nice stroke. He just waited for that one, and then just with a slight angle steered it through sort of just round about where a gully might have been, but along the ground, perfectly safe, and a nice stroke from Wheater. 13 to him. This partnership becoming quite a significant one in the context of a low scoring game. They came together at 53, they've added 30. It's the way they've played and the approach they've taken that is perhaps just regaining some momentum here for Essex. 2 slips and a row of 6, saving 1 through on either side as Wheater just plays forward to Rushworth and steers up into the offside, and there's no run. So Essex 182 and Durham 99, and now Essex 83 for 5. So I think if Essex can just repeat what they did in the first innings, that's going to leave Durham with something around 270 or so. It's a lot of runs on this pitch, but yeah, just using sensible aggression. It appears to be paying off as a approach at the moment. As Rushworth bowls, and Wheater just runs that down off the open face down towards backward point, and it's picked up there by Jones, and they scamper through for 1 more. So 84 for 5, and the end of Rushworth's over. 9 overs 1 for 15, but 1 or 2 expensive analysis in the Durham bowling, and here's the difference, because as I say, Essex did give nothing away, and if they do the same second time round, it is going to be tough for Durham, because as one of our correspondents said, you might have a ball with your name on it on this pitch, and therefore any loose bowling is very much in the advantage of the batsman, because there really wasn't anything offered by Essex to any great extent by Porter, Siddle, and particularly Sam Cook, who probably was the pick of the bowlers. He got the 4 wickets, all 3 bowled well, but they really gave nothing away, and there's a bit of a contrast to Durham, particularly since lunch.
As you can see, Matthew Potts join the bowling attack. Essex lead by 167. Durham need to get through this second half of the innings as Potts bowls full and straight, and Wheater clips that beautifully through wide mid-on for 4. Absolutely gorgeous shot from the little wicketkeeper, slightly over pitched, and a lovely boundary. Moves Essex onto 88 for 5 and moves Wheater onto 18.
Well, this ball's not that old, so it's only in the sort of 23rd over or so, but batting has suddenly looked relatively comfortable. Certainly the ball's not beating the bat as much as it was.
Just the body language of the Durham field has really changed now. Need a wicket. And Essex need to keep building this as Potts bowls out, and that's flayed away into the offside. Jack Burnham with a good piece of fielding.
There was that one risky shot from Wheater, the pull that went over the keeper's head, but apart from that, it's been risk-free cricket from these two.
Yeah, it's been controlled aggression, hasn't it? They've run well between the wickets. They're both now underway. Wheater on 18, Tenduscarter on 16, and the lead of 171.
Chris Grant mentions that he's been reading Trevor Bailey's autobiography, Wickets, Catches and the Odd Run, and he talks about South Church Park in 1948.
There's Potts again to Wheater, and that one is jammed between bat and pad.
Bat first, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
He mentioned Essex bowled 130 overs in the day when Australia scored 721. Can you imagine today's pampered players bowling that many? Even by lunch on day 2 with 7 hours available each day. And Essex started with 2 slips, a gully and a short leg, and they still had that at 6:30 when 700 were on the board. Yes, different days. Over 8's a different story these days.
It sure is. There's Potts. Again, leg side. This one's clipped away out into the leg side. Wheat has pushed hard for the first, but Beddingham tidies up out in the outfield and prevents the second run.
John in contact saying that Durham's 50-over game in June 2003 was the last game at Ilford, and you were there to see it. Sorry, 2002. Just correcting yourself there. And Gary, I'll come on to yours in a second.
As Potts runs away from us here at the Finkel end, and again on leg stump, and this is clipped nicely from Tender-Scarter, but an excellent piece of fielding from Alex Lees. Prevents a couple there. I think Beddingham might have got around to that, but it was nicely timed.
And Gary says at one time there were 3 squares at South Church Park, with the middle one being used by the county and the others being used for club cricket. And you recall playing a Sunday match against South NCC just after an Essex cricket week when they played Derbyshire, and the marquees were still in place, so we played on the pitch used for that match, and it was almost impossible for anyone to bowl at the top end because of a long and very deep trench created by Mike Hendrick's back foot drag. Yes, a very distinct bowling style, Mike Hendrick.
Pots into Tender-Scarter and a thick inside edge. Squirts away to square leg for another single. That takes Essex on to 90 for 5 at the end of the over. Motoring nicely with Wheater on 19, Tender-Scarter on 17. And that lead is building up to 173.
Yeah, and it's been a good tactic not to just push and prod, but to have sensible aggression here for Essex. Must admit, I thought they were in a bit of a corner when that 3rd wicket went down, indeed the 5th, but good partnership developing here. And Brian Tender-Scarter has looked in pretty good form. Wheater hasn't, but Wheater has played pretty well in this game. So it's going to be Rushworth, 9 overs, 1 for 15. His figures in terms of economy sort of standing out a little bit at the moment. And in our list of the games between the two sides, we're going to move into this century, move into 2-division cricket with a slip and a short mid-wicket with 2 attacking fielders. As here's a lovely shot for 4 off the back foot by Tender-Scarter, just given a little bit of width by Rushworth, and suddenly batting looks much more comfortable. Durham will be hoping that's a sign of things to come, but as the ball just gets a little bit older, we're seeing the odd loose delivery really being punished here, and Tender-Scarter 21 from 26 balls without any risks, 94 for 5, a lead 177.
Yeah, lovely shot that. Just a touch of width there, and Tender-Scarter got his hands through that beautifully, punching it through point for 4.
And here comes the next one from Rushworth, looking for another breakthrough, and here's a good delivery, and Tender-Scarter treats it with due respect as it just cuts back into him slightly, and it's just played up into the offside, and there's no runs. The game actually we touched on yesterday, because the game that you were playing on, this is the 2002 game.
The one here?
Yeah. So this is Essex winning by 10 wickets. And this is where Mark Waugh and Aftab Habib had the big partnership, which was over 200 for the 4th wicket for Waugh was out. And this is just clipped away off the pads up to short mid-wicket, and there's no run for Tender-Scarter, still on 21. So Essex making a very good score on a pitch which I suspect was rather different to this one, 463. Hummerson 2 wickets. Hunter, who was
Ian Hunter. Played a little bit at Derbyshire as well.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
And
very quick on his
Neil
day.
Kaleem was still there on the side. Lots of bowlers used. And then Durham 187 with 4 for James Middlebrook, who's umpiring in this game, 94 for 5. And here's Rushworth, and that's just clipped away by Tender-Scarter down to fine leg for another single. The runs tick along, 95 for 5. They're going to overtake Durham's first innings shortly. So Durham followed on in that game in the sort of era when follow-ons were enforced, and despite a very valuable 95 from the man to my left. Durham 314 all out with 3 for Stevenson, John Stevenson. Bowled medium pace, I think, didn't he? And 3 for Paul Grayson with his left arm spin. John Dakin and Graham Napier are opening the bowling. Feels a long time back, as his delivery played defensively up into the offside by Wheater. It just kept slightly low up towards mid-off, and there's no run. And Essex knocked off the 42 inside 9 overs.
Yeah, it didn't take long.
So James Foster was in the Essex side by this point. So Mark Waugh, Aftab Habib, Darren Robinson opening, Will Jefferson in the side, and Durham had Gordon Mutchell, of course, who was around for a very long time in the batting lineup. That's delivery which is just sees Wheater going across his crease, and a slightly angry Rushworth fires at the stumps and hits them, but he's not going to hit Wheater because Wheater's gone across to the offside. There was no serious intent, I think, of getting a wicket there, but he just fired at the stumps. And a little bit of frustration because Durham have had a bad 20 minutes or so here. 95 for 5 Essex. Doesn't sound a good position, but it's a lot better than it was at 53 for 5, and they lead by 178.
Yeah, I can remember Mark Waugh hitting some huge sixes here. The stands weren't quite the way they were now, but geez, he hit a clean ball, very elegant. It was just I stood at bat pad for quite a lot of his innings, and it was actually just really nice to watch him bat. But yeah, we got a good hiding. I can remember, I think John Stevenson got a duck in the first innings as Potts comes in the ball from the Finkel end, and that one spits off a length as Tenduscarter takes his bottom hand off the bat. And from memory, one of the jokers in our team, I won't name him, but left a pair on the stairs as he walked out to bat, as they chased the massive sum of 42 to win, as you've just said there. They've knocked it off 10 down, and I can just remember him flicking it up with his bat and smashing the pair with his bat as he's walked past.
Michael Gough had a good game, 75 not out and 46.
He was in good form that year. That was just before he'd packed in, really. Maybe the year before, but lost his love for the game. And now one of the best umpires in the world as Potts comes in, and that's a flash and a play and miss from Tenduscarter.
And that was in Division 2, and so was the one 2 years later, which was a draw in 2004. This game played in early season, early May, and Durham made 339. We mentioned Mutchell, 94. He was the top scorer in the Durham first innings. Danish Canaria was in the Essex side by this time, 3 for 83. Essex supplied with 265, so they had a first innings deficit. 70 for Nasser Hussain.
As Potts comes into the ball, and Tenduscarter angles that one away down to third man. He should get 2, and he does come back for 2, which pushes Essex on to 97 for 5, pushes his score on to 24, and the lead is really building.
And here's
180, sorry.
Here's a name I've forgotten. Is it Anthony Davis, or was he better known by another name? He got 5 wickets, 5 for 30 in that game for Durham.
Is it?
Better known as Mark, wasn't he? Yes,
Mark
Davis.
Yeah.
Anthony was his first name, but better known as Mark.
Yeah, medium pacer. Went and spent some time at Kent after his time in the North East.
One just clipped round the corner for another single. They're still rotating the strike, these two.
Yeah, they're playing nicely, aren't they? It's just a little bit back of a length from Potts and on Tenduscarter's hip and nudged away on the leg side.
So then Durham bowled out, 121 for 8 declared. So they weren't bowled out, but basically it was rain affected. But Essex were on top at the end. Stevenson 3 wickets. And here's another unusual name, Adrian McCoubrey.
Oh, I don't recognise that one. As Potts runs in the ball and Wheater jams down on that one. Survives with a good delivery from Potts.
We're talking about players with long names. Adrian George Augustus Matthew McCoubrey, Northern Ireland born, and it was with Essex, played in 2003 and 2004, 14 first-class matches altogether. So it's when you look back at these games, you do see the odd name that forgotten about. Tell you who was playing in that game. One Ryan Tenduscarter and one Alistair Cook.
Wow.
That's 2004.
As Potts comes in the bowl to Wheater, and that one is again full and straight. Nicely played by Wheater. as that one doesn't bounce a lot. 98 for 5, lead 181, and just getting into territory where Durham are very, very nervous.
And it was actually McCreery's best bowling in Championship cricket in that game. So yeah, that was 2004, which leaves two quite famous games that I saw here, which we'll talk about in the final session. And the first of them, I have to say, is very, very good listening for Durham supporters and not very good for Essex. And that was played the following year. We'll come on to that in the final session. Anyway, 98 for 5. Very good little mini session for Essex, rescuing things from 53 for 5. Tender Scarter at the helm, and we just played well, but this is a worrying partnership from a Durham perspective. As Rushworth with a slip and a gully then, that's interesting. This is cut away up the back foot for 4. Lovely shot, just a little bit short, and Tender Scarter had room just to go onto the back foot, and there was a man in a gully, but it was actually square of him, and actually fine of the man on the backward point boundary. It was beautifully placed, and it's a 4 that brings up the Essex 100. And I have to say, Tender Scarter's playing wonderfully well here. He's gone to 29, a couple of 56s against Warwickshire. He lacked the big score, but this is a terrific innings from Tender Scarter. No real risks, 29 from 34 balls. He's played quite beautifully so far. And this is a delivery which is treated with due respect from Rushworth. So we've got a slip, and then probably just about to describe it as a gully. Sort of, there's no second slip, no third slip, and then you have this this next fielder, which is Bellingham in a sun hat. There's a deep point on the boundary. There's also, see if there's a third man. No, there isn't. So there's a cover, a mid off, a mid on, a mid wicket, a square leg and a fine leg. And here is Rushworth from the lovely end, bowls to the right-handed Tender Scarter, who plays it to mid wicket, and there is no run. On BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Essex, Nick Lethill here. And it's a very, very absorbing situation.
Yeah, it's been a great 2 days cricket so far, hasn't it?
Yeah.
There's been tension in all sessions, all facets of the game. And Essex right on top now as they look to build on that 185 run lead.
Absolutely. Certainly in the box seat at the moment. Here's one that's clipped away by Tender Scarter. Again, another nice looking stroke, but doesn't get any runs this time. But he's looked very good in this innings indeed. And so the 250s he got against Warwickshire, neither of course were good enough to win the game. So this really is a chance for him to make a mark at a very important time in the Essex campaign this season. As here comes Rushworth again. Bowls to Tender Scarter. Now it's half appeal for BW, but see what's different in the last half hour, we've not had the close things that we were seeing so much of the proceedings. There have hardly been any appeals. That one was just a stifled shout. But it has been a sort of different story in the last half hour or so compared to what we were seeing earlier.
Yeah, pressure's definitely transferred onto Durham, hasn't it? That run rate's nearly up to 4 and over.
Yeah.
In this innings, so Essex right on top.
Ash Thorpe with me. It's his voice, and we're going to have Martin Emerson back shortly. This is run down towards deep backward point for a single, at which point if you did yesterday, want to swap over here.
I didn't actually shoot off.
Oh, you had to shoot off, so
but no,
are you coming back later? Or
no, that's it for me.
Oh, he's making a cameo.
Yeah, so it's a cameo appearance.
Right. Well, Tender Scarter 30, Wheater 19. It's been a very good little session for Essex. In fact, you've stifled the flow of wickets a little bit, because it's absolute bedlam here, really, in terms of what we've been seeing for the first 4 sessions. Incredible.
Mirrored a little bit yesterday, didn't it? This period of the game, Essex really settled in with Walter and Pepper, putting on a nice partnership, and similar today after the lunch break.
Gosh, still 52 overs left before
there's a lot of cricket left, isn't there?
Yeah,
there's a lot of cricket left.
Yeah.
As Potts comes into bowl from the Finkel end to Tender Scarter. That one's fallen straight and clipped away for another single.
So where's it raining? It's raining at Worcester and it's raining at Edgbaston, so in the West Midlands is the problem.
Maybe.
And certainly the cloud cover is building up here, particularly just away to our left. This is a game though that probably, if you did get a rain interruption, it's not going to make a great deal of difference in the context of a result within 4 days, one would have thought.
As Potts comes into bowl to Wheater, and that was pushed out into the covers, and an excellent single from David Wheater. These two have been busy and have played some excellent cricket in this partnership, which is just past the 50 there as Essex move on and build that lead to 188.
Yeah, becoming a bit of a concern now for Durham. It's the fact that these runs have been scored so quickly in relation to what we were seeing for much of yesterday.
Absolutely. They'll only have to look back at the first meeting between the two where Durham were chasing a similar total to this and ended up well short.
Yeah.
So there is recent history, and that will all be playing on the Durham minds at the moment as Essex build this commanding lead. As Potts comes into tender, Scarter, who plays around his front pad a little bit but manages to get an inside edge. It's good bowling from Potts.
The rain not moving particularly quickly, in fact seems to be getting rather stuck, but it's basically inching its way sort of in a sort of a line, sort of Leeds to sort of Lancaster. So it's going to take a while to get here. And certainly it's fragmenting as well.
It'll hit the Pennines as well, so it might not get anything, but it's definitely getting gloomier to the west as that's full and straight, but down the leg side, a half appeal, but no danger there, and another leg by to the total.
And BBC saying that, looking at the weather map, that they're confident the sun will come in and out this afternoon and it won't rain at all. So I think, yeah, there is this rain. It's affecting the Midlands and then going up as far as, I say, like a line from Leeds through across to Lancashire, but it seems to be getting a bit stuck and maybe fragmenting, so we could be fortunate here today.
So Potts will bowl the penultimate ball of his 6th over, and that's short and wide and cut away, and nicely saved by Jack Byrne in the field, because that was a loose ball from Potts, but nicely saved by Byrne. And every run counts at the moment for Durham.
Keaton Jennings needs 4 for his 100, 96. Luke Wells 54. Lancashire 218 for 1, 59 ahead of Yorkshire at Old Trafford. Probably been more one-sided Lancashire-Yorkshire games in history, but probably not many more on the evidence of the first day and a half there.
And the last ball of the over as Potts full and wide and flushed away, a thick outside edge, safely runs away for another boundary, and Essex cruising at the moment with a lead of 193. That takes Wheater on to 31, and Essex under 110 for 5.
Well, yeah, good stuff this from these two. And Aaron Wheater just starting back with a little bit of confidence. These two having a chat. They've doubled the score, and they've really put the pressure back on to Durham. 110 for 5, the lead approaching 200. And Durham, well, we're getting to that point of yesterday where Durham took 5 for 17 balls, 5 and 17 balls for 2 runs. Don't quite have to do that again now, but they're close to that. like Worcester and Warwickshire and basically extending across the country, getting about as far as Leeds. But suggestion that we may do relatively well here, or we may not arrive for a while yet. And
it's just got a bit gloomy and it's filling in. And
yeah.
I think we've got that cloud bank on the coast with the foghorn on, a bit of sea fret drifting in, mixing with the cloud.
Possibility of some drizzle.
I don't think we're going to see any rain.
Is Rushworth on the pads of Tendescarter, and that's an easy little push into the onside, just getting it away from the square leg field to the extent that it's going to be a run to a total. So 111 for 5, Tendescarter 31 and Wheater 24, and they've added 58 so far, these two.
What was the 50 partnership in? Did you write it down?
No, but it's been brisk, hasn't it? We can look at when the last wicket fell. That will tell us. It's been very brisk. And we look at the contributions, Tendescarter 31 off 45 and Wheater 24 off 21. Is Rushworth bowling and just played off the back foot up into the covers, and there's no run.
2 balls, I think.
Yeah, it's sort of run ball stuff. And it's certainly, in the context of this game, changed the momentum. And as I say, a big difference between the two sides at the moment, I think, is that Essex didn't give Durham anything to hit, really. Well, a few boundaries, of course, but it's fair to say that there was very little on offer from Cook, Porter and Siddle, particularly Cook. With all those maidens as Rushworth bowls, and this time Wheater just plays up into the covers, and there's no run. So Durham all out for 99, having 41 for the last 4 wickets, with Cook 4 for 38 in 21 overs and 29 wickets for the season. Porter 3 for 27, Siddle 3 for 29, both with economy rates at just over 2. So it just underlines that point, actually. Look at the Essex bowlers' economy rates. Very, very impressive. As here is a nice stroke from Wheater, just between square leg and mid wicket, gets through for a single, goes along to 25. So Cook was under 2 and over, Porter and Siddle just over 2 and over, and now Essex in their second time round, having been 15 for 3 and 53 for 5, and now at 111 for 5, and you've got obviously Rushworth, as you'd expect, going at just over 2s. Potts and Raine going for between 3 and 4, and Cass going at the moment at just over 10s, although he did actually bowl one of the deliveries of the day to get rid of Michael Pepper, but just an indication, a little bit of a difference at the moment between the two attacks. 112 for 5, Tendescarter 31 and Wheater 25.
Update coming for Radio Newcastle in a few moments as Potts comes in the ball to Wheater. That's played off towards mid-wicket to Lee's no run there. I went through all my match notes with my daughter the other day. She likes to help me put them together now, and we go through all the individual player stats and search varying things and whatnot. We both cross-referenced Ben Raine 3 or 4 times, first-class wickets. I had him down as 293 starting this game. He's got 7 in the match, so I'm thinking 300 wickets, which I told you, which you announced. And then I'm looking online, and he suddenly got 298. So either 2 have vanished into the ether this week, or both of us misread the numbers as this is defended on a length by Potts. I went back through and checked every individual stat for the Durham players, because I noticed 1 or 2 things that slipped away in recent weeks, so I thought I got back on top of it completely. So
well, we'll look for those 2 wickets, see if we can find them.
Potts turns and bowls, and this is played up to mid-on, no run there.
These are 300 wickets in first class cricket, so just wonder if there was a tour match or something that wasn't deemed first class or something that's responsible for the difference, but or a game against
well, a few weeks ago I had Chris Rushworth as 500 championship wickets for Durham, and everybody else was saying 499, and I couldn't work out where there was a difference of 1. And this is played to mid-off for a single by Wheater. Anyway, I went back through his statistics. His dad was. We were going through all the yearbooks, the scorers were, and eventually I contacted Richard Isaacs, a cricket statistician, and he found the erroneous wicket was 1 wicket he'd taken in an MCC game for Durham in 2014.
And yeah, so there you go. That's it on 8.
Well, Durham had Essex at 53 for 5, and not what seems that long ago, in a lead of just 136. They'd taken 5 wickets today and reduced them to that situation. But since then, Adam Wheater and Ryan Tender-Scott have gone after the Durham bowlers. They've put on basically a runner ball 50, so they've now taken Essex to 113 for 5. And a lead of 196, and in a very low scoring game in which Durham were bowled out for just 99 earlier today. That's a sizable amount. It could already be that Essex have enough here, and Durham have just got a little bit flat in the field with the body language. They need wickets and they need them quickly. Commentary on the BBC website and the sports app.
Last delivery just played out into the onside, the end of another over, and this stand of 60 continues. It's about to become the biggest stand of the game, and it's one that at the moment don't look like breaking. Just had a window, didn't they, at 53 for 5, and not quite able to force their way through.
If you go along with the opinion that the rate the wickets have fallen in this game, they will continue to do so, then you would suggest Durham are out of it. Or does it somehow settle down? Durham used a heavy roller. Can they actually knuckle down and start putting an innings together and fight back, or are they already out of this? I think a lot of people will be thinking they're already out of this now, so it's going to take some fight back with the bat, isn't it?
It will, and I think Essex will probably have to offer more than they did in the first innings to hit. This is a delivery which is hit away by Wheater, goes to the mid-wicket boundary for 4, just a bit short from Raine coming back into the attack, replacing Rushworth. And Raine has been a bit erratic in terms of consistency since lunch, and there's an example. First ball there, just played off the back foot and whipped away for 4 through mid-wicket. And Adam Wheater has done well here. He's gone to a runnable 30, Tender-Scott at 31, and this partnership will now be, well, joint, I think, the biggest of the match. I think it was 64, wasn't it, yesterday? So this is 64 now. And a damaging 64 from Durham's point of view. 117 for 5 with more cloud cover, and Wheater goes on the cut and hits it into the ground. But it's an encouraging performance from Adam Wheater, who's been out of form with the bat, not had much time to the crease, and has looked good here. Grumbler saying that he's put a Twitter feed link to the 1948 game with Keith Miller talking about the incident where he got bored of the one-sided nature of things, and that can be found on social media at the Grumbler with underscore between the V and Grumbler. So certainly might be worth having a look at later on. Maybe during the tea interval. Slip in and a gully, and 5 saving 1. And here on the back foot, this is played away nicely again by Wheater. Raine not having a good afternoon. That's short, and he's just got onto the back foot and he hit it wide of the gully. He's played that shot before. Wide of the gully and also wide of Jones on the backward point boundary, so it goes to like a wide third man for 4 more, and Essex scoring far too quickly for Durham's liking here. 34 to Wheater, 121 for 5.
John Hutchison's email, he says, greetings from a dull but warm Bolton. He said, I thought the lads would have made a breakthrough earlier into this Scarter and Wheater partnership.
Yes, it's not been a very consistent bowling performance this afternoon from Durham. Here's one that keeps it a bit low and it's played up into the offside from Wheater, and it goes to cover and there's no run. But we've just been talking about the Essex economy rates, and say a bit of a contrast, obviously particularly with Cast, but also Raine 3 for 39. Yeah, lots of wickets, but he's only bowling his 9th over, and so just an indication that there'll be more scoring opportunities. But he has taken wickets and he could do with another one now. Shortish mid-wicket, conventional wider mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off cover. And here's 4 more. This is, I think, just flicked round the corner, possibly bat signal to surprise, actually. Thought it hadn't hit the pad, in fact it's just gone through everything. Ball's slanted down leg side and didn't give Eckersley a chance, and Unfortunately, this is turning into a rather poor over from
12 off the
Raine
over already.
because that rather has to be debited against him, I think, rather than the keeper. 125 for 5.
Just running away from Durham here at the moment. They're going to be looking at a massive total to chase if they keep bowling like this at the moment.
We had a cast over that went for 15, albeit the 7th ball he bowled in that spell was a purr to get rid of Michael Pepper. But Raine struggling a bit at the moment, has to be said, from this lumbly end. He bowls, and that's a short one. He goes for the pull, Wheater. It doesn't get up, and there's a shout for LBW. But he was certainly plenty of aggressive intent. He's looking to try and not hit a 4 every ball, but it's been aggressive stuff from Adam Wheater. One full shot early on, but apart from that, it's been very good. And the partnership has gone from 53 for 5 to 125 for 5, with Tenderscar to 31, and Wheater a run of ball 34.
John finishes his email. He says, I thought Durham would have had a breakthrough in this partnership earlier. Hopefully try and keep them down to 250 max and dig in. Well, for his sponsored cycle ride, he has now ridden 200 miles this month and smashed the 1,000 sponsorship. I think that was for a prostate cancer charity, so well done, John.
So Raine at Worcester and at Edgbaston. Yorkshire hoping for rain at Old Trafford, but it hasn't arrived yet. Playing at the Oval, Surrey 428 for 7 against Gloucestershire, top of the table. Amler 173 not out, and with him is Ricky Clark on 28. And Surrey need to win that game, so they're going to have to judge potentially a declaration. But
Keaton Jennings has just got his first class 100 since November 2018, the former Durham man.
Yeah, and Durham, Lancashire right on top there, 242 for 1. Jennings 110 not out, Wells 60.
Potts to bowl here. Tenderscar drives out into the covers and it's missed by Jones, who falls over the ball and it rolls towards the boundary, stopped by Raine just. They'll run free. So a big muddy left knee now.
Yeah,
Jones threw himself at it there, but it just went underneath him.
Difficult afternoon for Durham. He did make that double breakthrough, but has to be said that Essex will be very pleased with the way the afternoon's gone. 15 for 3 at the start. Could have been 15 for 4, of course, with Walter's LBW shot just before lunch.
Just thought something else as well as Potts balls here. This is out to the covers. That last over took them with the 12 runs, took them to the 200 lead.
Yeah.
So that was the 31st over.
Yeah, from a Durham perspective, it's all been happening too quickly this afternoon, hasn't it? And it's put them in a difficult position. Yes, century for Keaton Jennings, his 4th for Lancashire, and 11 fours, but good not.
Here comes Potts, played up to Raine at mid-off, no run there. Jennings still the record run scorer in a season in the county championship for Durham, and that 2016 season where he was the Cricket Writers Player of the Year. He might have been PCA Player of the Year as well. He couldn't go to the Cricket Writers lunch in London, so I had to collect his trophy for him and bring it home. He was on some England training camp in Loughborough, I think.
Just out for 114 at Old Trafford.
Potts in. That's gone off behind point, down towards third man.
So this is
he got in 2016 a club record 1,548 runs in the championship, and he became the first Durham batsman to finish as the leading run maker in the country, and he finished with 7 centuries as well. I think it was also a record.
Prolific.
He went off to England that winter and then got a century on debut in India.
Tea looking at the moment as though it's going to be about 10 past 4. It's still 15 overs to go.
Potts balls, and that's played to Lees at mid-wicket by Tenderscar.
Yeah, and well, these two feel that they've done that first part of a job of taking the momentum away from Durham, and now it's a question of making sure that they don't give the momentum back. So, of course, this is where it went wrong for Essex around about this time yesterday, 5 down. That sort of came out of the blue a little bit, and it will be Could be maybe a similar scenario today.
Potts, and once again it finds its way to Lees at short mid-wicket, no run, end of the over.
And Ashley Marmalek out for 173 at the Oval, so sorry, a 430 for 8. As I mentioned, Keaton Jennings out for 114, Luke Wells is 60, and Lancashire 246 for 2, 87 ahead of Yorkshire. So, and I say a bit of rain around in the Midlands, not affecting Grace Road at the moment, but a bit further west than that. So, as I say, cloud cover building up here, not threatening, but the blue sky we do have is now firmly away to our right and quite hazy. Still blue sky over the castle, but most of the rest of the skyline, it's disappeared. Rain 3 for 39 in 9 overs, odd figures actually. So pushed away first ball of a new over by Wheater for a single out towards Jones at deep cover. Yes, to have 3 wickets, but we're going at almost 4.3. Slightly odd on this pitch, but that's been the nature of it really for Raine and Miss innings. So that single to Wheater means he's got 35 from 37. Tenduscarter on 34. He's about to take strike. And here is Raine again. Up to the wicket, bowls, and Wheater and Tenduscarter just plays into the onside on the move. Typical shot of his. No run available as he sees the short mid-wicket moving in quickly, but he looked in good touch when I've seen him, Tenduscarter. Just those pair of 50s against Warwickshire, and but this is encouraging from his point of view.
There's absolutely no rain forecast here this afternoon.
No,
nothing.
And got still this slip in the gully, shortish mid-wicket and a shortish cover, and this is cut and dropped at gully. We've been saying all day that there's been nothing going to gully, and there something did, but it wasn't an edge, it was a full-blooded cut from Tenduscarter, and it's gone to Beddingham there, and he's put it down. It's a sharp chance, but we're just talking about what Durham did something, well, they did yesterday when out of the blue they started to take wickets, and that could almost have been the first of them there. It was a chance, it was sharp, genuine cut shot, put down in the gully. So the man was in the right place, but the chance wasn't held. That would have been
130 for 6.
Yeah, it would have been a good moment that for Durham to take the wicket as Raine from the Lumley end bowls, and Tenduscarter goes across his crease and plays defensively. Better over from Raine, playing it back down the pitch, and there's no run. Stephen saying, great game, momentum shifting continually. Although it hasn't shifted much in the last hour, but that's the good news from the Essex point of view. Thanks for the comments on the commentary. You're pleased that Wheater and Tenduscarter have settled in. 25 wickets in a day and a half. You feared the ECB would give a points deduction for a substandard pitch. Well, I think it's just a pitch where if you can get in, there are runs to be had. You have to be patient and show good technique as Raine bowls. And there's a good bit of technique from Tenduscarter in terms of judgment to leave a ball that's very close to his off stump. And they've actually scampered through for a bye, as that one wasn't gathered cleanly. But he had to be careful at leading that one, and Exley couldn't gather it in, and they've got through for a bye. So 131 for 5. Tenduscarter remains on 34, but Wheater now has a strike on 36. So, that chance dropped by Beddingham. The sun has come out. Raine bowls, and Wheater plays a nice stroke straight to the sweeper, Jones. He's managed to actually hit the ball fine of him a couple of times to boundaries. That one was just straight to the man, but he keeps the strike. Playing really well actually, Adam Wheater here, 37, and a very good partnership all round. We've taken the score from 53 to 132 for 5, and the lead to 215, which is looking pretty good with 5 wickets in hand.
Coming up to 20 past 3, Friday the 28th of May. So in a month's time it will be the start of the night cutting in on us, days getting shorter. Potts looking to try and see if he can get rid of Wheater, who's on 37. Wheater plays that to Lees at short mid-wicket. It's one slip in place, he's got a line of 3 on the offside, across the square from point up towards mid-off. Long leg mid on. Long leg's Rushworth with his leaning against the front of the castle stand. There's a third man as well. How's this one gonna go? Essex in the driving seat at the moment. Potts balls, and that's gone to point. Top ball, collected by Bancroft.
You know, I'd like to see Potts get a go from the Lumley end where he bowled so well yesterday afternoon. But understandably, when Rushworth was bowling with him, Rushworth had the choice of ends, but I think it might have been worth him having a go from that far end. It was an outstanding spell that he bowled at Tenduscarter yesterday. Not been quite the same pressure exerted on Tenduscarter today, and the result is showing.
Potts balls. He plays this out through mid-wicket for 1. Moves the score on to 133 for 5. Essex here on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Essex.
We mentioned in our last game in the recap of the fixtures between the two sides in Durham, the 2004 game where we have Alistair Cook and Ryan Tenduscarter both playing. And in that same year at Arundel, Christopher basically saw Tenduscarter for the first time playing Sussex, and he was batting around about 8 or 9, as indeed he was actually in the game we referred to here.
Plays this to Lees at mid-wicket, dot ball.
So, of course, he bowled a fair amount in the earlier part of his career. Doesn't do so now, but Tenduscarter fielded all day, wasn't involved otherwise, and you were left exactly wondering why Essex had engaged him, but you've now worked out the answer to that. And you're saying it's too hot where you are. Angeli in the Charente, which is the poor man's Dordogne. It sounds, if it's too hot, then well, it's pleasant enough here.
This goes to mid-wicket, and again it's a dot ball.
At least got some pleasant temperatures coming up, and generally pretty good forecast. And certainly in this part of the world, there's no rain on the horizon for a good while. It looks as though the next game for Essex is going to be played in temperatures in the low 20s at Chelmsford.
Tenduscarter plays Potts up to Carse at mid-on. That's the end of the over. 133 for 5, 1 run from it. 20's plenty.
Yeah. Oh,
everybody thinks we sit in the sun and just relax and, you know, drink a G&T at the cricket. We spend most of the summer indoors in the shade, in the draft.
Yes, sometimes it's either too hot or too cold, isn't it? But low 20s is very nice. In fact, I mean, this is sort of mid-high teens, but it's very, very pleasant. And I think people have noticed or thought how nice it is in the context of what we've had before it. Well, Scott Borthwick, this is interesting in the sense of his early turn, and Harmer will be looking keenly from the dressing room. Well, of course, he's padded up as to what Scott Borthwick's going to do here. But,
got a wicket early doors yesterday, didn't he? When he brought himself on.
So he's obviously decided he needs to bowl himself now. Really, Raine just a little bit too expensive. Needs to try something. Break this partnership. Still 13 overs to go for tea. As I say, all the drama of yesterday happened at around about this time. I think tea's even later today. Although it will be brought forward a little bit with Borthwick bowling from the Lumley end as he bowls his leg breaks, and here Wheater just pushes up into the offside and there's no run. So good forecast all around for the next couple of weeks. Early summer definitely with us, and this might be the last rain in the forecast in the Midlands at the moment for anywhere for some time. As here is a nice little push drive from Wheater for a quick single to mid-off, sharp to stumps, but there's no threat there because he's pretty quick between the wickets still, and that was well judged.
I remember being bone dry, probably the start of the 2012 season, around that time initially. And we bought a water butt, and then within about a week it was full. Yes. We had the wettest summer on record. The moment we put that water butt in, it absolutely tonked it down.
Here's Borthwick bowling to Tenduscarter, just played gently to mid-wicket, and there's no one. A classic example at Old Trafford of where a big partnership is broken. wants one man out, the other man tends to follow quite quickly. As Borthwick bowls, and it's clipped around the corner down towards long leg. They've got one, they'll think of a second, but it's not going to be there, as a good bit of fielding from Potts to get in quickly to stop the second run, and it's 135 for 5, but these two have now put on no less than 82. It's quite a significant partnership in the context of this game. Yes, Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings put on 175, as this is cut away by Wheater, and it's a good stop actually at backward point, but only have saved one run, but that was nicely done, because Burnham had to react quickly, and he duly did. So we mentioned that Jennings was out for 114 to Code, and now Wells has gone to Thompson for 60. So Jordan Thompson striking for Yorkshire, belatedly getting a couple of wickets today. That's driven by Wheater and goes down the ground and isn't going to be cut off, and that's 4 up to the long on boundary. So nice use of the feet by Adam Wheater, and hitting the leg spinner away for 4 down the ground. So no joy for Borthwick there. Frustration continues for Durham. 139 for 5, 10 discarded 35, and Wheater 43.
Two, the lead.
I mean, the one thing that Durham will see is that you can score runs still on this pitch, but Essex going to give as many scoring opportunities as Durham potentially have done this afternoon.
Over 8 is apparently level, for what it's worth. Yeah, just going back to how much rain we've had, and how you've said it's going to be dry for the next few weeks. We had a very dry March and April here. Certainly April, can't remember it. A little bit of snow towards the end of March, and then dry April. So we got to the point where there was nothing in the water, but so we were filling a big bucket on in the morning. When you turn the shower on, you know, those first few moments, probably 20-30 seconds where cold water comes out. So we're filling the buckets up to put on the garden and whatnot. And again, within a few days after starting to do that, the water was flowing over the top again. It was that wet. So we're not quite out of May yet. It's 30 days of September, so I've got 2 days left. So it's June next week, and I wouldn't imagine we'd be reading anything other than this being one of the wettest Mays. Well, let's hope there's a change in store as Rushworth comes into the attack from the Finkel end and replaces Potts. First ball's gone for a quick single from then discarder off towards square leg.
Well, when you consider that the one thing that's been missing from the late spring, although March was okay, but the weather experts saying that the projections are the coldest April and May combined in terms of central England temperature average since 1941. We're overdue a bit of warm weather, so it's been a joy to have it arriving really from yesterday.
Rushworth comes in and bowls. Oh, into the keeper's gloves it goes. Keeper standing up to the stumps. Bales are off there. I'm just trying to think. It was 2 years ago when no, was it 3? It wasn't 2021. Now, was it 3 years ago? 2018 when we went to Cheltenham, and it was sticky, stifling hot all week. It never got below 20 degrees even on a night time.
Yeah.
And I think that year had started with a really miserable spring, very wet spring, and then before we knew it, we were into quite a long heat wave. Rushworth bowls. That's played up towards Carset and made it on. Dot ball.
Basically, Gloucestershire sort of usually try and arrange the fixture list so Essex come to Cheltenham, because Essex have an appalling record at Cheltenham. But there was a couple of years ago where I saw it was a heat wave going on, and the first time it rained for literally 2 months was at Cheltenham, and it was such a joy to see rain. I didn't mind the game being called off because it was so needed.
Rushworth bowls, chopped down into the ground, bounces up into the keeper's gloves. Wheater on strike, who's on 43. And 2-2-3. The score. If Durham don't get these wickets, then Essex are going to just have to keep on batting, because there's still so much time left in this match. They'll have to bat right into tomorrow.
Well, I mean, as things stand, in an ideal world, they'd probably bat until tomorrow lunchtime. Probably not much more beyond that.
Rushworth comes in and bowls. It's gone to Raine at mid-off, no run there. Durham came back on the Saturday at Chelmsford, which was day 3, needing 4 wickets. Didn't get them till after tea. And then by that point the game was just shoved out of reach of them.
Yes, that was when the Essex tail really shone, didn't they? Some key partnerships. Ben Allison was involved in that, I think, wasn't he? And he's sort of disappeared again since then, with Siddle coming back into the side. But played very well.
Rushworth to Wheater, and it's a defensive shot up to mid-off, and that is the end of the over. Well, the ball's now 37 overs old, and nothing seems to be doing at the moment for Durham, but we were saying that about at this time yesterday, when suddenly bang, 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 bang.
Yes, it all happened, didn't it? But,
start of a news bulletin, is it?
Nothing too dramatic.
Why does it play that tune?
Oh, it's just that news jingle.
Breaking news.
Yes.
Is it anything of interest?
No.
No.
If I tell you to do with flat refurbishments, that's I won't say anything more. But nothing terribly exciting. As most stories about flat refurbishments aren't very exciting. Here's Borthwick as he tosses the ball from hand to hand. A slip on a short mid wicket. Oh, it's an appeal for I think it's a catch there. Or was it? Yeah.
Eckersley didn't join in, did he?
No.
Eckersley then appealed half-heartedly for a stumping. But
just Tender Scarter there, thinking that maybe he just got an edge, but no. And that's the thing that's been absent for the last hour or so, in the sense that there have been very little near things, as Tender Scarter plays this one off the pads and it rolls down towards long leg for a single, and 141 for 5. So Tender Scarter 37 and Wheater 43. And that's been a thing about the afternoon, is the sort of appeals almost every other over, and the near things have disappeared a little bit as Wheater pushes forward up towards the bowler and there's no run. Though of course there was that chance offered by Tender Scarter, put down by Bellingham. Sharp chance at Gully off a full-blooded square cut. That's the nearest that they've come to separating these two. Slip in, and here's a extravagant looking pull shot from Wheater, just for a single, because now Durham are more defensive in their field placing. They've actually got a deep mid wicket out there. So
Liam Travaskis is a 12th man fielding out there at the moment.
142 for 5. Just one run there for Wheater. And yes, Durham striving for this breakthrough, at these two close to 100 stand. And here is at least 2 more, possibly 4. Tender Scarter, I think, has run that down to the fine leg boundary. It's being chased back, but to no avail. And it is 4. It was a leg glance. It was nicely played. Just a delicate little shot. And one of those that really frustrates the fielder. It's Rushworth as well, having to put in those extra yards to try and chase that down. But he was never quite going to get there, but had to give it the full bore chase.
93 partnership off 112 balls now.
Yeah. So
it was what the game needed, really, to give it any longevity.
Absolutely. 146 for 5. And might be that we see Durham back this evening, but it's less certain than it was earlier, or seemed to be, as Tender Scarter plays that one back down the pitch. And still this very good partnership continues. Tender Scarter 41, Wheater 44. And Essex are 146 for 5. Earlier today they bowled Durham out for 99 to take a first innings lead of 83. 4 wickets for Sam Cook, 3 apiece to Porter and Siddle. So they've now stretched the overall lead in the game to 229. And certainly a very imposing lead as things stand. Cloud cover's just broken up a little bit over the ground. Still that sort of slightly more threatening cloud. It's all relative, just over the pavilion, but there's a bit more blue sky over the ground than there was maybe about 20 minutes ago.
Rushworth comes in and bowls. Played to point. Still, what, 10 overs to go? 10 overs to tea?
Yeah, including this one. So with Rushworth bowling it will, and Borthwick, it probably will sort of tick by in about half an hour or so, but another slightly delayed tee. We could be on for another 7 o'clock finish.
It's gone towards the covers to Bancroft off Wheater's bat, no run.
So certainly some rain around in the Midlands, but at the moment not forecast to get as far as us here. And, it's been almost like a normal afternoon session really. A couple of wickets have gone down, but plenty of runs have been scored. 130 odd.
Rush within again. Match stays quite low, flicked away one-handed down towards fine leg for one by Wheater. Both these batsmen approaching half centuries as well. And the century partnership is 6 away.
Yes, they had a couple of opportunities, Durham, 15 for 3, 53 for 5. They've not quite been able to convert them. Certainly not the second of them.
Tenduscarter plays the ball out towards the covers, and it's snatched from point by Bancroft.
So really hoping that something is going to happen here. But no real sign at the moment.
Problems on the A1 near here, just the northbound section of the A1. There's been an accident, so big delays from Carville in Durham up towards Chesley Street. Rushworth comes in and bowls. Oh, nearly chopped on. That's bottom edge down onto the foot, just misses the stumps.
So that's northbound, presumably. So I might have to go southbound.
Yeah, there are delays of 45 minutes. You'll not be going that way anyway.
No,
you'll go along the old A1.
All right, there we go. Well, what time I'll be doing that is rather dependent on how late we finish tonight, but it looks like it'll be another late one. Wouldn't be surprised if this is the last game standing again, although a couple of others will have delayed finishes because of rain.
Rushworth from his marker, coming in from the Finkel end, comes in and bowls. Ball played back to him by Tenduscarter. End of the over. 147 for 5, and in a nice position here, Essex at a lead of 230. Who knows, it could already be enough. Maybe it isn't.
Yep.
We haven't got a crystal ball. But things have calmed down, and it's these two. They adopted a completely different approach to everybody else. Rather than waiting for a ball with your name on it, they went after the bowlers, and before you knew it, they had a 50-run partnership on the board, and now they've edged it towards 100. They are at 94 runs in this partnership.
Walter and Pepper tried to do that after lunch, didn't they, and succeeded for a time, but then both got out in quick succession. But it was clearly an Essex game plan this afternoon to try and score as quickly as possible without taking undue risks. Here Wheater plays the first ball from Borthwick's over to mid-on, collects a single. Tenduscarter 41, Wheater 46, and the stand is worth 95. Tenduscarter averaging just under 29, a couple of 50s against Warwickshire. Could be heading for his third of the season as he goes on the drive and plays comfortably square into the offside and collects another single. So they're rotating the strike very well indeed, these two. Adam Wheater just the one score of note, which is an 87, and very little else actually this season. So he's improving his average. It's up into the mid-20s now. It's a disappointing return. Actually, at times he's hardly had any time at the crease at all, so it's been hard to work out whether he's in form or not, but he's been impressive today as Borthwick bowls to him, and he comes forward and plays defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. Borthwick again, about to continue his third over, but like one or two of the other bowlers, he's been a bit expensive. Number 14, there's a slip in, and here Wheater off the back foot hits it down to the sweeper. That's Jones in front of the dark blue bucket seats, and There's a whole range of those looking across on the Lumley side of the ground, and that's the 150 up for Essex, and it's come at not far short of 4 and over, hence because of the acceleration since lunch, 3.9 in fact the over rate, the run rate. Here's another sweep from Tendescarter for 2 more. Runs just keep flowing. That one on the pads and easily just clipped away. There's no third run there, but another 2 and more work for Rushworth to do in the outfield. And 1 short of the 100 partnership, 152 for 5. Tom says, when Essex were 50 for 3, my conservative estimate would be a lead of 250 to 260 by the end of play, but they're doing better than that. And you think Durham will have an enormous task in front of them to win the game. And thanks for your comments on the commentary, and you're enjoying the Essex recovery. And here's a delivery which Tendescarter goes across his crease and just looks to work square into the onside, thinking there's a single there, but there isn't, because Eckersley's come right across. And this very good partnership continues. They came together at 53 for 5. And it's almost been a normal afternoon's cricket, really, with a good stand, a couple of wickets. And it's almost as if all the chaos that we'd seen beforehand never really happened. 25 wickets falling in literally just over 4 sessions, and since then it's all been very quiet. But Essex are quietly moving into a position of great ascendancy here, leading by 235. And if they're 30 runs away from getting past their first innings score, and I think if they do that, that really is going to make it hard for Durham, because they'll be starting to look at a total near 300, but they'll need to win the game. And it has to be said, the one difference between the two sides is that Durham have offered more scoring opportunities than their Essex seam bowling counterparts.
Rushworth to continue. This is over number 15 for him. 1-4-28, 3 maidens. Right arm over to Wheater. Defended. Right on off stump. Surrey still moving along. They've been batting for a long time. 155 overs, 468 for 8 against Gloucestershire. Amler 173. Obviously Gloucestershire haven't got too many bowling points. I think they've picked up a couple. Yeah, they have actually picked up a couple inside the 110 overs. But at one point they had Surrey 181 for 5. So Surrey have rather got away from them. Surrey need to win the game. Wheater on strike, plays it off to the covers, no run there. Back on at Edgbaston. Nottinghamshire 41 without loss. The batting's looking good at the moment. Slater and Hamid, that's interesting. Hamid playing in this game, he's got 22. So I wonder if he's been released out of the England bubble. Maybe I've missed that, because I'm sure he was in the England, drafted into the England side. They're the openers against Warwickshire. He made 341. Stays quite low. Played out to Jones in the covers by Wheater. 28 balls for this 99 partnership so far. Maybe they've decided that it will be Burns and Burns not playing for Surrey, so Burns and Sibley's fingers okay. Batted quite nicely last week at Chelmsford, and therefore Hamid perhaps benefit from playing more county cricket, or he's been in good form. Rushworth bowls, and again it's defended. This time it rolls up to Cars at mid-on. Sutton trying to poke through the haze again. Very pleasant day out there, plenty of people in t-shirts. 1 or 2 in shorts, and I can even see some flip-flops and sandals. And the weather's cleared again, hasn't it, over the ground? That cloud is not encroaching anymore. Lots of blue sky again. It's another dot ball. 1 ball left of this over. It could be a maiden. Wheater's on 47 from 64. Tendescarter is on 44 from 70. Yorkshire fightback appears to be on belatedly at Old Trafford, where Lancashire are now 256 for 4. 2 wickets for Jordan Thompson. Still a good lead. Rushworth to Wheater, and it's a maiden over.
Yeah, Rushworth has been the one bowler who hasn't really given too much away. Look at those figures, 1 for 28 in 15 overs, but some of the other Durham bowlers have been a touch on the expensive side, which hasn't helped the team's overall cause. Yes, Lancashire's lead is 97 already, and they've still got 6 wickets left, so a very strong position there at Old Trafford. And one suspects they're going to pull away from Yorkshire at the top of that table, and going to be a question, I think, if Northants can trouble Yorkshire by beating Sussex. But Sussex are going quite nicely in their second innings. They're 57 for 1 at Hove, just 24 behind, so getting back into a position of parity in that game after Northants took a first innings lead.
It's escalating on the A1. Highways England now saying the delays northbound past Chesley Street from Carville and Durham are more than an hour. The tailback is 13.5 miles. So that's northbound up through Durham past Carville and up towards Chesley Street.
If I'd have been southbound, I think I'd be seriously thinking about booking another hotel for tonight. Lovely sunshine now, and so the weather, that little weather threat appears to have disappeared. And Essex moving into relatively calm waters with still 7 overs to go till tea. And I say, this is the point yesterday of all the drama. None of it at the moment here. Just a question of whether these two can both get through to their 50s. Just as, of course, yesterday it was about Pepper getting to 100, which didn't happen, of course.
Bernard says Paul Mooney, the Look North weather presenter, has already said this is one of the wettest Mays on record.
Now Potts at the end that he bowled so well at yesterday, and he bowls to Tender Scarter, who drives nicely to cover, bowling now from the Lumley end, where he bowled so well at Tender Scarter yesterday. I'm not surprised that Scott Borthwick has cottoned on to that and thought it might be worth a go. But Tender Scarter now, of course, is much better set than he was when Potts was bowling to him yesterday. Potts number 26 in 9 has also kept the scoring rate relatively in check. Tender Scarter 44 with the sun shining, and he plays a shot that goes for 4 to third man. Now it's a little bit fortunate for that, because he does play quite strongly back of the square on the offside, but I'm not sure that one was totally controlled. But it is a 100 stand, and it's come in 133 balls with a pretty equal share, 48 and 47 apiece. Tender Scarter has 1 run more, with extras making up the rest of it, and this could be a match-winning combination. It's just changed the momentum of wickets falling all over the place, and the batsmen appearing not to have any sort of chance at all, and it's like we've had a different game. Potts a little bit unlucky off that last ball. Bowls Tender Scarter, goes across his crease and plays to mid-wicket. A little bit edgy, that 4. But it did go to ground, and it flew down past first slip for 4. 156 for 5. So tea is due in 6 overs time, so we are just making up maybe a little bit of time with Borthwick's overs, but it's still going to be, I imagine, a finish around about 6:45 tonight. As Tender Scarter on strike, goes across his crease and plays to mid-wicket. Again, good shot on the move, typical one of Tender Scarter. And well, this time yesterday the floodlights actually were on, weren't they, and we had bright sunshine, but they haven't done that today. Dean wondering how record 4th innings run chasers at Chester Street, if there's anything that you can particularly remember.
There's 3. There's a few of them.
Right. Yeah. That might become significant sometime on, probably Sunday, as Tender Scarter plays that one up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
They're all there on
156 for 5. Yeah. So not a ground you associate normally with sort of big 4th innings run chasers. I remember at one point when Taunton was much flatter than it used to be now. Graham Gooch saying in a game against Somerset that any target below 500 was out of the equation, because I think there have been quite a few big targets knocked down there at Somerset on a pitch that never used to deteriorate. Different. Poor Andy Caddick, how did he cope with having to bowl on that all the time? Tender Scarter facing up to Potts, and that's played nicely just on the move by Tender Scarter for a single out towards cover, and fielding completed by Burnham. So, coming up to 10-4. Tea should have been 10 minutes ago. It'll be in 6 overs time. And it's been a very good afternoon for Essex, who resumed at 15 for 3 and were 53 for 5, but these two have added 104 and just calmed things down and set up a position where Essex surely are favourites to get a 19-point win. I have to say, looking at Edgbaston, given the sort of pitch it is, I think probably at this stage Warwickshire 341, Nottinghamshire 44 without loss, that probably a draw is at the moment the slight favourite there. And that pitch tends to stay relatively comfortable for batting, as Warwickshire showed of course in the game against Essex.
Ben Raine into the attack, so a quick replacement of Chris Rushworth. He's played down into the ground and back to the bowler.
Yes, 3 for 41 in 10 overs, Raine. Interesting figures, some wicket-taking deliveries, but also a bit loose at times. Interesting that Cast hasn't been given another go. He did obviously get that wicket of Pepper with a terrific delivery after the 15-run opening over. He bowled expensive first and third overs, but got that wicket in the second.
Raine again bowls. That's defended. So we've had 14 LBWs, haven't we?
Yeah, they seem to have just stopped.
Yeah.
Maybe that's all we're going to have. That suddenly the wickets have stopped falling after we had 15 on day one and another 7 fairly quickly really on day 2, and
Raine in,
which you thought might happen at the start of a day, but it has finally come about. But it's taken the second session to do it, and now Durham for relatively, well, not an old ball, but it's the 42nd over, so it's gone through half its life cycle, and batting looking relatively comfortable. That's the key thing. We haven't had the appeals that we've been so used to.
Raine bowls, and this is defended. Tenduscarter's on 49 from 80. How many half centuries has he had this season? He's had a 56, he's had 2 half centuries.
2 56s, yeah.
Oh yeah, he has, hasn't he? Yeah.
Pair of 56s, both against the same side.
Yeah, home and away, wasn't it, Warwick?
Yeah. Essex didn't win either game, he'll be aware of that, so he wants to make a match-telling contribution here.
Raine, that's gone to point. Good stop by Jones, no run. Sun shining brightly now. So it'll be a bit misty along the coast tonight, so we might have the foghorn in with us company all night long. The worst nights are the ones where it's really muggy in the summer, but the sea fret won't lift because there's no wind and foghorn blaring away outside the house all evening. Raine bowls, and that is cut, and that will be a 4, will it? Oh no, there's a man out there. I thought it was a 12th man, but there's a fielder there. He's got 2, he's got to his 50 anyway. It's come in 82 balls, 7 4s.
Yeah, lovely innings. 51 from 51.
82 balls.
Yeah, and it's been a very good hand from Tenduscarter, get his 3rd 50 of the season. And Devon Malcolm and Dean Headley have been appointed as ECB match referees, so nice to have both of those back on the scene. Of course, Devon Malcolm famous for his 9 wickets against South Africa, 94, something like that. That was a tremendous performance. So he's very much back at the centre of things. So Tenduscarter has his 50, and now it's just a question of waiting to see whether Adam Wheater can join him. So do hopefully most of this over, and then I'll be heading off for doing my own bulletin. 3 for 43 Raine, and Potts number 31 in 10. Tenduscarter with 7 4s, 82 balls. Now we have Adam Wheater playing that one up towards mid-wicket off the first ball of Potts' new over. So it's been a bit of a struggle for Wickets, just the one score of note before this. Not too much from his other innings, but he's played very well today. And batting has looked a little bit calmer and more of a realistic profession really this afternoon compared to the rest of the game. BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Essex. Nick Little and Martin Emerson here at the Riverside, and this is Wheater just playing that one back down the pitch, and there's no one. Essex realising they were closing in on tee. They don't want to give away the advantage they built up in this session. And I think that the worst case scenario they'll be looking at now is a situation where they can bowl at Durham for half an hour before the close. Probably the preference would be to be batting into tomorrow to build up the lead even more. Probably don't need to worry too much about batting much beyond tomorrow lunchtime, if it goes as far as that. As Wheater clips that one away off the pads down towards fine leg for a single. It's 160 for 5, a lead 243. You would have thought that if they were to bat for another 2 full sessions going at the score they're going at, that would really take the game out of Durham's reach, and you get to the point where they might as well be bowling. Potts again from the Lumley end, lovely sunshine, blue sky above the ground. Up to the wicket he bowls, and that's a good one to Tenduscarter. He's not quite been able to, as Tenduscarter drives to mid-off, he's not been quite able to replicate that terrific spell he bowled yesterday. And indeed that has been the case really throughout for Durham, who started brightly, 3 quick wickets before lunch, and then Walter and Pepper were both going nicely, but they got both out in quick succession. Walter for 22, very sprightly innings actually, a run a ball, and Pepper 16 and 26. Between them they hit 8 fours, and Pepper exclusively dealt in boundaries. As here Tenduscarter plays that one up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. But at 160 for 5 and a lead of 243, Essex firmly in the box seat, and very, very comfortably placed. Sorry, 473 all out. Ricky Clark made 65, that's against Gloucestershire. I think they've got 3 batting points and Gloucester have 2 for bowling, but we'll see if that's a typical flat oval pitch as Gloucestershire reply. As this is played by Tenduscarter, just on the move out towards mid-wicket. Nice over from Potts, who's still bowling pretty well, but not quite being able to produce the venom of yesterday. Number 32 and 11, and Tenduscarter 51, Wheater 48, and Essex are 160 for 5.
Going towards 4 o'clock. Sun is shining brightly, blue skies above us. Very pleasant afternoon outside. Quite a few people in t-shirts and shorts at the moment. Wheater looking for his 50. He's got 48 so far. As for Tenduscarter, he's now got 53 50s to add to 29 hundreds. Wheater has 12 hundreds and is looking for his 39th 50. Raine coming in from the Finkel end. That's defended off stump. And we just seen Potts from this end as well. They're just trying a different bowler at each over, ball by ball. I'm sure I've just seen Potts from this end. No, I'm going daft. We had Rushworth, then Potts from the other end, then Raine. Just remember seeing the red flashes of Potts' boots in the last few minutes. Raine balls right on off stump, dot ball. Wheater this season has a higher score of 87. That came against Worcestershire and Chelmsford. Which is only half century to date this year. defended on middle stump out towards the covers. Rain balls. Wheater flicks that down towards fine leg for 1. Rushworth is there. $161 for 5. Coming up towards tea in another 3 overs. Then Descartes on strike on 51. These two came together at the start of the 19th over. He's played safely off towards the covers, and here we are now in the 44th. 108 runs from 153 balls, changing the nature of this game, this partnership. The lead 244. Rain in again, then discarded forward to that one, and again it finds its way out towards Borthwick in the covers. That is the end of the over. 161 for 5. BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Essex with you, Martin Emerson and Nick Glarehill on this Friday afternoon, bank holiday weekend. A game which at this moment in time appears to be heading into Saturday, and who knows, may yet get to Sunday as well. Similar scenario in Chelmsford a few weeks ago, where on the Friday we couldn't envisage being there on the Saturday morning, didn't think we'd be there beyond sort of mid-afternoon, and then there we were lunchtime on the Sunday. So just needs one partnership to change the nature of a game, and here we have one. Potts bowls, that's off the pads but drifting down the leg side. Potts bowls. Oh, played back past him as Willie goes for a quick single, and he gets to his 50. He's come in 74 balls. And includes 7 fours. Same as Tender Shorter. Next ball is just played up to mid-on, bobbles away. Played back to the bowler by the batsman, Tenduscoda. So what's the lead now? 2-4-5. Well, either side of lunch, it looked like this one might not make tea, because Essex were 5 down in their second innings and leading by 136. But since then, serenity has prevailed, because Adam Wheater and Ryan Tender-Scarter have batted nicely. They decided not to wait for the ball with their name on it, but to go after the bowlers. And they've put a 100 partnership together so far. Both have reached their half centuries as well. The 100 partnership now worth 110 runs from 160 balls. Tender-Scarter has 52, Wheater 50, and at 163 for 5. Essex now have a very good lead of 246. Last delivery of the over there. We did try to hook one and got a ball off the helmet, so they're just checking he's okay, and they're bringing drinks out as well. In fact, it might have been was it Tender-Scarter's helmet? Physio's checking Tender-Scarter's helmet, actually. And they're having lots of drinks. It looks rather warm out there, and rather sweaty.
Only 2 hours to go till tea, but it's a chance to have a bit of a refreshment. Very good partnership, 100 partnership. Both batsmen past 50, and it's just what Essex wanted, just to settle things down. So they'll be pretty pleased now with the way this game is shaping up. And I think the intention, although you could argue that half an hour this evening wouldn't be the worst thing, with the fact that if they're going to go into tea at 5 down, they'll be hoping that they can bat into tomorrow. And I would say, given the pace that they've been scoring, and if one or both of these players goes on to make 100, then I would have thought by lunchtime tomorrow Essex will be better off bowling than batting much further. But we shall see what the game plan is. So the penultimate over before tea, 7 minutes past 4, so it's going to be another pretty late finish here. And it's going to be Matt Two Potts to continue. And just to finish off this over, in actual fact, that's a bouncer which Wheater just evades. So we have that slight delay. But a level over 8, it says, although of course it's a bit odd when you think we'll tease at 8 minutes past 4, but the umpires, that's already 28 minutes
wickets
late.
though, isn't
yes, that's what probably causes it, I suppose. But there have been plenty of wickets, so less this afternoon. So 163 for 5, a stand of 110. And just to say, just coming at the right time for Essex in the game. We're very pleased with what's happened. Just the one slip in now. It'll be Raine to continue to bowl, and Tender-Scarter may now be just playing for tea, plays it up into the covers, and there's no run. So very much Essex's afternoon. Remember, they were 15 for 3 when the session started, so the speed of the scoring is clear. 148 in the session, and so a pretty consistent scoring rate of around about 4s, just over 4 in the session probably. The overall rate for the innings is 3.6. It's just ticked down a little bit as they started to play for tea. It's Raine bowls, and again coming forward, Tender-Scarter rolling that one out towards backward points, and there's no run, so he's 5 away from his best score of the season. To beat a pair of 56s. And this has been a very telling partnership, and Durham have not been able to respond to it so far. Still a good crowd in, but the Durham faithful a little bit perhaps downcast about the overall match situation. But there's Essex supporters here will be pretty pleased. Slipped quite deep. It's Raine bowls and played defensively. Head right over the ball from Tender-Scarter up towards mid-on, and there is no run. T scores elsewhere. Lancashire 266 for 4. Took a long time for Yorkshire to get a wicket today. Keaton Jennings made 100, but they're 107 ahead. Lancashire with 6 wickets left, so in a very strong position. Also in that group, Sussex 65 for 1. That's just again pulling things around, as they did yesterday actually against Northants. They're 16 behind in the game with 9 wickets left. It's Raine bowls. If we can angle back, that sent out to backward point, and there's no run. Tea at Worcester. I haven't mentioned this game too much because I think Worcestershire have just got too much to do, having played a game more than everyone except Essex in the group, but they have done well. 421 all out, but then you wonder, is this another fairly typical flat pitch at New Road, which we've seen, of course, one in the Essex game. They took 4 batting points for that. Derbyshire 2 without loss in reply. This is played defensively again by Tender Scarter, just up into the onside, and there's no run. So Derbyshire, of course, rather cut off at the bottom of the table, and Worcestershire in 5th place, but as I say, they've played a game more than everybody bar Essex, and it would take something quite remarkable. They've probably got to win all 3 games, and their form so far doesn't suggest they're capable of that, but at least they've gone 400 plus. But the problem for Worcestershire has been bowling sides out. Will they do it this time? Raine bowls, and that's clipped round the corner by Tender Scarter for a single out towards deep square leg. 164 for 5, first run for a while, and it ends that penultimate over before tea. Tender Scarter 53, Wheater 50, and 164 for 5 means the overall lead stands at 247.
Well, I kept saying this morning I was wondering when the calmness would come, and it took a couple of overs after lunch before 2 people were able to get out and put a partnership on the board, and now it seems like we're watching an entirely different game.
Yes, and so one of the features has been the lack of near things, hasn't it?
Here's Potts then from the on the end, comes in and bowls, fended down into the ground by Tender Scarter, and we have 5 balls left to tea. Going to be another late finish, this one, isn't it? By the time it's going to be 20 to 7, quarter to 7 at this rate.
Yeah, might be even later than that.
What's your plans now?
Well, I think I shall be getting a taxi to Durham station. I think David's going to be coming, as he's been looking to see whether it was worth making the journey, but it looks like there's going to be a reasonable amount of cricket tomorrow.
Potts bowls, fended off towards the leg side by Tender Scarter. 1 run. Goes off towards Beacon square leg.
Few chants coming from the outer. Real sign of the crowd being back, perhaps just warming up for the T20. I think they're Essex fans as well.
Can't see anything obvious in the way of Essex hats or anything like that.
No, they're just pretending to be Durham fans to get into the ground, I'm sure.
In comes the bowler, and that's played up to Rushworth at mid-on, no run by Wheater. I don't think there was any restrictions on visiting supporters at all.
I think I mentioned, I saw the report on the Roses match, and the Yorkshire, only a handful of Yorkshire fans had come across. I think perhaps thinking that they wouldn't be able to get in, but they found a way in and promptly put up their flags. Well, they played so badly on the first day, they probably had to take them down again.
Potts to Wheater. It's a short one, it's up in the air, it's away down beyond the wicketkeeper for 4. Top edge.
Yeah,
both batsmen are on 54 now.
Not a controlled shot. It rarely is when you see the ball flying over the keeper's head off a top edge, but got away with it. There is a long leg, but no chance for him, far too square.
Two balls to tea. Durham players will feel like they need tea now. That's drilled straight back into the stumps at the far end. No run. 1 ball to tea.
Yeah, very good afternoon for Essex. The first session in the game, really, where you say that the batting side has been on top. 15 for 3 to 169 for 5 in the context of this game.
116 from 171 balls these two have put on.
Yeah.
In the context of this game, that would be described as huge.
Yeah.
Potts comes in and bowls. That's driven out towards the cover area, and diving stop. 1 run for Wheater. So he'll finish on 55, and Penderskade on 54, and 170 for 5.
So lead 253, and at this stage Essex will just want as many as possible. They won't even be thinking about pulling out of the innings if these two carried on, I suspect, until lunchtime at the earliest tomorrow. But then there might be a case for doing so then, because they'll get to a stage where they might be better off bowling. But at the moment the plan will be to more of the same in the final session, I think.
Right, there you go. We're going to have a break. We'll see you in 20 minutes.
Well, it's unbelievable, isn't it? It's been such a long time, and we cooped up and everything, and you start to see things like the snooker getting going. Why couldn't the cricket have got going earlier, and this, that and the other? But absolutely wonderful day. Weather's going to be good, and we are playing well, which is another asset, shall we say. So yeah, really looking forward to the day.
I'm very pleased. I'm pleased. I think everybody is. We've all waited a long time for this, you know, and it's been a fine day, so we've been lucky.
Very good to be back. Should have been back earlier, but obviously COVID and stuff spoiled us. And Durham's got for a good start, so, and very good today, good start. So keep the season going. Good to see fans back. Brilliant to be back.
So then, final session of day 2 of Durham against Essex here on BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Essex. And Durham have sort of run out of ideas with the ball in this afternoon session. They need to break this partnership and break it quickly. Lead of 253 for Essex is already a big one, and maybe an unsurmountable one. From their point now, they'll be looking to try and bat up to lunch tomorrow. Day 3. Can Durham do something about that? Rush within. Bowling to Wheater around about middle and leg. Just been in the back lane outside the media centre for all of about 2 minutes in the sunshine. It was quite nice out there. Spotted a few people in Essex tops and hats. So there are a few here from the southeast, or the south. Rushworth to Wheater, overpitched and driven back up past his grasping hand. Stopped by Raine at mid-off. Gone off for bad light in the Notts game. They're in Birmingham, aren't they?
Yes, they are. So they've had some poor weather there today, which increases the likelihood of that one being a draw, because if it's a typical Edgbaston pitch, you do need all the available time.
Wheater's on 55, 170 for 5. Looking for the first run after tea. Cut to 2.0 run there. There's a traffic jam coming onto the dual carriageway round the side of the ground here. Now, I was saying earlier, there are issues on the A1 northbound, and there was 14 miles or 13 mile tailbacks from basically up past Durham, Carville Junction, up towards Chesty Street, and that will go further down towards Bowburn as well. So we're hearing now all the roads adjacent to this ground are all starting to get busy as people look for alternative routes around the problem. Rush within, bowls, that's cut, and that's down towards third man, there's nobody there. It's guided nicely past Bancroft at first slip.
Yeah, that was a nice shot, good start after tea from Wheater. As it might prove impossible to leave here this evening. I was intending to, and Dave Brett was going to be here next couple of days, but it might yet prove impossible, we'll see. But, well, what can Durham do? I mean, is it beyond, is the game beyond them already, or is they've got to have the belief at tea that they can bowl Essex out in this session and
I think it probably is. 2-5-7's a massive lead now.
Yeah.
If they bat like they did in the first innings, they'll be absolutely well and truly out of it.
No, it certainly appears to be the partnership that's made a difference.
So always a risk, wasn't it? Just one partnership could really make it.
Particularly with 83 as a lead, it's a lot.
In comes Rushworth, that's bowled on off stump, played out towards the covers. If you think 83 is only fractionally less with what Durham managed in their entire first innings, so
You think about the pressure Essex would have been under at 15 for 3 with scores level on first innings. It would have been possibly a bit harder to take the approach that they did of calculated aggression, because danger of falling in a heap. There was that one chance given by Tenduscarter, a sharp chance to Bellingham at Gully.
Rushford again bowls. That's turned by Wickets down towards long leg. The discussion at tea, though, is again we've seen, like I was saying this morning, I was expecting things to calm down with the use of the heavy roller and stuff, and maybe it has. Maybe things have flattened out.
It's certainly been a sort of different game, hasn't it? Since tea. Keith and Little Clacton on BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com. Intriguing game. 14 LBW decisions so far. How many of the decisions given by each umpire? Who's given the most? Have we kept track on that, or is it? It's always, you need to work out where everybody was, at which end they were, I guess. But certainly, looking back, the umpires we think have got most right. Anyway, here comes Potts, number 40 and 13. Bowls a bouncer straight up to
Cast, isn't it?
Wheater. Yeah, you're right, Cast. Sorry. Yeah, bowls a bouncer first up. And Cast's got interesting figures of 1 for 31 in 3 overs. First ever went for 15. Then he bowled an absolute pearl of a delivery and got Pepper out. Bowled a pretty good second over, and then third over was expensive as well.
With 2 new people at the crease at the time as well.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see what happens here. It looks like maybe the even numbered overs are the ones that he profits in. We'll see. So Cast back on. I was wondering where he was in the attack. This is driven back down the pitch without timing by Wheater, but he just bowled 3 overs, such a key member of the attack in the afternoon session, and he's taken a wicket. But yeah, not a happy afternoon for the Durham attack. And well, if Durham do lose this game, of course they're not out of things, because they've still got a game in hand over Essex. As this is driven by Wheater up towards mid-on, and there's no run. But I suspect that they might be looking for Nottinghamshire to do them a bit of a favour in the next round of games when Nottinghamshire go to Chelmsford, because it could be that the best scenario for Durham might be for Nottinghamshire to win that one, and that would bring Durham back if they were to win their game. This is Cast again, bowls, and played pretty well by Wheater, just settling in after tea, back down the pitch, and there's no run. Yeah, so Nottinghamshire and Warwickshire, obviously the contest for first innings bonus points goes on there, but at the moment that is looking as though a draw is the most likely result, unless one of the bowling attacks really breaks through big time in that match. And the most likely scenario here is a 19-point win for Essex, with Durham just taking a 3 for bowling. This is driven away up towards mid-on. There's no run for Wheater, which would mean the gap between the sides, which was 3 at the start of play, would go to 19. But with Durham still having a game in hand, so a few twists still possible. And say it's important for Essex to win at this juncture, given the fact that they don't play in the penultimate round of games in the first week of July, which could put them in a bit of a disadvantage if they don't have the points on the board. Here's Cast bowling to Wheater, clips it away nicely for 2. Good looking shot, just played away wide of mid-on, deep mid wicket coming round, but a nice straightforward 2. And batting conditions always looking increasingly benign, not just because of the way these two are played, but the lack of chances being created by the bowling side. 177 for 5. Cast 4 overs, 1 for 33. Tenduscarter at 54 and Wheater 62. And the lead has gone to around even 260.
Raymond says Essex are batting Durham out of the game. Awayman says they're setting it up for an interesting day tomorrow, probably all done by lunch. Not many people at the moment not giving Durham much of a hope here. Rushworth balls to Tender-Scarter. It's defended on a length. The only thing I can say is that these two do make it look like batting is easier now, and the ball is 48 overs old. Have seen pitches flattening out. I'm just thinking about Derbyshire here a few weeks ago. Durham needed 5 wickets to win on the final day, and I already had the opinion the day before that things were so flat and slow that it was unlikely that they'd get them. Rushworth bowls. He's pushed off towards the cover area, so Derbyshire with 10 for none at the end of day 3. Target was 384 and Durham only got 5 wickets. Similar thing happened in the first match of the season at Trent Bridge. They declared to give themselves a day to try and bowl Nottinghamshire out, but the pitch just slow and flattened. They only got 5 wickets there as well, so who knows, maybe Durham can fight back with the bat. Rushworth bowls. This has turned to mid-wicket. As things stand though, they're going to get 5 more wickets before they can even think about batting.
Yes, it's because if the pitch is going to become increasingly slow and difficult to get wickets on, Essex are going to have to make sure they have plenty of time. They should have lots of time. But I would have thought that if these two were to bat to the close, they should actually be able to more or less replicate what they did in the afternoon session, and that would leave them in a situation where they wouldn't need to bat beyond lunchtime tomorrow.
Well, Essex were 13 for 1, and they lost 2 wickets on 15 and 2 on 53. That's an interesting shot there. I think that was just slightly short of a length, and Tender-Scarter gave the impression he thought that was going to pop up, and he fended at it one-handed, pulled his head away. It's come off his glove, he's more or less punched it back down into the ground.
Yeah, nothing much has been happening for the bowlers, so any little indication of life in the pitch will be welcome for the Essex seam trio.
Rushworth in and bowls. That's played down to third man for 1 run. David Bedingham collects it.
So BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com. I'd like to get in touch with us during the last session. Still good number of spectators in. I think actually those blue bucket seats have just filled up a little bit during the day since I last talked about them in the morning session.
Well, a lot of people at this time of the day will move from the pavilion round to the far side of the ground, so they're still in the sun.
Yeah. Sometimes, of course, you make the opposite journey when it's too hot.
Yeah. This is played to point this time. Jones collects it off the bat of Wheater, no run, and of the over, 178 for 5.
But Essex certainly will strengthen their position with a win here, but that came against Nottinghamshire looming large. Nottinghamshire with a good recent record against Essex, of course, and were they to win that game, they'd have a very high percentage of their recent championship wins would be all against Essex. 1 in 2018, 1 at Trent Bridge a couple of rounds ago, and they might be looking to make it a trio. Something like 3 wins out of 5 it would be, or something like that in 4-day cricket over the course of 4 years. But Essex will have other ideas, and a win here would put them in good fettle for that game. Here's Cast, 1 for 33 and 4 bowls, and the appeal for LBW against Tender-Scarter. That's out. Now whether that wicket's come too late, we'll wait and see. I suspect it may have done, because I think the consensus is that the job has been done, but Tender-Scarter as ever was on the move, so the umpire would have had to have been certain that was going on.
Good shout. I wasn't. When I was looking at it initially, I thought he was on the move and maybe it's going down the leg side, but watching on the camera, it thuds right into his pads.
Yeah. So there's Cast. He's the
15th LBW of the match.
Having an interesting innings, isn't he? Here, Cast. He's bowled 2 fairly poor overs, but he's bowled a Perler at Pepper, got him out, and he's now got Ryan Tender-Scarter out, but not before that pair were put on 125 in what could yet prove to be a match-defining partnership. But with that wicket, we now see a potential prospect maybe of Durham even batting tonight. We'll wait and see. Essex, I think, now would Well, that wouldn't be the worst option because they'll probably feel the runs, but they'd probably obviously like to bat into tomorrow just to absolutely nail the game down. But a nice knock from Harmer, from Tender Skyler, 2 56s and a 55 for him this season. He looked in good form.
Partnership of 125. Massive in the scheme of things.
Yeah. Simon Harmer, remember rightly, he was part of the very bit of a blitz at the end of the Essex innings of Wickets. Everyone coming and going. Seemingly some returning to the pavilion before he'd even come out to the middle. It was all happening so phonetically, but he's coming in a more subdued situation here, Simon Harmer. And this will suit him, a chance to play a part in the game. And much needed wicket, but probably too late. Tender Skyler's chance to Beddingham probably needed to be accepted. That would have given Durham a more realistic window. As it is, they're 4 short of their first innings score, 178 for 6. And actually, 6th wicket fell at probably more or less the same junction in the first innings. Here's a delivery which beats Harmer outside the off stump. Lovely piece of bowling first up from Cast. I think it fell at 179, didn't it? The 6th wicket in the first innings, because that's what prompted the collapse.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
179 and then all out for 182.
So this means Essex are on course for a score of 181, which would set Durham would take now. There's a different feel to things, though. It's been remarkable, this game, in the sense that Essex have been really in a bad position on a couple of times in the game, but they're still comfortably ahead. 2 slips are now in for Harmer, and he's beaten by a beauty out from Cast. It's a very, very interesting spell with the 2 expensive overs and 2 wickets. I'm a little bit surprised, though, he didn't bowl more during the afternoon. I know he bowled 2 expensive overs, but as a leading member of the attack, it was a bit surprising he bowled 3 overs in the afternoon, I thought. But 178 for 6. He had a bit of a shocker with a couple of the overs, but he did bowl an absolute beauty at Pepper. And it's wickets that Durham need. 178 for 6. In he comes again and bowls to Harmer, who just goes across his crease and plays defensively into the offside. So before lunch, Brown 6, Cook 7, Wesley 1. A Norton a 1 for Wesley in this game. And that was 15 for 3. Little bit of a mini revival, 39 for the 4th wicket, and a very sprightly partnership actually. Walter had a runner ball and Pepper dealing with 16 exclusively in boundaries, and then both got out. Walter to Raine, and then Pepper to a great delivery from Cast, both edged behind to Eckersley. And here's an LBW appeal which is very close. That's cut back into the right-handed Harmer, and as we said, Wheater was far more interested in a run than Harmer was, and eventually Harmer goes through. It is a leg by, no bat on that, so it was a good shout. And Harmer, like any lower order batsman, pretty vulnerable in the early part of his innings. When he settles, though, he's very useful at the crease. And he almost didn't get a chance to take things any further there, though. 179 for 6, the point where it all went haywire yesterday. Here's Cast again, bowling to Wheater, and Wheater on the drive plays very pleasantly for a single to a sweeper. 180 for 6, Wheater to 63, and encouragement for Essex in the context of the next few games, although actually there's a big gap between the 2 remaining games, of course, Nottinghamshire and then Derbyshire at Chesterfield. But in terms of maybe other cricket, T20, Adam Wheater coming into form would be no bad thing. 180 for 6, Harmer no score, and Wheater 63. No surprise that Rush was in the attack now, as the wicket having gone down. So try and consolidate.
$15 LBWs.
Well, with Rushworth bowling, there's always a chance, particularly if he's bowling at Harmer, of adding to that, but Wheater certainly dealt with him pretty well.
Rushworth in the sunshine to Wheater from the Finkel end. Can one lead to 2? Looks gorgeous out there now.
Yeah,
lots of people in t-shirts. We're sitting indoors. We have to have the window open, so it's actually quite chilly in here. We never see the sunshine. In this stand, it's never on the front of the building until 7 o'clock on a summer's day. By the time we get here in the morning, it's generally behind us and stays behind us nearly all the day. Rushworth in, bowls. And that's gone to point this time, no run.
Chance that we get the sun in late summer shining directly into the box in the late afternoon when the sun's coming in at an angle, and that can be quite tricky. In high summer it isn't a problem. Not that there's going to be much 4-day cricket at Chelmsford in high summer this year.
Rushworth comes in and bowls. It's gone off towards the covers. Doug Raine says, hello Marty, we have 3 Hopes in this game. Knee Hope, Rye Hope and Bob Hope. He said, I fear now the Essex boys are going to do the double. But as you say, the pitch is flattened out. Plus Harmer will come into his own in the second innings, he believes.
I think he will bowl in the second innings.
Yeah.
Durham will have to bat very badly for that not to be the case. If the openers are going fairly well, I think he'll be bowling within 14 overs.
Rushworth in, bowls. Oh, it's gone through the keeper for 4. Is that buys? Buys.
Yep.
Standing up to the stumps.
Yes, looked like that one was a bit of a grubber. Wasn't able to stop it. But at least there was no catching chance. Hummer with a couple of 50s, not to be underestimated with the bat. I think he did well in the Warwickshire game, if I remember rightly, averaging just under 28. He's actually still ahead of Wheater in the averages.
Durham's highest 4th innings score here was against Hampshire in 2006 as Rushworth bowls. That's hammered off the back foot and a good diving stop by Jones. Got a hand to it in the covers. Stops it racing away for 4. 1 run to Wheater. So 2006 they scored 334 against Hampshire, but still lost by 174 runs.
That's what you call a good
2001
effort.
They made 318 for 2 against Nottinghamshire and won by 8 wickets. Their biggest run chase was at Taunton 2004, 453 for 9.
That's the one I'm thinking of in terms of not setting targets at Taunton.
Yeah. Rushworth to Harmer. This is played up to mid-on.
I've got a feeling Essex had a game there around about that time, was it just after it, where the sort of big run chases like that were very much to the forefront of people's minds. A pitch that didn't deteriorate.
And the biggest run chase against Durham here was Yorkshire's in 2013 when they scored 339 for 6 to win.
Yes, he had a good game against Warwickshire.
That is the record run chase on this ground.
Simon Harmer 82 not out and 40 not out actually against Warwickshire, so that's why he's got a good average. A couple of not outs.
268 at the minute is the lead.
Here is Cass again. Bowls to Wheater. Wheater cracks it away off the back foot, and there is a sweeper out there. Earlier he was getting boundaries for that shot, but now he has to be content with singles. 65 to him. And Stephen says, I've dipped in and out today. My son's been sitting an exam. When I picked him up an hour ago, he commented that wickets seem to be falling in the morning and late afternoon stroke evening, but the ball does less after lunch. Is he on to something? Certainly against the older ball yesterday, Pepper looked comfortable, as indeed Tender Scarter and Wheater did. As this is a bouncer, which Harmer just keeps out of the way of, but I think what's happened now is that Essex have built such a position of supremacy in the game that Durham are finding it difficult to force their way back in, and possibly sense the damage has been done with that partnership. So cast turns from the Lumley end. Still blue sky around, some cloud, but very pleasant afternoon, and Harmer plays a push drive up towards mid-off and stays on naught. But that was a nice enough shot. Essex will go to Chelmsford for the last of their games before September, 4-day cricket on their home ground. Play Nottinghamshire in the next round of matches. Certainly a game of importance, as Cast bowls again. This time Harmer just goes across his crease and plays to mid-wicket, and there's no run. And Durham are heading off to Worcestershire. Certainly again they would not expect to lose, because Worcestershire haven't got a record of bowling sides out. It's a question of whether they're going to be able to find a way of winning it.
Durham had a good record there until the last 2 visits, and they've lost on both of them. So
yeah.
Until then, I think they hadn't lost there since about 2004 or something like that. So.
And certainly with the way that Worcestershire have gone this year, their problem is bowling sides out. Probably a nice place to bat first and get a score on the board as Cast bowls. And here Harmer just trying to play back down the pitch. I think it's played it down into the ground and runs square into the offside, and there's no run. But if they lose this one, that'll become a must win. And then that will still leave things open in July. Yes, Worcester, certainly the pitch that Essex played on, you'd have had to play for quite a while longer to get any sort of a chance of a result on that, offering not really much to anybody. No fault of the groundsman, with the ground having been underwater. And here's a glance, and it'll go for 4. Not having the happiest of afternoons at Eckersley. It's 4-leg buys, so won't be credited against him, but just stretched across with his glove, but couldn't stop it. And 4 more go to a total of 4 useful runs for Essex. They're 190 for 6. They've exceeded their first innings. They lead by 273, Wheater 65, and Harmer no score. Bit of rain around, as we've been mentioning, in the Midlands. Still holding things up at both West Midlands venues. Leicestershire have been bowled out for 136 by Middlesex, who have a chance of getting a victory. I think their only victory so far was that very quick game against Surrey, where they bowled them out cheaply twice. But Martin Anderson, who at one point had 3 for 3, and ended up there with 4 for 27, and 3 more wickets for the promising Ethan Bamber. So Middlesex just finding life a little bit more comfortable at Grace Road than they have on 1 or 2 other occasions in the group, but have just left themselves too much to do, I think, in terms of qualifying for the top 2.
Do you have us an update at 5 o'clock?
Not for me.
No.
But, no, thankfully not. Be a bit late for it otherwise. They're having a chat about the ball again.
Let's have a look. Another wicket coming, is it?
Well, the last ball change that Durham affected worked pretty well for them yesterday, didn't it?
I can't see what's happening here because the ball's between the 2 umpires. They were very close together and I can't see it. Scorers were just suggesting yesterday that this morning that they're failing that a lot of balls have been replaced this year.
Yeah.
This one's going to be.
It's the dryness and the abrasiveness.
Ball change, 190 for 6, so there's a wicket on the way.
Yeah, I mentioned just an update actually that.
How many overs is that? 53.
Seem to be back on now at Edgbaston, and Warwickshire have got a wicket. So Nottinghamshire 72 for 1. Hamid has gone to Liam Norwell for 39. Ben Slater is 33. Ben Duckett has just come in, 72 for 1. They're 269 behind, but that game needs to, I think, move on somewhat to have a chance of a victory for either side, with wickets falling in a cluster at some point. No real sign of that at this stage. Well, they're showing the having a look at the ball. Rushworth's interested. What have they done, I wonder? Have they got a new one? They put it through the hoop. I think they're stuck with it, aren't they? Still being examined by the Bowlers Union.
Update coming for BBC Radio Newcastle in a moment or two. Just listening, the RNLI are launching their annual safety campaign on the water, which is something I know well of, because see all the posters on our estate down on the marina with a lifeboat house just around the corner. Here's the update. I wish I was catching some sun. We're indoors in the shade. Durham are looking for wickets here, though. Essex are 190 for 6 in their second innings. They had a first innings lead of 83, having bowled Durham out for just 99 earlier today. They got 5 quick wickets, Durham, and then a partnership of 125 for the 6th has just ended, with Ryan Tenduscarter going LBW to Bryden Cast for 55. Adam Wheater was part of that partnership. He's on 65. There have been 15 LBWs in this match, and if there's one more, it will equal the Durham record set against Somerset a few years ago here in 2014 and against Kent back in 2000. Still plenty of action today. There's still another 25 overs to go. Commentary on the BBC website.
Rushworth bowling at the moment.
That's just been played up. I'm being asked a question here. No, we're not drinking beers. We are indoors, and everyone else is in the sun in shorts and t-shirts. And they all look nice and relaxed, but we'll probably be putting our jumpers and coats on again in a minute. But it's quite a pleasant day, though. Quite a pleasant day. Absolutely convinced to think we should spend the whole day drinking gin and tonic or whatever, and being fanned by maids as Rushworth comes in and bowls. This has gone off towards square leg for 1 run. For Wheater.
Yeah,
there's a bit of cloud building up again, though, isn't there?
Yeah, a little bit.
High cloud.
High cloud over the ground.
Cumulonimbus, would you say?
But I think the original call that rain would break up and not get this far is still looking fairly solid.
I'm not expecting any rain. It's just filling in a bit, and it's gone a little bit grey, hasn't it?
Durham could probably do with a session being taken out of the game, but it's not going to happen.
Rushworth to Harmer. Harmer defends. It's a no ball.
Interesting that Wheater in particular has just gone into a shell a little bit, and it's not quite been the same intent scoring-wise. Obviously, Tenduscarter getting out has made a bit of a difference, but it's been a bit more subdued since tea, hasn't it, when you consider the pace of scoring in that lunch to tea session. As if Essex realise now the key is just to keep batting, and particularly with Tenduscarter out, not to give things away at this point, with a lead approaching 300.
Oh, something's put Harmer off, I'm not sure what.
Certainly it's going to take a great innings for Durham to win this game, possibly 2. And they'll be looking to, I guess, the likes of, well, in terms of form, you might be looking at maybe Bancroft with his Test experience. Big ask of Lee, given his form against Essex. But if he can get in, I wonder if he might be a different story.
One thing Durham are going to need, they're going to have a big platform at the top of the innings.
Absolutely, and I think Beddingham is going to be key, obviously.
Rushworth bowls slow, loopy Yorker, played up to mid-on to Potts. Pot ball.
It's amazing what can happen when you're looking at a situation and thinking, oh, the side batting fourth has got no chance, but then if they can get established, which is what Durham never did in that first innings, odd things can happen, like tiring out the bowlers. As it is, Messrs Porter, Cook and Siddle have just had a run out, which should prove very successful.
Rushworth bowls. It's turned round the corner down to long leg for 1 by Harmer. And that is the end of the over. Or is it 1, 2, 3? No, 1 left because there was a no ball.
Rose's match latest. Yorkshire have taken a 5th wicket, so Lancashire 309 for 5. Just another 5 overs left there for bonus points, so Yorkshire might only get 1 for bowling. Lancashire have 3 for batting. Josh Bohannon is 20 not out, but they've got rid of Vilas for 35, who could have been very, very dangerous in this sort of situation.
Wheater on strike as Rushworth finishes the over. The ball played to Jones along the ground at point, and that is it. 194 for 6. BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Essex with you. 25 overs to go today, so generally when they start the final session, it's normally 2 hours long, but quite often drifts, so time to start the final session. But
well, I think it was 4:35, wasn't it?
4:35, so you're probably looking about a 22 7 finish again. And then Nick doing a runner to the car park.
It's got to,
got to get the milk train home.
That's right. It might turn out. Vilas, the master of destroying a side once Lancashire get ahead, so they've done well to get him out. Here is Cass bowling and driven up by Harmer to mid-off, and there's no run. You can see the way he was playing though, 35 off 47 balls with a 6 and 4 fours, but Ben Code got him out. But still a lot to do, Yorkshire there, because they're 150 behind after their poor first innings batting performance. 194 for 6. Well, they're real danger players, Dane Vilas. Strong side. Jimmy Anderson sort of made a guest appearance, didn't he, a little while back in one of the games. It was the game against Glamorgan. Driven away, nice looking stroke, very well stopped actually at point. One of the nicest bits of fielding of the day by Burnham. Just getting across to that. It was beautifully timed by Harmer. He's 1 from 15 balls. He expects to be 5 from 16 because that was beautifully struck, but it was very well intercepted. Had to move quickly to his right.
He was he's fielding at backward point, and the ball was going across the front of him really. So he dived forwards through the line of the ball and took it cleanly on the bounce. Two-handed.
Very nicely done. 194 for 6, and this time Harmer clips away nicely for 4 through mid-wicket. That was a beautiful stroke. He just got one on his pads and missed out on the 4 on the previous delivery. More like square leg than mid-wicket in the end, in fact, but it was a very, very good stroke from Harmer, who is, once he gets in, can be a useful number 8. And he's certainly in that category of number 8. You want your number 8 to be capable of making a 50 every 4th innings or something like that, and he's in that sort of category. 198 for 6. He's never going to make that many hundreds. We mentioned one, but he did get actually earlier in the programme. But not a bad batsman when he gets in. He's facing up now, and he leaves delivery alone to no ball outside of the off stump. So Cass overstepping, which won't help his figures, and the 200 is up inside 55 overs. Essex supporters in the ground making themselves known.
I think they're being applauded by Durham spectators as well, who are just happy to see cricket again.
Absolutely. 200 for 6.
1 over OE in the 55th. So the lead's 283.
And this time Harmer facing to Carson, playing another stroke which is straight this time to Burnham. A point, but again it was well timed.
A number of vehicles involved in the collision on the A1, which has been causing major problems all afternoon. Looks like the traffic's eased a little bit
relief
outside the ground, because there was a big traffic jam coming down the hill just around about the time of tea.
Well, I've told me it might take 50 minutes to go 5 miles, which is why I'll make a run for it about 10 to 7. The play might be finishing around about then. We've got 24 overs left after this. And here is one that just turns Harmer around slightly, and he plays it out to backward point, and again there's no run. Burnham doing a lot of fielding in this over. But Essex in a very strong position, 283 on.
Telling you something you haven't thought about.
What's that?
Extra half hour.
Yeah, I mean, that would mean that you'd have to have Durham batting not very well at all for that to happen.
Or Essex. If Essex were to get 8 down just before the close, they could put another half hour on.
It's 200 for 6. This is Harmer playing up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Wouldn't that only be allowed if it was heading towards a result, though, which of course it wouldn't be, because it's the third innings. But anyway, Harmer 5 and Wheater 66, 200 for 6, and my lead is 283.
No, because we saw it yesterday, didn't we? Where they had the extra half hour.
Yeah, that's a bizarre rule at the end of the day, I have to say. I can understand tea time, but yeah, we shall see.
Well, if it was Durham 8 down, then they would be in a total mess, wouldn't they?
Yes.
That's
what I thought you were thinking of.
I don't think they have enough time for that to happen yet.
Well, that's a new rule to me, if that's the case, I have to say.
Well, maybe I'm misthinking it then.
Tell you what, the fielding side wouldn't be too happy. They probably, a day like today, they'd probably rather get off.
I'm sure we saw this at Derby not a year or so.
Maybe in a rain-affected game, I'm not sure. Anyway. I'm going to at least attempt to try and get to Durham anyway.
You get that. Ben Raine bowling to Wheater, who is on 65 from 103 balls, strike rate of 64. Raine has one slip in place as he comes into bowl. Oh, Wheater nearly falls over the ball there. Quicker delivery and had him off balance as he played that one away.
Seen that all thanks courtesy of Simon Kerrigan, the spinner who briefly played Test cricket when he was with Lancashire. Not with any great happy memories, mind you. He was just taking a couple of quick Sussex wickets to put Northants back on top at Hove.
Bowler comes in and it's defended.
And although Tom Haynes is 54 not out, Kerrigan has had Van Zyl caught and bowled for 17, and then he's got rid of Travis Head for a duck, 4-ball duck. So that's 91 for 3, and the Sussex lead is a mighty 10 at the moment.
In comes Raine. That's gone to the cover area to Scott Borthwick.
Yes, it's these extra half hours are interesting.
Is it nine wickets down then? Is it that
could
one?
Be. Yeah. I mean, what is interesting?
They do. I've seen them on in the middle of a game, day 2, 3, where certainly if they're 9 wickets down, they'll put on an extra half hour to try and get the final wicket, so they don't come back the next day. I've seen that.
Certainly for the results possible, no doubt about that.
In comes Raine. That's played to Burnham, mid-wicket, no run.
But one of the things that, the fact is, games start at 10:30 in September, so I think there's, on the last day when you can't make up time, if you've lost previous time in the game, on a Sunday morning when there's no issues with traffic, people getting in. I think there was an instance for the last game that Essex were playing. They actually did go on, in fact the last but one against Derbyshire, they were right on top in the game, but the game could have started in beautiful conditions at 10:30 in the morning, and of course in midsummer that's no problem at all.
Raine bowls. This one finds its way up to Rushworth at mid-on, no run.
It's one thing we don't do in this country, start early in test matches or county
The problem
games.
you've got is, I remember the week when Durham won the title down at Kent in the September, and there was lots of heavy overnight dew, so it was taking quite a while to get all the surface water off the field on a morning.
I remember sometimes with the September 10:30 starts, there was an occasion at Bristol where fog stopped play, but they had a high pressure area and the fog was sitting on the ground till lunchtime.
Raine bowls. This has gone off towards point for 1 run. Jones having to come in off the boundary to field it.
Main problem last summer, in inverted commas, in terms of the last game, was the cold at Lord's. Freezing cold for that Bob Willis Trophy final. Absolutely. Very strangely cold for late September, but it was a warning about what the first 2 months of this season would be like.
Yeah.
So it's going to be Cars. 2 for 41. Interesting 7 overs he's bowled. Going to bowl. Oh, it's a half appeal of LBW against Wheater, going down the leg side. Don't think there's any bat on that. wait for the umpire to confirm. Maybe there was, maybe an inside edge. I thought there wasn't back, but there was. That would have been a key reason, and obviously for it not being given out, because the appeal was cut off halfway through. So Wheater to 68, and Harmer has to strike on 5. Tender Scarter, the last man out, after putting on 125 with Adam Wheater. Went for 55. This is a delivery that actually lifts at Harmer, and he plays it pretty well. Harmer playing very much within himself. Goes for a bit of a walk in his crease. Obviously the Essex game plan is just to bat long. There's no hint of trying to just get quick runs and get Durham in tonight. If they were 8 down, they might have been thinking about that, but there's no real point in that. I think they bat into tomorrow. Still 2 days left in the game. Good forecast. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com, and John is in touch. Just talked about the 48 game, which we often do actually, at South Church Park against Australia. And Australia scored lots of boundaries. Only 1-6 scored by Loxton. Bradman scored 32 fours and a 5 in his 187 made in 125 minutes. Here's Cast again. Bowls. Oh, again another delivery that lifts. I'm a little bit surprised that Cast didn't bowl more this afternoon, because he does have this, although he did bowl a couple of expensive overs, he does have this ability to do the extra special thing, which he's just done a miss over to trouble Harmer a little bit. With a couple of deliveries that have really reared off a length. Harmer on 5, 202 for 6 for lead 285. And you say, John, that you doubt that any of today's crowds would not regard the Aussie's superb batting at Southend as the finest example of batsmanship and way beyond any feats achieved in white ball cricket now. You were only 5 at the time though, so very good memory of it. Here's Cass, and there's a delivery which again bounces, and Harmer's getting used to this now and leaves it alone, but a great effort over this from Cass. 2 for 42 inside 8 overs. Obviously you're talking about the huge gap in talent between the two sides, but they remained faithful to the job in hand, which was to entertain. And John, I think also there was a story there, they signed autographs, didn't they? So very special game that we do refer to from time to time, possibly in the context of the tour game becoming a thing of the past, and the fact that it's rather lost its value in the last few years. 202 for 6 rather, as this is played off the back foot by Harmer, who will get away from this short pitch barrage from Cast by getting a single up into the covers, and we'll see how Wheater can deal with it. But it's a good effort from Cast this. 203 for 6, lead 286. They were 15 for 3 and 53 for 5, but Ryan Tender-Scarter with his third 50 of the season, and Adam Wheater have contributed to a very significant partnership, 125, and although Tender-Scarter's gone, Wheater at this stage is still very much there with 2 slips, and he gets another short delivery, which with Wheater, of course, who's not as tall, he just sort of sways out of the way and it goes by chest high. But a good effort over that, I thought, from Cass. 2 for 43 in 8 overs, and Harmer 6 and Wheater 68 and 203 for 6. And it'll be interesting to see if it's going to be rain or
hand sanitizer, isn't it?
Yeah.
Net weather saying fine, warm and sunny weather is on the way. Remember your sunscreen, and the grass pollen season is starting up.
Yes, it never really got going, has it? With
all the wet.
Yes, it's going to be nice to have at least a couple of weeks.
Well, I think it's generally when the grass pollen season kicks in, that's when I start using a nasal spray, because I take a tablet every morning as well.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, my middle daughter has inherited my pollen allergies.
Oh.
So she'll be probably in a few years' time become badly allergic to cats as well. Raine looking to try and break this partnership with Harmer on 6. Harmer forward defends that one. We went a few years ago, and my oldest daughter was only a baby, she's only about 6 months old, and we went to, well, maybe a year, to Glaisdale in the North Yorkshire Moors, not far from the North York Steam Railway. Beautiful, beautiful area, but all around there was grass meadows. and the farmers were cutting the grass and making silage. Oh my! I couldn't get enough antihistamine. It was just horrendous.
Yeah.
Feel it on your chest as well. 203 for 6. This is defended by Harmer.
I'll mention Steam Railways when you're next on with Paul Newton, and that'll be half an hour's
I know,
conversation straight
we
away.
were talking about it because one of my friends works in the engine shop, the engine shed there. So we had a chat about that. I think Paul's been up there a few times.
Yeah, last time I was this far, not quite this far north, but went through the station on the way up. Saw the Railway Museum at York.
Yeah.
And I went there pre-lockdown. I think it was October of 2019. Fascinating.
Great place, isn't it? Rain bowls, that's defended. Goes out towards Potts at mid-off. Yeah, we used to take the kids there quite regularly. It's a good day out. Our little one, when she was still only maybe 2, cricket season had finished, so I had a day out on the train with her. We went down to York and took her to see the Railway Museum and all the trains and stuff, and we had a little boat trip on the river.
Yeah.
Quite a nice day.
Yeah. Without wishing to be doing a tourist advertising job, I have to say it's a fascinating place to visit for a long weekend.
Rain balls. Softer pads is drifting down the leg side. A leg bye is going to be signalled here. It was Harmer who was on strike. He's now at the bowler's end. James Vinelbrook signals.
And so Essex starting to build another little partnership here. After Tender Scarter was out for 55, that score was 178, so they put on 26, and it's got the feel of a pitch that may just be flattening out a little bit, but it would be interesting to see obviously what the Essex seamers can do probably tomorrow, maybe lasting this evening.
Rain in. Short, pulled out towards deep mid-wicket. There's a man out there. 1 run. Who's that fielding out there?
Is it Jones? He has been out in that area quite a lot.
Alex Lees with a wide-brimmed hat on, I think.
Yeah.
Jones is at point.
Right.
And he's got a dark
I can
cap
see him.
on.
I can see him now. Yeah.
It was the wide-brimmed hat that confused me because there's not many players wear them in the Durham team. It's normally Ben Raine and Rushworth. Raine's bowling and Rushworth's at mid-on. Raine in. Ooh, that daisy cutters through and it bounces off the keeper's pad and gloves and down towards fine leg. 1 by.
He's having a bad afternoon, Eckersley, behind the stumps.
Well, he hasn't kept this year, but that went awfully low, didn't it?
Yeah.
Daisy cutted through.
Obviously, it's not easy keeping on a pitch like this with a variable bounce, but he probably feels he might have conceded a few less than he has. So Raine and Cast with 5 wickets between them, but not able to break this partnership yet.
I don't want to worry you about trains and things like that, but I'm saying, and it could be just something linking to Grand Central, but their King's Cross Bradford interchange service will not go start at King's Cross, it will start at Doncaster.
Right.
And the bowler comes in, that's gone off towards the covers, and then the Sunderland to London King's Cross service will terminate at York. So nothing's going near King's Cross today.
Right. Okay, I'll have a little look at that.
Yeah.
Might be, I'll have to give
overhead wire. It says, due to overhead wire problems, all lines are blocked into and out of London King's Cross. But if you're going cross-country to Leeds, that shouldn't really affect you. Just some trains might be backing up on the East Coast main line, because you don't switch off to go to Leeds until you've got to York.
I still may not get out of here this evening, I think. I might have to give up. Memo, don't try and leave Durham on a Friday evening. That's a nice stroke from Harmer, just up into the offside, playing very compactly, 6 from 31 balls, but Essex have just lost the scoring momentum that they had, but they haven't lost their solid position in the game with a lead of 289. Andy says that the game has highlighted the fact that surely if Essex had their formidable 3 strike bowlers playing together in more games, then their progress in this group may already have been assured. However, as yet, collectively, they haven't featured in a victory. It'll be a different story, I think, if they win this game, because their performance yesterday and this morning obviously was key. As this one is played away off the hip from Harmer. I think some bat onto that, and again Rushworth having to do the, in fact it's Raine this time, having to do the fielding, losing his sun hat in the process, and a couple more go on to a total. Harmer to 8, just playing that one away off the hip. And you say fingers crossed that the bowlers do a job in this vital game. And Andy, I think we're looking at a game where Essex really should win from here. And it'd be a huge setback if they didn't, but they've got so much time, that's the key thing, and the forecast in this area is good for the weekend. 2 slips waiting. Cast bowls again, and this is pulled away. That's an emphatic shot from Harmer for 4. Hits the boundary rope now, long boundary in front of the bigger scoreboard, and that was Harmer very much taking control of the situation. Just slightly shorter one, and he's hit it away very firmly in front of a square leg umpire for 4. He goes to 12, do 12 for 6, lead 5 short of 300. So that fly that can't find its way out of the box, it's been around all afternoon.
Where is it?
It's just disappeared behind me now.
Bit daft flies, aren't they?
Yes. His cast straight approach bowls, and it's just a run down wide of mid-on for another single by Harmer. So he's gone along to 13. And Essex making sure that Durham don't gain any momentum from getting Tendascarter out. They're building another little partnership.
Just wondering here, it's just filling in and looking rather grey around us now. I'm wondering if we might see the lights on at some point.
Yeah. They haven't been on at all today. Playing everywhere apart from the oval where the rain has seemed to have arrived. Gloucestershire 45 for 1, Surrey made 473. In a game Surrey need to win. Don't want to lose any time in that one. As this is just played up into the offside. And no run. Surrey's, well, if they don't qualify, they've drawn against Leicestershire twice, which is basically they can't afford to do. And they're going to have to try and find some wins from somewhere. They've got the runs, but can they, in the absence of Kebar Roach, potentially bowl Gloucestershire out twiise? Harmer 13, Wheater 69, 213 for 6, a lead 296.
Raine got Harmer in his sights as he comes in here. Right arm over. Played to Burnham at short mid-wicket.
So our story of the Durham-Essex games now moves to 2 games that I remember commentating on, and first of them was in 2005. June 2005. I remember actually the daylight being a striking thing at nice weather, broad daylight after 10 o'clock at night.
Harmer waits as Raine bowls and plays the ball back to him. He can't quite get it. Sort of put off as it just out of his grasp and went through the legs of the non-striking batsman. No run though.
So James Foster was captain, I think, very early on in his captaincy career. May even have been
the
first.
Was this?
2005.
Here.
Yeah, this is the one where Durham made 505. Gordon Lutchell, who mentioned got runs in the previous game, 123. Dale Benkenstein 110, and 63 to Gareth Breeze. Remember him?
Defended. Played back. Well, he was at the stumps with Liam Plunkett when Durham just got over the line in the semi-final in 2007.
Yep, that's why I remember him.
He was also on strike when Durham won the Cup in 2014 in his final game in one-day cricket for them.
And one of the key things about this game is that Dale Steyn is in the Essex side. He's very young and raw, and he took 3 for 105, but bowled 9 no balls. Andre Adams 4 for 121. Flat pitch? Well, no, it wasn't, because Essex made 106 all out, 399 behind.
Well battered. 213 for 6 at the moment as Raine bowls. Harmer guides the ball down towards third man for 1. The big wheel has suddenly kicked into action.
Yeah, I can see it there. Alistair Cook, who we mentioned, has already taken part in these games. I think actually, given the remarkable fact is, Alistair Cook even given his long career with England, every time Essex have played on this ground during his career, he's been in the Essex side. Which, I suppose one of the reasons for that is the long gap between this game and the last one.
I think there were 4 players when the sides met a few weeks ago who played against each other previously. It's defended. I think there was it was Borthwick and Rushworth for Durham, and it was Alistair Cook. I'm trying to think who was it, Wesley or Wheater? When did Wheater join?
Of course, he went Essex, Hampshire, Essex.
Yeah,
a shorter stint with Essex to start with.
One of them played for Durham Uni against Durham as well.
Wesley.
Yeah,
got his best bowling figures.
Yeah.
Didn't play in the championship match in 2010 for Essex.
No. That's flicked out towards deep mid wicket for 1 run. So was it Alistair Cook and was Tender Scarter in that?
Yeah, we'll come on to that one in a second.
I think there's 4 of them survived that.
So Alistair Cook made 39, top score on 106. So Essex were asked to follow on, and Andre Adams and Dale Steyn, having got the wickets in the Durham innings, then got the runs. Andre Adams 103, but Dale Steyn as a night watchman 82 and 12 fours, and I can't remember much more about Dale Steyn's batting in his entire career. So that was quite a quirky scorecard, but basically Durham were far too strong. Mark Davis 5 for 86. Oh, yeah, I remember him now. 4 for 15 in the first innings, 5 for 86 in the second. I remember him being a quality bowler, Davis.
Mark Davis, yeah. Went off to Kent for a while.
Yeah.
Was working here recently, I say recently, 2 or 3 years ago, in a sort of behind the scenes capacity in marketing, that kind of thing.
It would have been Ashley Nofke.
Yeah,
Nofke. 4 for 19 in the first innings, 2 for 79 in the second.
I can't really remember much at all about him playing for them.
That was a pretty emphatic win. Essex did get to 380, but it's one of those situations where the position was pretty hopeless, and Durham slightly took the foot off the gas, but knowing the game was won, which was the key thing there for them. A very emphatic innings victory. Is here, first ball of a new over. Wheater, who's just played a little bit less expansively of late, just runs that down to deep backward point, and there's a run. So it's Potts now back on, 13 overs for 41. It's a good effort from Cast, who thought certainly it's an erratic spell, 2 very expensive overs this afternoon, but a better one. What a great delivery to get Pepper out, but got Tender Scarter out. And here's Potts at 0 for 41, 216 for 6. He bowls to Harmer, and Harmer head over the ball, plays it up to mid-off, and there's no run. So we come to a last match in the sequence, which is one I vividly remember, 2010. So here we have Durham as champions, 2008-2009, newly promoted Essex, who I think won their opening game and then came to the Riverside to play Durham.
April time, wasn't it?
Yeah. Durham won the toss, chose to field with a very strong attack, which included Ben Stokes, actually. That's a delivery pushed up into the offside, and
was that not his debut?
Well, it'd have been 10 overs for 34.
What year? 2010.
Hang
on, I've got this written down.
Feels too long ago, but maybe it's not. I think it's Ben's. Presumably it's Ben's. No, there's no other Stokes it could be. But, there he is. 2000.
The game marked the 200th first-class wicket for Liam Plunkett in a debut for a young all-rounder called Ben Stokes.
Didn't realise that connection for this game. So there we go. So this one played up towards mid-wicket by Harmer, and there's no run. So Godleman and Maunders went early. Mitch Claydon, who's remembered obviously for his long career with Kent, Callum Thorpe was bowling for Durham. Mark Davis, Liam Plunkett, Ben Stokes, Ian Blackwell, of course, remember him for Somerset. Kurtzer, that'd be Carl Kurtzer, yeah. Here's Potts bowling to Harmer. It's gone quite quiet here now.
I think he still plays international cricket for Scotland, and he plays for Benwell Hill in the North East Premier League. And a couple of years ago, when Durham were, maybe 2 or 3 years ago, when Durham were looking around to try and see if they could strengthen the T20 side, it must be the 2017 season actually, he was in the top 10 one-day batsmen in the world.
Yeah.
And Durham, I think, emailed him to see what his availability was, but it never went beyond that.
Maybe he didn't receive it.
He got it.
He got it, yeah. So, Alistair Cook playing in that one, 44. He got on that occasion as this is a pull shot, slower ball, and a pull shot from Harmer for a single down to Ben Raine. 217 for 6. The lead, 300. And so we had Cook was third out at 89, and Mark Bettini was fourth out at 102, and that brought together Jake Mickleborough and James Foster, who shared then that extraordinary partnership of 339, which is still in the record books for Essex as the biggest 5th wicket partnership in the club's history. Mickleborough never quite went on to fulfil his potential. Foster was round about his peak as a batsman at this point, sometime after he'd had his outing with England and his Test career, which he certainly wasn't at his peak as a batsman then.
New over from Raine. First ball's played by Harmer to mid-off. Potts, no run.
Mickleborough hit 13 fours and a 6 in his 174, and Foster 2 sixes and 19 fours in his 169. I don't think that was his highest score, Foster. I'll look it up. I'm certain he's got a double. We'll look it up in a short while. Tenderskata was playing, made 3. Would have been disappointed.
Rain in, bowls. Oh, nearly a little nibble there as Harmer comes forward to play at the ball outside the line of off stump.
He came in after the 339 run stand, and he made 3 of the next 4 runs in a stand 4 with James Foster before he was out, and then Foster was out straight away. In fact, there was a little mini collapse, funnily enough, there from 441 for 4 to 484 all out. And then Durham made 198 with 3 wickets for Chris Wright, of course, who's played for a couple of counties since.
Rain balls, sun's out again now, trying to poke through a bit of murky cloud. Dot ball there. Chris Wright, well, where is he now? He's at Leicester, isn't he?
Yeah, formerly Warwickshire.
Yeah, he was with Warwickshire for a few years. There was a cracking duel between him and Paul Collingwood here in a rain-affected game in 2012, and Collingwood was trying to stand firm to him, and Wright peppered him, and then got one on the hand and broke Collingwood's hand.
Ryan Tenderskata got 3 wickets in that. He won't get any in this one.
Rain bowls. It's defended, why not?
He won't bowl. And if he's bowling, Essex are going to be in a lot of trouble in this game. He'll be about the 6th choice bowler. I don't think I've seen him bowl this season. And Tim Phillips, who bowled 5 overs and took 3 for 8, became better known, the left arm spinner became better known in the limited overs, part of a successful Essex T20 side with a strong spin attack with Danish Canaria and James Middlebrook, who often bowled 12 of the overs between them.
Played up to Rushworth, dot ball.
And then there was some rain around, and Durham followed on and made 352 for 7 and 4 for 113 for Tim Phillips. 2 for David Masters, a terrific bowler he was. Basically signed from Kent and leader of the Essex attack for very many years. Graham Napier played in that game as well. Didn't get a wicket, actually. A very quiet game by his standards. A naught, and he didn't get a wicket.
Harmer on strike, plays the ball back to Raine. Yeah, I remember. Well, I remember. I think that game finished on a Monday.
Yeah.
I used to, for some reason, if I worked the weekend, I didn't work Mondays. So even though the match was finishing on the Monday, I had to take my day off for the week as the Monday. I remember being in IKEA and following it on the scorecards, and Durham holding on for a draw because rain came late on the final day.
Yeah.
But that was we weren't doing commentaries then, were we? So
no, Just the no, I don't think so. Remember?
Not then, we weren't.
No. Ben Stokes made 7 and 4, but I didn't know. I didn't know until today that was his debut. So that was an interesting one.
Yeah.
Dale Benkenstein 98, Michael Di Venuto 99 when Durham followed on. 352 for 7. Right, here's Potts at number 42. It's like not so good now, and that's played defensively up into the offside by Wheater, and it's been a holding session, this, hasn't it? Gone to us to the afternoon, where we had very free scoring play from Essex. It's not been edge of your seat stuff this session, I have to say, but Essex are just building a position, having lost Tender Scarter. They're playing sort of risk-free cricket, and probably Durham are bowling a bit tighter than they did in the middle session when they let things go a little bit. Potts bowls, and Wheater drives pleasantly for 4. Now that's going to break the shackles from his point of view. He's going to go to 75. Adam Wheater, who, as I say, been short of runs this season, hasn't spent a lot of time at the crease recently, really.
Just looking at the light meter on my phone, which is on an app, and it's just below halfway, so when it gets down to 300 lux, that's when they would normally consider taking them off, and so you would think if it continues to dip a little bit, they might have the floodlights on in the next few minutes.
Yeah. Potts again with just the one slip in. Bowls, and it's cut away by Wheater. Nice looking stroke, but straight to third man, Burnham. And there's just a 1 to a total. So 222 for 6. Paul Newton's actually in touch, so there we go. Paul listening to the comments about the North York Moors Railway, and probably agreeing that would have been the subject for the next half hour if he'd been here. Sends his regards to Martin, and looks forward to being back there for the September Gala at North York's Moors. This is played defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. I'm sure Paul would agree that this is a game that Essex are doing well in. Bowlers bowled well as a unit. It's been a bit up and down, but going into this game I thought, well, it was definitely a must not lose, and this game and the Notts game, Essex needed a minimum of a win and a draw. 2 wins would be the ideal. It looks like they should get a win from this particular point, as here Harmer just playing that one defensively. The game's gone to sleep a little bit. It's unusual for this game as it goes up to mid-off and there's no run, because certainly the first 4 sessions, goodness me, absolutely extraordinary. Essex at one point losing 5 wickets and 17 balls for 3 runs yesterday. And then Durham's collapse, a sensibly dramatic finish of Bedingfield out to a last, David Bedingham out to a last ball yesterday. And here's Harmon again just pushing forward. Essex clearly playing to a game plan here of occupying the crease and potentially being willing to bat until lunchtime tomorrow, because there's no indication here that they want to push things on as they did in the afternoon, where I think it was part policy and part the fact that Durham bowled rather loosely, which enabled them to have that very profitable session, about 150 runs. And it's been slower going in this session, but we've still got an hour to go for light holds. There's more cloud over the ground now, and still a good number. 1 or 2 people have made their way home, but it's just been great to see a good number of spectators back in a big ground with not too much fuss about sort of restrictions, and it is something I think Essex will be a little bit envious of, and it's no fault of their own, the location of a Chelmsford ground and some of the restrictions that are potentially necessary in relation to grounds like this. But it remains to be seen what's going to happen with regard to the T20 fixtures in terms of restrictions there pre and post June the 21st. Will it just remain the same? We shall see. General advice for anyone going to those would be to perhaps arrive a little bit earlier than you might normally have been accustomed to arriving. That probably applies to us covering the game as well. Thanks to Stephen. You're hoping the trains are going to behave for me. Well, they may not even run. I'm sort of half thinking I might have to spend another evening here, but it's no problem. But we'll see how it goes. Make an attempt anyway. It's his cutaway in the air and goes out towards Jones at deep backward point for a single. 223 for 6. Lead over 300 now. Watching Wheater reminds me of what a crisp and exciting strike with the ball he was, and when he first appeared a decade ago. Yeah, that was, as I say, initially for Essex. He seems to have declined as a batsman. When he started, he looked like he should play as a specialist bat. Wasn't there that game where he almost won a game for Essex against Hampshire, and then Hampshire signed him? Never quite. There was the was it Michael Bates, the Hampshire keeper, who was a sort of specialist keeper who was prolific in their T20 side, but not much of a batsman. Raine bowls, and that's played up into the onside, and there's a sporting attempt at a stop, and it goes out towards deep square leg, but never seemed to settle there. Came back to Essex, and I say short of runs this season, but this has been a good innings from him, and it's just made sure that there wasn't a door that Durham could find their way through when that 5th wicket went down, because of course that's exactly what happened yesterday afternoon. It didn't happen today. And 224 for 6 is a very different story to 53 for 5. Well, really the game was right back on the knife edge. 224 for 6. Raine bowls, and this is just played defensively. The ball keeps a little bit low and played back down the pitch, and there's no run. But certainly with Essex, you would have thought favourites, some strong favourites to win this game. So it'll give them a nice little cushion on Durham of 19 points, but Durham still with a game in hand. And that Nottinghamshire game coming up is certainly going to be played in fine weather, which will be a relief to the spectators coming to Chelmsford, who braved the conditions against Warwickshire. This is played defensively up into the offside to mid-off, and no run, but it's all the running joke that if you want to see Essex playing, just come up to Durham and you'll get in on the gate. It's perhaps a little bit easier than trying to win tickets in the members' ballot for the Nottinghamshire game, but I'm afraid that's the reality of things at the moment.
Floodlights blazing away now.
Yes, I see they've just come on.
Yeah, so as I said, the light meter was suggesting it was that time. Raine's going to try a different angle of approach here, right arm round to Wheater, who's on 77.
So here is Raine. Slip and a wide gully, and this is a defensive shot back down the pitch, and there's no one. But Essex clearly have just adjusted their sights perhaps a little bit after Tender-Scarter got out. I do think Durham bowled much more tight line, just a little bit loose in that afternoon session in the context of this game, where if you bowl straight and you bowl a good line, you're going to make life difficult for the batsmen, as the Essex seam trio showed. Raine again going round the wicket, and just an attempt to play at that one, and playing a miss, and it bounces short of Eckersley. So thanks to Paul for getting in touch. Paul's going to be with you on the BBC Essex commentary of the Nottinghamshire game for the first couple of days, and I shall be doing for the last couple, and it's I think it will go quite a distance, but we shall wait and see. 224 for 6, Harmer 16 and Wheater 77.
Simon Pride, our sports presenter, has just tweeted, it's the last total sport of the season coming up tonight, and we've run out of things to talk about. Have you got any suggestions, questions, jokes, complaints, words of wisdom? I said, how about quoits? And then in response to that, Chris Stewart, a former chief reporter at Look North from the BBC, says, as it happens, we've got a quoits match tonight. We are away to the Wallace Arms in a cup match. Seriously, he says. Quoits action in Northumberland this evening. I wonder if it's on free to view, or will it be on pay-per-view?
So basically the speculation on who the North East football clubs might sign during the close season, that's not quite started yet. Oh, I say it's going to be Borthwick. That'll hurry things along a little bit.
Yes, saw him twirling his arms a few moments ago. First ball to Harmer is driven, and diving to stop that one at short mid-wicket is Cameron Bancroft, taking it left-handed along the floor.
Lancashire latest 340 for 6. Josh Brown 44 not out. That's a big lead, 183.
Second ball is defended by Harmer and collected by Borthwick. Borthwick bowls again, and this is turned out towards deep mid-wicket for 1 run. We're told it's going to get quite misty tonight along the coast, so it could be tomorrow we have a bit of a grey start to the day with the sun trying to burn the morning mist off, but it is quite a greyish evening now. It's all just filled in around us and the lights are on.
3 batting points for Lancashire, just a 1 bowling point for Yorkshire. If they lose the game, it's going to be a 1-pointer. Yorkshire.
Wheater on strike on 77 from 124 balls. He's changed the nature of this game in this second innings. It's gone down towards third man. When it comes to the batting, Durham just never showed up. Their top score was Bancroft's 20. They were all out for 99. Their lowest score against Essex for the second game in a row against them. And the 25th time they've been out for less than 100. They've only won one of those, and it's the first time they've been out for 99. And really, looking at that scoreboard now, 310 the lead. I'm not sure what hope Durham have left in this match, to be honest with you. Didn't quite carry an edge towards first slip, but it bounced before it reached Beddingham.
Yeah, this is a classic game. One of our emailers was referring to earlier. It's the third innings, this sort of game. And
I'm surprised by how poor Durham have been in this match. I thought they'd be better than this. I really did. Going into this one, I fancied they'd win this. Borthwick in again. That's defended.
Yeah, and I'd agree with you. I think that I was disappointed by Durham's batting. I think they were slightly overwhelmed because they'd still done pretty well. Obviously, they came in on such a high there, having got those wickets before tea. The dressing room must have been jubilant, as you can be. You're sitting in there for your tea. You've just bowled a side out in 10 minutes, basically, and it just never got established after tea. Essex then were in the tightest of corners, but they fought back brilliantly to bowl Durham out for 99, 6 wickets in the evening and 4 this morning, and that's really what set it up. And then there was that moment where it looked like Durham might be able to do the same to Essex, 15 for 3, 53 for 5, but it's that partnership of Tender-Scarter and Wheater that's made the difference. Sussex 132 for 4, are 51 ahead of Northants, and Tom Haynes is 64 not out in that one. Northants still on top, but Sussex fighting. Here's Potts bowling, and it's just driven away towards mid-wicket by Harmer, 17 to him. And it's been a good obdurate performance by Harmer in this situation, not giving things away, not playing loose strokes, realising the game plan is to bat really as long as possible, any time up to lunchtime tomorrow. Could even consider going beyond that, but I'm not sure there's any great point. They should have enough runs, although not scoring as quickly as they did clearly during the afternoon session because the bowling's been tighter. 227 for 6. Potts with just the 1 slip. Comes up and bowls, and must admit there's so much less happening with this pitch now as that's played defensively to cover. Here's an old ball, 66th over, and it's what Durham must have in the back of their minds. If they can just get a platform, it will get easier to bat on this surface. Durham bowling respectively well, but not creating any real chances. And of course we had shouts and near things and LBW appeals, all sorts of things going on for so much of this game. Potts up to the wicket again, and this time played off the back foot. Nice looking shot by Harmer up to mid-off, and there's no run. So a quick sum is that if Northants win and Yorkshire lose, that group will really tighten up. Lancashire will go way clear at the top, but there'll just be a couple of points between Yorkshire and Northants, who still have to play each other again. Remember, Yorkshire won the reverse fixture by 1 run, and they're a little bit flattered by where they are in the table, Yorkshire. And Northants will give themselves a chance if they can win that game and Lancashire duly beat Yorkshire. Here's Potts, and that's going down the leg side, again not covered in cleanly. It was a difficult take, mind you, but Eckersley's having a difficult afternoon behind the stumps. Slightly loose delivery by Potts, he might be a little bit tired in the 16th over. 227 for 6, and we've got 13 overs to go after this. So, yep, it's been a very interesting couple of days. This is probably the least interesting session of the 6 I've seen, but it's been a thoroughly absorbing watch. Potts up to the wicket, bowls, and this is driven back down the pitch, and there's no run. What Durham haven't managed to do is to do what they did at Chelmsford, which was, at least for a while, take control of the game.
Yeah.
Not just bowling Essex out for less than 100, but in fact the way they started their innings as well, which was just impressive. Borthwick's 100, as you mentioned, it's about the only runs that Borthwick scored of note, but it was a very valuable knock. But Essex, of course, with their lower order bowlers, I mean, where would Essex be in the group without having won that game? And it was, of course, some unsung heroes with the bat. Allison, Cook. Here is Potts bowling, and let's just run down off the open face for a single backward point. So Essex looking comfortable, but playing to a game plan here. The option of bowling at Durham tonight is not particularly one they're interested. They're far more interested in just batting into tomorrow. And there's a 50 partnership, of which, well, here's an interesting stat. Wheater's got 17 and Harmer's got 18, and it's a 50 partnership. And that might tell you that poor Eckersley has conceded the rest, but it's not. There have been a few extras in that partnership. 228 for 6, and the lead is 311. Harmer 18 and Wheater 79.
Borthwick. Going to Harmer when Harmer's ready. From the lonely end. Bit of leg spin, that's a full toss. Harmer dabs it up too wide, mid on for 1.
Knocked 120 for 2 at Edgbaston. Still 221 behind. Ben Slater 55 not out. Hasib Hamid back from the England bubble, if he was ever in it. 39. Ben Duckett was out cheaply for 4. And just pulled round the corner off the bowling of Borthwick for a couple of runs to Wheater.
The 50 partnership came in 97 balls, I think.
Yeah, interesting change of pace when you consider the pace that the previous duo was scoring at.
Borthwick in again. This is defended on the length.
Can't see Warwickshire being prepared to set knots a target in that game when you consider the respective position of the two sides, so Nottinghamshire are going to have to work hard to try and force. In fact, both sides have a lot to do to force a victory in that game.
Nurdle there from Wheater, takes the ball down to short, fine leg.
Maybe looking at
Rushworth, no run.
Possibly trying to bat past Warwickshire is their best hope. But as Warwickshire showed against Essex, normally those fourth day pitches will hold up pretty well.
That's a leave outside the line of off. Some spins away to the keeper's gloves. The majority of people are still in the ground. Borthwick again. This goes up to mid-on. There's an attempted... Royce hit the stumps, he's out! What an electrifying piece of cricket that was from Matty Potts. Wheater went for a quick single, he put it to the right of Matty Potts. Potts pounced on it and smashed the stumps down at the bowler's end from about a 45-degree angle. And an electrifying piece of cricket that was. And Wheater's run himself out on 81. 231 for 7.
Well, I think that's the second score in the 80s for Adam Wheater this season. It's been a very good innings and didn't look like getting out any other way, really. And a slightly freakish dismissal, but a brilliant piece of work to effect it. I guess from Durham's point of view, the excitement of that moment would have been even sweeter if it had come 150 runs ago. But 231 for 7. The lead 314. Just a possibility, of course, that we might see Durham bat tonight, but it's still a pretty good lead. 314. Essex would definitely have settled for this position at the start of the day. It's been a very good day for Essex, really.
Yeah, I really am struggling to see how Durham save this.
Yeah.
Now. Can't see it. The batsman is Peter Siddle.
I mean, the lights okay, the floodlights are on. There's almost a scenario if Essex lost another couple of wickets where they could consider having 8 overs at Durham, but they've got so much time left in the game. I think they'd just try and eke out another 30 odd, get through to the close. I suspect that would be the plan.
It's the last ball of the over.
So, you've got your update coming up very shortly.
Be a few minutes, yeah, into the, at the start of this sports show.
It's the going to be Potts, who's just been the hero of the moment. All a little bit late, I suppose, as Durham are concerned. Yes, Durham, I was expecting a little bit more, not so much with the ball. I thought it was very good in the first innings. Although, they just struggled a bit mid-afternoon, but then that inspirational spell, of course, to bowl Essex out. But the batting is what's let them down. But it has to be said that the Essex trio of Porter, Cook and Siddle, that's really the first time when, as a unit, they have really all fired together, and what an impact they made. Potts bowls, and here is a good delivery which Siddle, the new batsman, is playing and missing at, outside the off stump. So Essex have comfortably exceeded their first innings score, and in this sort of game where you've got in the third innings and one side has made the two highest scores in the game, it's very difficult for the side that's made the lowest score to then try and rescue it from here. And that's what Durham have got to try and do. Potts coming in again, two slips waiting, and this is played defensively up into the offside. Worcestershire on top against Derbyshire. I think it's too late for Worcestershire, and in fact if Essex win this game, I think it's just too late for them.
Question being asked if there's VAR in Coits. Chris says there's brass calipers to measure to the pin when it's too tight to call. That's the Coits version of VAR. Potts right arm over, bowling here to Siddle. Seem to get off the mark. Alright, here we go. Well, this looks like what you might describe a lost cause. It didn't seem that way just after lunch. Durham bowled out for 99 this morning, their lowest score against Essex, and forfeiting a lead of 83. But then they had Essex just after lunch, 53 for 5 and ahead by 136, and then things calmed down because Adam Wheater and Ryan Tenduscarter got together. They played some nice attacking cricket. They went after the bowlers. They weren't prepared to sit there and have a ball with their name on it, and before you knew it they'd put on 125 and had really pushed Durham out of the game. By the time Ryan Tenduscarter went for 55 LBW to Bryden Cast, the lead was 261. That's the 15th LBW in the match, by the way. If there's another, it would equal a Durham record. The other wicket to fall, Adam Wheater has done a lot of damage in this one. He's totally changed the look of the game. He's just gone for 81, run out. Brilliant piece of fielding from Matty Potts at wide mid-on, direct throw at the stumps at the bowler's end. Risky single, but he's gone for 81, and he just added 53 for the 7th wicket with Simon Harmer, the South African, who's on 19. Peter Siddle, the Aussie's just joined him, he's on 1, but at 232 for 7 and a lead of 315, I can't see any way in which Durham can rescue this game and get something out of it. If they do, then I'd happily eat my hat, the proverbial hat, and it would be quite an incredible thing to see. But at the moment it's about Essex batting through to tomorrow morning, declaring, and then trying to bowl Durham out. There's still 2 days of this game to go as well from tomorrow morning.
Essex just playing out the...
Okie dokie.
Right, Essex just playing out the rest of that over from Potts. It's going to be Borthwick now to bowl from the Lumley. In fact, no, we're going to have a change. Just a short spell from Borthwick is going to be Cast. 2 for 50 in 9 eventful overs. And, well, going to bowl to Siddle. Got a chance to add to his wickets column. But no indication of Essex folding in a hurry as they did in the first innings at this stage. Yes, Worcestershire 421. Derbyshire have been terribly disappointing after how well they played last year, 62 for 3. Brooke Guest, who was the star of the show for them a couple of weeks ago, out for 20. And that, that's hit Siddle, rather involuntary that. He was ducking out of the way and it sort of hit him sort of around about mid-drift and it's just bounced away. And for a leg by, an involuntary leg bye, 232 for 7. Worcestershire would have to win all 3 games, but an Essex win here makes it, and other results would have to go their way, but an Essex win here would make it more difficult for them. .233 for 7. Here is Carson. That's hit in the air by Harmer, but just up to mid-off, and there's no run. A little bit aerial, but no great damage done. So we're starting to move towards the closing stages of the day. In fact, they've ended at a couple of venues. They've ended at Hove, 142 for 4. Sussex 61 ahead. Tom Haynes 64 not out. Ben Brown 34 not out. Very much a mainstay of the Sussex batting. It's Cast Bowles, and that's again just lifting a little bit off a length, and Harmer plays it well up into the covers. Played very much within himself, 19 from 67 balls, but indicating the Essex game plan to bat into tomorrow. Simon Kerrigan with those 2 quick wickets, 2 for 29 in 17 overs. So Sussex are 61 ahead with 6 wickets left, but a partnership in play. And I say, if Northants win and Yorkshire lose that game, that group, and the question of who will go through with Lancashire, who surely are going to win the group, it's really wide open. Here is Cast Bowles, and again Harmer just playing that comfortably up towards mid-off the back foot, and there's no run. So done for the day there. And where else have they finished? Well, they finished at the Oval, where the indication is it's another flat oval wicket. Surrey 473 and Gloucestershire 45 for 1. Craig Brathwaite 27 not out. Of course, no Kemar Roach now for Surrey, and see Reece Topley, of course, not playing. He's through rotation. So not quite as strong a Surrey bowling attack as in the last game, which is driven up towards cover, and there's no run. Again, really, but Surrey need to win. Perhaps too many draws for them, notably against Leicestershire, and they need to win that. Gloucestershire, of course, starting as group leaders. A draw wouldn't be too bad a result for them, certainly having gone for 473 in the first innings, and they should be confident of making a reasonable fist of things, although of course without Bracey, who's very much with England and going to keep in the test match. Here's Cast again, bowls to Harmer. That's come off the Paps bat and pads, gone down to fine leg, and they're going to come back for a second run. The umpire indicating indeed that, well, not indicating, by indicating by not indicating, but that did hit the bat as well. Certainly the cloud cover has come right over now. The blue sky that's been a feature of the day has receded over the trees towards the Lumley Castle, which has probably got the brightest weather, and it's actually quite heavy cloud now over the ground. But the forecast possible showers have not materialised, and the rain has stayed basically in the Midlands, which is
which was where it was always going to stay.
Yeah, so there we
are.
The
wet Midlands.
Yeah.
Again.
Although it didn't delay things for too long, but that's where there have been the interruptions today.
Potts with the ball in his hand here.
235 for 7, lead of 318.
In comes Potts and bowls to Siddle, who's on 1. What was Durham's highest 4th innings total again? Victorious? Hampshire, wasn't it? 334.
That wasn't victorious though. Hampshire still won by plenty, didn't they? Set 500 or something.
Oh, they did. So 318 against Notts 2001. So that's where it's at now, I think, isn't it? 318. Yeah.
Well, possibly fair to say that the first part of that Hampshire game didn't go according to plan if they were set that many.
Potts bowls, and that's played out into the covers. Stopped by Burnham. Good fielding.
Still playing in the Roses match. Lancashire 345 for 6, 186 ahead, and Yorkshire are going to have to bat an awful lot better second time round. Lancashire, that win will give them control of the group. As I say, they are, for me, one of the sides that could win the whole thing.
Pops in. Oh, it's gone off towards square leg. Two runs.
I have to say, I think the other two are almost inevitably are Somerset and Essex, but nothing too novel there.
They won by 1 wicket when that score at Somerset, you know, that's 453 for 9.
9, yes.
Yeah.
Gosh, that must have been some game. But it was a game that put everybody off, setting run chasers at Taunton. It just underlines what Andy Caddick having to bowl there so often. It really was in those days a difficult place for bowlers.
Potts in. This has gone off towards backward point and a run for Siddle. If it's still in Essex's hands tomorrow morning and they're not out, then you know, there's still 9 overs to go tonight. I mean, they'd have a lead of 350, 360 tonight, you'd imagine. Push it on to 400 tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean,
have half an hour in the morning, maybe.
Yeah, I think lunch is the furthest they'd want to go. Half an hour batting before.
Need to go near lunch, really.
No, half an hour before lunch. If I think they'll be bowled out there before then.
It's defended by Harmer, who's on 21 from 71 balls.
Because we'll have a new ball as well, well before then, and. So Essex, it's been interesting. I mean, I say the afternoon was a combination, I think, of wanting to be positive. We saw that straight away from that little stand between Walter and Pepper was very enterprising. Pepper exclusively dealing in boundaries, looking absolutely terrific for his 16. And Walter batted nicely.
Potts bowls, and this has gone from Harmer's bat to Raine at mid-off, and it's a dot ball, and that is the end of the over. 238 for 7 here on the BBC.
So we had an afternoon session which was a combination of Durham bowling rather loosely and Essex batting with great enterprise, and of course the centrepiece was that stand between Tenduscarter and Adam Wheater. Pair putting on 125. Tenduscarter 55 with 7 fours. Wheater 81 with 10 fours. And it's the partnership that's taken the game away from Durham, and everything since then has sort of been relatively inconsequential in the context of the almost inevitable direction the game is going in, which is that Durham are going to have to, well, bat for 5 sessions, and there's no real point in trying to play for a draw. I think on this pitch you might as well try and play sensibly and with some purpose. As Cass bowls, and this is played by Siddle down to third man for 1. Peter Siddle, who got wickets in that first innings against Warwickshire and did well in this game, 3 wickets and 3 for Porter, 4 for Cook, who was the pick, and really the first time, if you like, that the Essex trio have absolutely fired together and show what they could do. Simon Harmer probably quite happy not to have to play any part with the ball and just try to have a chance to have a bat, and knowing he'll probably be involved with the ball tomorrow. So this is hit in the air, but safe between backward point and cover, and it's going to go to almost to the rope because it's a short boundary out there, but in the end it's gathered in nicely, and Harmer will have to settle for a couple of runs as the ball is just dragged in by Alex Lees. 241 for 7. 8 overs left after this.
That's half an hour's play.
Yeah.
Maybe slightly less if they keep the spinner on, but they haven't because they've got Carson. So
no.
So
here's Cass again. Up to the wicket. Bowls. Oh, it's a delivery. Was an appeal for caught behind against Harmer. It's rather cut off. It was a full length delivery. Harmer went on a push drive. Played and missed. Certainly missed in the opinion of the umpire. And it is one of the features about this afternoon, both sessions, is the number of near things has just dropped off. Whereas we had so many appeals, so much going on in the first 4 sessions, it's got a lot quieter, and that's very much in the interest of Essex. We've had just about their best day away from home this season, really. Yesterday obviously was a bit mixed. 241 for 7, ended well, and Harmer just plays that one, just lifting a little bit back down the pitch, and there's no run. It started in a good position. Crucial wicket of Bellingham right at the end, and they got the final 4 wickets for the addition of just 41, meaning they had a sizable first innings lead. So even with the 15 for 3 before lunch, it was a mini crisis rather than a full-blown one, given they had the backup of that lead already in place. So done for the day at Sussex and at Surrey, playing still everywhere else. And this is hit away slightly uppishly, but it's a good shot from Harmer, but there is a sweeper out there. Lees, it'll just be a single. Harmer to 24, Siddle has 5, and the grey sky now, maybe the last of these sort of clouds we see for a while, because the forecast virtually everywhere seems to be very good for the first half of June. I think both these sides are going to play in good conditions in the next round of games. Almost a shame that the championship is about to be curtailed after that, but lights shining quite brightly, and not much but little bits of hazy blue sky away to the right. It's here. Oh, that is a good delivery, and Siddle is caught behind. That was a good ball, and Cast deserving his 3rd wicket. So I think he should have bowled more this afternoon. I think Borthwick was put off by the 2 expensive overs, but he's been someone capable of bowling wicket-taking deliveries throughout, and here he's got a good delivery. Siddle in the end drawn into playing at that and edges it behind to Eckersley, and so Cast strikes again, and it's 242 for 8, and we have Harmer still on 24.
325 the lead.
Yep, so umpires might be looking at light meters. The floodlights are on, but it's certainly just making notes, I think. But, certainly I think you need the lights on now, and it's going to be Cook and Porter. Cook will normally come in first. 242 for 8. Very satisfactory day for Essex. Took advantage, as I say, of some loose bowling this afternoon, but up some very enterprising play. First in that mini stand between Walter and Pepper, and then in the big partnership between Tenduscarter and Wheater. Always a dangerous combination in the middle order, and on this occasion they fired together just as the bowling attack did, and made up for top order problems. Not a great game for the Essex top order, minus with the exception of Michael Pepper, of course. That's probably the only downside, really. So 8 overs left, 242 for 8.
In comes Potts to start a new over from the Finkel, and the wicket coming at the end of the 71st over, the previous wicket coming at the end of the 67th.
Yep, so the problem is the gap between the 5th and the 6th, isn't it, from Durham's point of view. The stand actually didn't take up that much time, as we mentioned. But it was just the way the momentum was changed in the game by that partnership. It made it look a different game, really.
Potts in, bowls, and this is play out through deep mid-wicket by Harmer for 1.
Yes, it's almost a shame actually, now the weather is starting to behave itself. Obviously April was dry, but it was thoroughly chilly, and May, it's apart from this round of games, it's been at times quite unpleasant.
Miserable.
Yes. Just a shame, of course, that the championship is being curtailed at the end of the next round, but that's the way it goes.
Potts bowls, dives down to stop the return ball.
Thanks for all the email contributions today, and you're still welcome to send one if you like. We obviously don't normally get quite so many in the evening, but you're still welcome to send one. bbcessexcricket@gmail.com, or save it till tomorrow when David Brett will be here. I think he's just about to set off.
Is he?
Is
he waiting for the green light?
I think he's got the green light now. He's going to be played tomorrow.
Potts bowls. This is played to the covers. Burnham has a go at the stumps at the keeper's end. Keeper's not near the stumps. Backed up across the far side by Cars. 1 run.
Yeah. Well, we've got another...
Cooks off the mark.
The quality of the LBW decisions has been a theme of the day. And Don Topley has come up back to us. Evening, Don, if you're still listening. Good to see Ryan Tender-Scarter finding some form. Might have been more except for an average LBW decision. So there's been ongoing debate about the LBWs throughout the game. So that one's marked as average, a bit like the pitch in India for the 3rd test. Probably therefore below average.
Potts bowls. This is played by Harmer to Burnham at mid-wicket. My wife's just sent me some pictures of my daughter at her All-Stars cricket training tonight.
Oh,
looks like she's developing a nice swing there. Hopefully one day we'll get her to hit the ball.
Tony, the invitation for a late meal email has been taken up by Tony. Hello, Tony. Is there any rules for points deduction for late finishing, as is the case tonight? Well, officially, the umpires are satisfied, aren't they, because we were seeing it showing as level over rates.
Yeah. Potts bowls. It's defended. The over rate appears level on the scoreboard. You have had 28 wickets now in this game inside 2 days,
which helps to explain it.
So each over something like 3.7 minutes, but you're allowed something like 3 minutes per wicket as well, plus all the hand sanitisation breaks.
Yeah.
So,
and unlike yesterday, a lot of the other games are still playing because they've had rain in the Midlands. Whereas yesterday we were out on our own, I think, for the last half hour.
There's still just under half an hour to go here.
Yeah.
It's going to be about a 5 to 7 finish now.
Yeah.
It's amazing how many times they don't get finished till nearly 7 o'clock or 7 o'clock.
Particularly as the 2 Essex batsmen having a bit of a chat. Delay things a bit further.
Northwest Terrace are in the shade over there, so everybody's got coats on now by the looks of things.
Nice.
There's one man
probably
in
a bit
t-shirt.
chillier there now.
Yeah.
It was very pleasant here yesterday evening, wasn't it?
Yeah.
We stayed on for a bit after the game, and it was a lovely evening.
On the south.
Cass with his 3 wickets. Bowled. Oh, almost gets another one here. And a slightly loose shot from Cook.
The County Durham stand on our right hand side, the 2-tier stand, which is in the southeast corner. Although the sun's sort of not quite out yet, there's still a few people in t-shirts there.
Doing well.
And shorts.
They're maybe the ones that will be in t-shirts and shorts at football grounds in February next year when the crowds are back properly, hopefully.
Where will that be? Port Vale?
That was a good delivery, that first one to Cook. He played and missed at it. There were 2 slips waiting, chance for Cass to add to his 3 wickets and driven firmly back down the pitch. I say, interesting bowling afternoon for Cass. First ever went for 15, then bowled a beautiful delivery to get rid of Pepper, who was really playing very well again. Next over was expensive, didn't bowl again in the afternoon session, came back and then was successful in breaking the partnership between Tender-Scarter and Wheater. Wheater 81 before he was run out by Matthew Potts. There's a leg gully, quite deep. Jones, 2 slips. And here is Cook playing off the back foot, and there's a quick single here. Shy at the stumps would have been another tight one, but Harmer actually reacted very quickly and was down to the striker's end, and the sun has just crept its way out again. 2:45 for 8. So yeah, still pretty pleasant. It's been we're reliably informed. It's felt like that when the rare chance they've had to get outside, but slightly warmer most of the day than yesterday, and good forecast to come for the weekend everywhere, it seems.
Yorkshire have got 2 overs to bat tonight. Lancashire 349 for 6 and a lead of 190. Suddenly we're bathed in sunshine here.
Yeah, so Lancashire handily placed as Cass bowled. Ooh, slightly loose shot. There's the half appeal for OBW. It was a strange shot that from Harmer. He's batted with such discipline. It was a bit of a wafty stroke to a ball that was outside the off stump, and not many marks for technical merit on that one, though he's batted to a game plan for 81 balls, trying to, of course, have a chance to make an impression in the game, because it all slightly passed him by for one reason or another up to this stage, and now he's having a bat, and I'm sure we'll get a chance with the ball. can't see a situation where Durham batters poorly again that he won't be required. Sun's still forcing its way through the cloud, and Harmer is pushing forward and close to edging that one. That one did beat him outside the off stump. Cast has settled in after those 2 expensive overs. But as I say, I just wonder whether he might have been the man this afternoon, but he wasn't persevered with. Harmer 25 from 82. Here's Lancashire 350 for 6, leading by 191. Very well placed in that game. Yes, here's one that Harmer just plays off the back foot, goes up towards mid-on, and there's no run. So we're down to the last, 5 overs, I think? Or is it still showing 6? It's very quick, this scoreboard. So it might still be 6. But very good day for Essex, and I say I can't think off the top of my head of a better day away from home this season.
Chris Rushworth back into the attack. It's a rook flying past us. 6 overs to go here on the BBC. Big disappointing day this from a Durham perspective. And now I wonder if they can ever make up the ground they've lost in this game. And they bowled Essex out yesterday for 182, and they got the 3 points to go level with them, but then they got themselves bowled out today for just 99. And so Essex 3 points ahead of them again, and you would imagine destined for the 16 points for the win as well. Rushworth in. That's defended. Still got to go to Worcester next week, Durham, and then they've got a match at Warwickshire later in the summer, and then a final group game here against Notts. But even now, 7 games in this would be, unless somebody else can do Durham a favour and they get back to winning ways, and somebody else can turn over Essex, they're going to be chasing shadows, aren't they? And so Rushworth comes in and bowls. It's a little bit too high, nips off the thigh pad. They're going to get a leg by. They're turning the floodlights off again now. And it'll gloom over once more, and then they'll have to turn them back on.
Well, the only thing you can say is if they win 3 games, they'll be forcing Essex to win both theirs.
Well, that's the thing. Durham do have a game in hand.
Yeah.
Which is the one thing I've sort of forgotten about there. But
I think...
when's Essex's week off?
Penultimate round of games in early July.
So that's Warwickshire away, I think.
It's not when they want it.
Yeah. Well, that's still that game in hand, which I'd forgotten about. So Rushworth in. This is defended. Did say in the interview with James Franklin the other day that if Durham could win this one, then it would be, future would really be in their destiny would be in their own hands. But it's not that way anymore.
I suspect. Assuming Warwickshire don't win this game against Notts, I do think this is looking like a potential draw. It's like a typical Edgbaston pitch. Nottinghamshire 148 for 2, in reply to 341. But a Notts win over Essex might help Durham.
Just turned off towards long leg for 1.
Then,
I can't believe how one-sided this day has ended up, given the situation Durham had themselves in, where they had Essex 53 for 5.
Yeah.
And at that point in time, they were 136 ahead. We had been saying in commentary it needs just one partnership and this game could change its look, but I mean they've now had 2 really good partnerships, 125 and 53 in a low-scoring game.
I just think there was a potential partnership. It was Beddingham-Eckersley, and it was cut off at the end of yesterday. It was such a big moment in the game.
Yeah, Beddingham bowled final ball of the day yesterday. 247 for 8 as Rushworth bowls, and Sam Cooke defends.
And that is the close at Old Trafford. Lancashire 350 for 6. They've only got 3 batting points because we're in the 127 over mark. But Yorkshire, if they lose, it's a 1-pointer, and it opens the door for the likes of, well, Northants in particular in that group. Maybe even gives hopes to some of the other sides. But I think Northants are the remaining of the other sides who are best placed to threaten Yorkshire in terms of getting into a top group.
Rush within. That's a bouncer down the leg side. Left by Cook. Tables as it looks at the minute then, Notts atop with 100 points, Essex 91, Durham 88. But if you add on 16 to that 91 from a Essex point of view, they're going to be 107. So they're going to
19 points, yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a big difference, that, isn't it? Warwickshire have 81, Worcestershire 75, haven't won yet. They've drawn 5 and lost 2. Derbyshire at the bottom, drawn 4 and lost 2. They haven't won yet either. Gloucestershire lead the middle group, and then it's Somerset, Hampshire, Surrey, Middlesex and Leicestershire at the bottom. Leicestershire about where I think most people thought they would be.
First ball of a new over, being bowled by Cast, persevering Ryden Cast, 3 for 57, outside the off stump, left alone by Harmer, who's batting with great patience, 26 not out.
Middlesex down near the bottom in that group as well, have been a very average second division team in recent years. In the other group, Lancashire top, then it's Yorkshire, North Hants, Glamorgan, Sussex and Kent. I think Kent probably the one surprise in that group.
Shocking. My tip to get out of that group with Lancashire, which I always dare be ashamed to admit that I picked them, because I wasn't convinced by Yorkshire, and I still stand by that. But Cast bowls, lovely delivery, and just generally good bounce, and Harmer does well not to edge that. But it's been a wholehearted performance from him, and 3 for 57. It's been a fluctuating performance. He conceded 30 off his first 3 overs, but he had a wicket.
That didn't half move off the seam.
Brilliant.
He was playing at it, he just played and missed. I thought the way it had moved, he'd edged it.
So, yeah. I think in that group 3 it's Lancashire plus Yorkshire or North Hants. Don't think the other 3 are doing enough. Group 2 is, Surrey have got to beat Gloucestershire. If they do, the whole group's wide open. This is a delivery which just comes off the pad, I think, in the end of Harmer. Maybe a bit of glove as well, but he's sticking in there, Harmer. The question is, will the Durham batsman be able to do the same against him in terms of stickability? But Harmer's certainly resisting well here. Batted to a plan, and not being at all expansive, just taking things as far as he can here. 330 the lead, 247 for 8. Yes, very much a question of whether Gloucestershire can maintain that momentum that they had in the first few games. 247 for 8. That's outside the off stump. My thinking in that group is it's Somerset and one other, and you'd think it's going to be Gloucestershire looking at the table, but they've lost obviously Bracey, and it's just a question of how much of an impact that has. And Hampshire play them in the last round of games. Hampshire still have to play Somerset. That'll be a big game. Surrey, to be involved, really need to win this game against Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire will be delighted with a draw from that one, I think. 247 for 8. And here Harmer, another very good delivery from Cast. And as I say, I just think that Borthwick missed a trick this afternoon by abandoning Cast slightly because of the 2 expensive overs. He only bowled 3 overs in the afternoon session, and the indication is that he was as likely to get a wicket as anybody, and indeed he did get one inside those 3 overs. 247 for 8, and 4 overs left after this. So, and this group, well, Nottinghamshire obviously in a good position. And 247 for 8, and this is driven away up towards mid-on. There's no particular need at the moment to worry about trying to force a win against Warwickshire. It's a bigger game for Warwickshire to try and win, so it'll be interesting to see if they're prepared to set Nottinghamshire or anything. But the problem with those Edgbaston pitches that can be difficult to really force the pace, and that game was obviously 341 Warwickshire, 156 for 2 Nottinghamshire. They've just lost another wicket actually. Ben Slater for 77, but yeah,
a maiden from Cars, but the lead is 330. We've got beautiful sunshine now. T-shirt weather again in the stands.
It may boil down to whether Warwickshire were prepared to set Nottinghamshire anything, and they just can't afford to lose to Nottinghamshire, Warwickshire. So it'll be interesting to see how that one pans out. I'm pretty confident that game will go on a lot longer than this one.
There's a few leaving now to beat the rush at the car park. Rushworth has got a silly mid-off in place in Borthwick as he comes into bowl here, and this is played the other way to Raine at mid-on. 1 run for Cook. He moves on to 3. Harmer on 26 from 91 balls.
Yeah, and clearly batting to a plan, as Essex have done very well, really. No rush.
Spectators are. We've got to follow a one-way system out of the out the ground, out the stand, but they have to wear masks when they're walking around.
Yes.
But once they're sitting down, they don't have to wear a mask.
No.
Rushworth to Harmer. Right arm over from the Finkel end. Harmer guides that across towards point, and Jones is there with a quick throw back to the keeper.
So, yeah, closing the Roses match. Mentioned close at Sussex, close at Surrey, and close at Grace Road, where Middlesex are in charge of that one. 57 for 1, leading by 216, but having not beaten Surrey with that run chase, which got cut off a little bit by the weather, probably almost certainly left themselves too much to do in that group. Probably the first dead rubber of the section, actually, of the whole thing. That one, Leicester Middlesex.
Rushworth to Harmer, defended. There are 3.5 overs left tonight, so that I think will take them up to 78, 79 overs. So 1 over tomorrow and then a new ball if it's needed. Or
yeah. Which I think obviously will come at a good time for the seamers, but obviously there's that disappointment in the back of the mind that it may be of no great consequence.
Rushworth comes in and bowls. It's left, pitches outside the off stump, and it heads through to the keeper.
Yep, so it's been a very good day for Essex, and they should go on to win the game from here. If you set up by that performance by the seam bowling attack, just at a point when they were really staring down the barrel after that collapse in the first innings.
2 balls left of this over, then 3 to go today here on the BBC as Rushworth bowls. It's a leave outside the off stump again, bit tighter than the last one. Keeper takes it, and you'll be heading off down to Yorkshire in a minute, won't you?
I might not make the last over, but we shall see, because I've got Scott will update at 10 to 7. So maybe another couple more. But it's been very nice.
What you got on the cards tomorrow?
Yeah, well, yes, visiting family in Yorkshire, and then the second part of the train journey back a little bit later.
So just one night in Yorkshire tonight?
Split it up in 2, because they're heading off to the elsewhere.
Tickety split. Rushworth comes in. Harmer defends, and that is the end of the over. 3 to go tonight then, and 1 from that over, so the lead is 331.
The thing about obviously, particularly games up here, is you have to build in travel days on either side. But it's been great being back here. So for a championship match, first time since 2010. So we told the story of Durham and Essex in the championship, which let's hope there's more games between the sides in the next decade than the last one. But I suppose with the conference system, if it works as it should do, you should be guaranteed to play in the same group as every other side at least once every 4 years. There's something wrong with it if you don't. But perhaps playing your local rivals every other year and the rest either every 3 years or every 4 in the same group. And of course you could play each other in September as well. It's worth remembering. There's cast bowls and it's played back down the pitch and there's no run. It might seem an odd comment, but given how expensive his first and third overs were, but I think he's been the pick for Derbyshire. He's made more happen for Durham rather. I mean, Rushworth's been, as you'd expect from Rushworth, 2 and over, but in terms of making things happen, it's been Cass. 248 for 8, and yes, it has just thinned out a little bit away to our right with the white seats, but still people sitting up there on the top tier waiting to see it through to the close. And here's Cook, who's looking pretty comfortable out there, just playing that off the back foot into the offside, and there's no run. He'll be trusting that things aren't as comfortable when he has the ball in his hand, and it was his performance primarily, although it was a good team performance by the seam trio, but he was instrumental. One of the key things about his performance with the ball was that he gave so few scoring opportunities, whereas Durham, particularly this afternoon, were a little bit guilty in offering too many scoring opportunities for this pitch. And here's Cook, that does look very comfortable for batting against this old ball. 77th over, he just plays that one comfortably up into the offside, and there's no run. So the one thing for Durham to hang their hat on is they can get to the 50th over in their innings, then the next 30 should be relatively comfortable. Of course, they've got Harmer to consider. I don't see this as being a Harmer pitch particularly, in the sense that it's low bounce, and you wouldn't have thought it's going to be a natural Harmer pitch, but he can tend to work magic on anything. Here's that's a delivery which is a bouncer, and Cook just gets himself inside the line a bit. So in fact the only cricket that's left is all in this particular section. The 3 games that have not yet finished, and the reason the other 2 haven't finished is because there was rain at Worcester and Warwickshire. Whereas here it's just the fact that it's taken a bit longer without any interruption from the weather. .248 for 8. Two slips waiting, and here cast bowls, and Cook just drives up towards mid-off, and it's another no ball, so let's delay things a little bit more. So tomorrow, it looks like Essex are still going to be intact going into tomorrow. They'll have a lead of 331, not expecting an overnight declaration. I think they'll look to just try and add a few more runs. Obviously it'll be against a new ball, just add as many as they can. They'll probably set some sort of limit. It might be half an hour before lunch, something like that. This is driven by Cook, and he'll be pleased with that, because it's going to give him 4 runs. Just starting away off the open face, and Sam Cook will be delighted with that. Harmer gives him a bit of a punch of the gloves just to acknowledge the shot. Sam Cook's speciality there, nicely played. Just square through the offside. First boundary for a while. 254 for 8, will lead 337. And still sun making occasional appearances, so anyone sitting in the sun, it'll still be quite pleasant. And here's another nice drive from Cook, who's now getting into his stride. He's going to get at least 2 here, as it's being chased back by Jones 3/4 of the way to the deep mid-wicket boundary, and they'll settle for 2. And suddenly a little bit of a burst of scoring coming right at the end. Just 2 overs left, and where are we? 13 minutes to 7. Harmer 26, Cook 9, on a very good day for Essex. The centrepiece being the partnership between Tenderscarter and Wheater of 125, which has effectively taken the game away from the hosts. 55 to Tenderscarter, 81 to Wheater before he was very well run out by Potts.
Time is it now? Nearly 10 to
13 minutes. No, I'm going to probably just see this over and then head off, leave you with the last one. Yeah, it's a good day for Essex. Perhaps I think that's about their best away from home this year.
Rushworth comes in and bowls, defended on off stump.
And certainly a lot of them have stayed to the end. I think a few people have gone, but perhaps they've heard about how difficult it is to get anywhere from the ground with the travel problems, so thought we're better off staying here until it settles down post rush hour. But tricky evening for travel. Check the trains are running, I guess. That'd be worth doing before going anywhere.
Rush within and bowls to Harmer, who plays the ball back to him. It comes to rest right at Rushworth's feet, and he can't even be bothered to give it a clean. He throws at the muddied Jack Burnham, who's going to try and clean the ball on very dirty whites. He's covered in mud smears down his legs. Well, that ambulance is just... One ambulance has gone off up the hill, and now there's another one coming back down the hill. Leads 3-3-9. In comes Rushworth, that one angles in towards the thigh pad. And there's a leg by. Lead 340. I think it's arguable that Essex have got more than enough here. Cannot see Durham getting 300 plus batting fourth. Particularly not the way they've batted against Essex so far this season.
And the way Essex bowled.
Yeah, out for 123 at Chelmsford when they collapsed on the final day. Their lowest score against Essex until today when they were dismissed for 99. Really poor show with the bat in this one for Durham. They've really let themselves down. How they react to this at Worcester next week is the key. As Rushworth comes in and bowls. That's through to the keeper.
Yeah. And it would take a surprising turn of events for Durham to be able to resist the Essex attack. I think it will be a better performance from Durham second time round, to the extent that Harmer will be required to bowl to a fair amount of time. And they can look to take it into a fourth day, but Essex absolutely holding all the aces.
Rushworth comes in and bowls. Oh, good ball. Angles in and then angles out again as it passes the stumps.
It was a nice piece of bowling from Rushworth. He's found it tough going because, of course, that deficit of 83 has stopped him being able to apply the sort of pressure that he would have been hoping to do. Had things have been a bit closer. That 15 for 3 Essex at lunch, if it had been level on first innings or close to, would have put them under real pressure. It wasn't quite to that extent because of the first innings lead.
Rushworth bowls, and this is just tapped up into the air slightly by Cook out through mid-wicket, 4-2.
He's enjoying himself, Sam Cook, I don't know about that. Well, I shall head next door and just do an update and then head off, so nice to see you again, Martin, and let's
yes, nice
catch
to
up
see
soon.
you up here as well.
Yeah, take care, and David will be here tomorrow, and hopefully from an Essex point of view to see them through to an important win.
Have a good trip back, Nick. Cast the ball, the final over of the day from the Lumley end, bowling to Harmer, who's on 26. Playing up to Rushworth at mid on no run. It's gloomed over again a little bit now, but the floodlights were turned off a few minutes ago as this delivery goes wide of the off stump and through to the keeper. Carson left alone this time as well. 3 balls left to the end of the day's play. The last edition of Total Sport for the season on BBC Radio Newcastle this evening. That's playing a miss there from Harmer. He's on 26 from 103 balls. So Total Sport will be on for till 8 PM tonight, Simon Pride in the team, so there'll be some reaction from here no doubt at some point later on in the show. And in the breakfast bulletins tomorrow on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Tees. Cast balls. That is left alone. One ball to go. It's been Essex's day, no doubt about that. They are in such a position of strength now as they lead by 342. Make that 346. That's gone for 4 down to third man. So I think they could already declare, to be honest with you. And maybe they could have declared a lot earlier this afternoon as well. 263 for 8. And the new ball will be available in and over tomorrow. Not that it will matter. Harmer has 30. And Sam Cook has, where's he gone? It's disappeared off my screen. Cook has 11, 79 overs gone. So the story of the day then, Durham had Essex in a right tears at 53 for 5 just after lunch when Walter went for 22 and Pepper for 16, both falling with a score on 53, but then they didn't get another wicket for another 125 runs. Penderskata putting on 55 in a partnership with Adam Wheater. Wheater going on to make 81 before he was run out by Matty Potts, but not before he put on 53 for the 7th wicket with Harmer. And then Siddle, the last man to go, 4-5, 242 for 8 they were then, and they closed at 263 for 8. And a lead of 346. We'll leave it there, so see you tomorrow. I'll be on air around about 11:15 with build up and tonight's interview. Until then, goodbye.